Okay, shall we start? Okay, so remember everything what we have done in the morning? I mean, before afternoon session? All those topics, audit committee, everything? Should I ask? Or shall we proceed? Proceed. Huh? चलो पूछ लेते हैं. No problem. I was thinking that I should ask, but I have to tell you now. Okay, please tell me, what is the composition of the board of directors in case of listed companies? First of all, audit committee under LODR must have how many independent directors? 2/3 of majority. 2/3. Whereas as per Companies Act, who is going to be the secretary? CS. CS is going to be the secretary. Is there a provision of that in 177? No, such kind of provision is not there. What is the maximum age of a NED? Beyond that, can we continue? What are the two informations we filed with shareholders? One is relating to directors and one is relating to auditors. Okay. Now, what makes you RPT? What makes you RTP? A material related party transaction. What makes it that? When you are doing more than what? 20%. 20% or 10%? 10% of what? 10% of the turnover. What makes you UMS? What is UMS? Unlisted but material subsidiary. How do you call yourself as a UMS? When you're contributing more than 20% in terms of net income or consolidated income or consolidated net worth. Okay. Next one. What is the provision relating to remuneration to NEDs? When do we need a board resolution and special resolution? If the remuneration paid to one particular NED is more than what? 50% of the remuneration paid to the overall. In case of ED, more than higher of the 5 crores or whichever is higher, and you are getting more than that also, right? And in case there are more than one like me, then in that case more than 5%. So 2.5% will become what? 5%. Okay. Independent directors will get ESOPs or no ESOPs for them. Do we need to take any insurance on them? What is the name of the insurance? Directors and officers insurance. Are you getting the point? That is mandatory or not mandatory? Mandatory. What makes you high debt valued listed entity? More than equals to 500 crores of non-convertible debt securities as on the last day of the preceding financial year. Am I correct or not? Next one, this provision was earlier applicable for the top 500, but now it is for top 1000 from 1/4/2022. Okay, do you need to file related party disclosures with the RSC, recognized stock exchange? Generally within 30 days, but now reduced to 15 days. But now 15 days has been reduced to 0 days from 1/4/2023 onwards. Is it clear, everyone? Okay, what omnibus approval may we need an approval from where? Audit committee. Audit committee, inside the audit committee from whom? All independent director. And what makes you a material related party transaction only more than 10%? Or 10% to be compared with what? 1000 crores, whichever is lower. Okay, what makes you, in case I'm a UMS, can the listed parent have any rights on me? What are the rights it has? One ID will become my member of BOD. Their audit committee can come and check my financials. And my board of reports are required to report to the board of reports of my listed parent. And if the listed company wants to sell more than 20% of my assets or want to sell the shareholding in my company, which is going to reduce it to 50% or less than 50%. Under what 3 cases they can do? Special resolution, or either it is a special resolution or IBC के under resolution plan under section 31 or ordered by the court or tribunal. Okay? Now the next topic which you have to understand, let's wind up. Secretarial audit and secretarial compliance report. This was recently added in your LODR reports. Now see, what they are simply saying that on which companies secretarial audit is compulsory. First of all, secretarial audit is defined under section number 204. Secretarial audit only a practicing CS can do. Now, if you are a listed entity and you have a UMS in India, on them secretarial audit is what? Compulsory. To be filed in annual report signed by whom? Practicing CS. But not only secretarial audit you have to do the secretarial compliance report also to be filed with the recognized stock exchange by the listed entity within 60 days from the end of what? Financial year. So there are two secretarial things you need to do. What are the two? Secretarial audit, secretarial compliance. But when it comes to secretarial audit, to whom it is applicable? Listed entity as well as its UMS in India. To be done by whom? Practicing CS. To be included in your which report? Annual report. But what about the secretarial compliance report? It is only required to be done by the listed entity to be filed with recognized stock exchange within 60 days from the end of the financial year. छोटा सा topic था. And there was one topic relating to sexual harassment complaints resolution. Now, as per Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal of the Act 2013, disclosures to be made in corporate governance report. There are 3 disclosure every listed company has to make if they have received any complaints relating to sexual harassment in their organization. What are the 3 things they have to disclose? Read the points. Number of complaints registered, number of complaints resolved, and number of complaints are pending. During the which year? Financial year. As simple as that. तो दोनों पॉइंट समझ में आ गए. सेक्रेटरियल ऑडिट, सेक्रेटरियल कंप्लायंस रिपोर्ट एंड सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट रिलेटेड कंप्लेंट्स. Next point is what if there is a resignation by the statutory auditor in the listed entities and material subsidiary. It's about very simple. Actually, there is one. How many? Anybody knows about this concept? What you are going to do in this case? अच्छा पहले तो मेरे को ये बताओ why one auditor resigns? That's a very general question. First of all, did we cover resignation somewhere else under the Companies Act under section 140 subsection 2 and 140 subsection 3? हम लोगों ने वहां पे कवर किया हुआ है. What did we learn over there? कि भैया when you are resigning within 30 days from your resignation, your intimation the reasons to the company and ROC and to the ROC and C&AG within what? 30 days in form number ADT3, failure of which will draw the penalty on you. Now LODR is also on the same track only, and they are saying that what if your any statutory auditor of the listed entity or the material subsidiary leaves. But here SEBI is more worried. Why more worried? Remember one thing, in a normal company if the auditor resigns, there is no issue. But when the auditor resigns for a listed entity, for a which entity? That is a matter of concern for the company. Always remember, in the listed entity, public funds are involved. Which funds are involved? And because of the public funds are involved, that will create a bad rumor in the market ki why your auditor has what? Gone. So there are 3 people whom we have to learn over here. What is the responsibility of the outgoing auditor? What is the responsibility of the audit committee? And while going out of the organization, what are the things he has to complete before giving his what? Resignation. Technical part is the third one. First two are very simple, easy point, right? When a statutory auditor resigns, what is the point? Read the point, everyone. It's a matter of what? Concern for investors and other stakeholders, because therefore LODR regulation 2019 amendment casted following responsibilities on listed entity, statutory auditor and its which committee? Audit committee. Now see, what is the responsibility of the listed entity? If your statutory auditor resigns, as and when it receives the intimation of resignation of its what? Statutory auditor, not later than how many hours? 24 hours mein such communication must be filed with whom? RSC. As a company, what is your duty? The moment moment you did not receive the resignation letter, moment you received the reasons as well. Are you getting the point? Then within how many hours? 24 hours. Who should know? Recognized stock exchange should know. Because remember, sometimes the rumors create more damage than the published information. The stock exchange is saying that please inform me first. I will inform it in the stock markets. I will make it public notice. Ki yes, this company's statutory auditor has resigned. But what is the time period for intimating? 24 hours. Are you getting the point? By whom to whom? By the company to the recognized stock exchange. What is the next one, everyone? Role of which committee? Audit committee. Statutory auditor must reach to the chairman of the audit committee regarding the issues like non-availability of the information or non-cooperation by the management. There might be 2 possibilities under which you would resign. Say for example, you asked an evidence, but they're not providing you, or management is not cooperating with you at all. So simply go directly to the chairperson of the which committee? Audit committee, and make him a complaint. Sir, this is the reason. If this resolution will not take place, I will resign. The audit committee must have the two reasons for your resignation. What are the two reasons? Either reason number one is what? Non-availability of information, and reason number two is what? Non-cooperation of management. In case it is still not resolved, then the auditor may consider to propose his what? Resignation. Upon receiving the resignation proposal, the audit committee, without waiting further for its what? Quarterly meeting, shall discuss the matter and express its views to the management and auditor. Remember, audit committee can't stop you from resigning, can't interfere. It is again a matter of board of directors. Audit committee can simply tell to the management, please improvise your cooperation with the auditor and please give him whatever the audit evidences is looking for. Dare you not do any of these two things, this person will resign. And if this person will resign, what is the company's responsibility? Within how many hours? 24 hours. You have to inform it to whom? Recognize stock exchange. Ki our auditor has what? Resigned. In the coming audit committee meeting, it shall be viewed as an important matter. Within 24 hours of such audit committee meeting, it shall submit its review to whom? RSC. Now see, there are two things happening. Point number one, company's responsibility, audit committee. Company immediately within 24 hours receiving the resignation must intimate to whom? RSC. And audit committee will conduct a audit committee meeting, and once the meeting will be concluded, within 24 hours from the conclusion of the meeting, your meeting report also shall be filed with whom? RSC, ki what has been discussed in that meeting. Matter is resolved or he continued to resign. Now responsibility of the auditor. This is the main question what they may ask in the examination. If the statutory auditor resigns, अच्छा, यहाँ पे ना problem क्या हो रही है? यहाँ पे you have to see him in the quarterly basis. Listen, let's say for example, second quarter is going on. What is the second quarter by the way? July to October. In the July to October, let's do one thing. एक second. ये हमने पूरे फाइनेंशियल ईयर को 4 क्वार्टर्स में डिवाइड किया, Q1, Q2, Q3 and Q4. Are you getting the point? Let's say for example, your auditor is leaving within the first 45 days of quarter 2. Within the which 45 days? First 45 means July 1st से लेके 15 August तक he is leaving. Are you getting the point? Then in that case, his responsibility is कि before leaving, he should complete the previous quarter का limited review. You cannot leave it in between. But if he is leaving in the second half of the quarter, what is the second half? Between 46th day to 90th day. Between which day to which day? Then in that case, quarter 1, quarter 2, both reviews you have to do. Did you get the point? Tell me again, what is the provision you understood? If as a statutory auditor, when you are resigning, in the first 45 days of the quarter, then the previous quarter ka limited review is your responsibility. But if you are leaving in the second half of the quarter, then the previous quarter to definitely plus present quarter also you have to do. It means definitely you have to do the review. The same thing will happen in the third quarter. Please tell me, I am leaving in the first 45 days of third quarter. Q1 and Q2, my responsibility, but I am leaving the second half of the quarter 3. Q1, Q2, Q3. And if you leave at any point of time in the fourth quarter, full year. What is the rule? If you will leave any point of time in the which quarter? Fourth quarter, then full year. Are you getting it? Tell me the 3 rules. What are the 3 rules? Second quarter mein you are leaving. When? First 45. Rule Q1. Else Q1, Q2. You are third quarter. You are leaving first 45 days. Q1, Q2. Else Q1, Q2, Q3. In you are leaving at any time in the third, fourth quarter. Full year. And this is not called audit. It is called limited review. Which review? That is the responsibility of whom? Auditor before leaving from an organization. Now read this point. If the statutory auditor resigns in the first 45 days of the quarter, he shall be responsible for the audit or limited review of the previous quarter. If he resigns in the next 45 days of the current quarter, then he shall be responsible for the both quarter, last quarter as well as what? Current quarter. And in case he resigns on any day in the which quarter? Last quarter, the responsibility of all the 4 quarters or full financial year audit review is his responsibility. Am I correct? Next one. While giving the resignation, he shall provide the following information. What is the following information? Number 1, my reasons of resignation, my association with the limited entity, listed entity and UMS, additional alternate procedures I applied when I did not get the evidence, whether reason was non-availability or the reason was limitation on the scope by the management, information related to current year and what? Previous year. These are the things he has to do before giving a which letter? resignation letter, and he shall declare at the end of above information कि everything what I'm telling is correct and what complete. And before appointing and reappointing the another auditor, it is mandatory to include the information to the resolution in the LODR rules in terms of what appointment. Remember, new auditor should know why your previous auditor has left. ये हमने कल भी stress किया था कि you will be guilty otherwise. Now tell me one thing, what has happened with the previous auditor may happen with you as well. Otherwise, you will be guilty under 811. What is 811? Clause 8, Part 1, Schedule 1. Is it clear? That is what the resignation given by the which auditor? Statutory auditor. So that brings an end to your topic called what? Audit committee and which governance? Corporate governance. जो remaining जो amendments है, they are irrelevant, that are relating to the theoretical part only. They are not that much important from the examination purpose. Main amendments are already written inside whatever the numerical amendments have come. The remaining amendments are given below. Like say for example, मैं तुम्हें एक बार go through करवा देता हूँ. क्या लिखा हुआ है? Whenever to appoint a new director or what manager, approval of the shareholder in the general meeting is must, or within 3 months from the appointment, whichever is what earlier. So what is the new appointment now? Do you remember we give the information to whom? Shareholders. What is the information? Two informations we are giving to shareholder. One is relating to director and one is relating to auditor. So whenever we are appointing a which director or a new manager, you will appoint him first, but later on you need the final approval from whom? Shareholder. Within how many months? 3 months of the appointment. Either on the date of approval, appointment, or 3 months, whichever is what earlier. If the manager WTD MD's appointment or reappointment was rejected earlier, then can be reappointed again only with the prior approval of whom? Shareholder. Notice of meeting where such approval will be taken shall be attached with the explanatory statement under section 102 giving full details and justification of such proposal by NRC and BOD. Let me clarify this. I applied for the director's position in one listed entity. They rejected my proposal. So it doesn't mean that I am permanently rejected. I can reapply what? Again. But if they are accepting my second time proposal, then they have to justify to the recognized stock exchange ki why they rejected me at the first time. Did you get the point? Who has to inform it to RSC? Company has to inform it to RSC with the attachment of which statement? Explanatory statement under section number 102. Next one, nomination and remuneration committee में small amendment was there. New rule of the nomination and basically what is the role you know about the what does the nomination and remuneration committee does? Appoint करते नहीं, nominate करते for the promotion. They always keep an eye over your what? Performance. Am I correct or not? They resolve the matters relating to diversity of the board and they will see that who should be demoted, who should be promoted and who should be removed. Basically these are the functions, but 2-3 new roles have been added in their functions. NRC first shall evaluate the skill, knowledge and experience of the board is looking for. Before appointing you, they will not simply see your what? Resignation. First of all, they will do the job evaluation. Suppose I need one director in a marketing department, but you have a finance background. Which background? Are you posing an appropriate skills to become a director of marketing head? Or I should need a marketing person. So before appointing someone, what the NRC should look for? Skills, knowledge and experience. Second thing, on the basis of above, prepare the description of the role and capabilities required of a which director? Independent director. The person recommended as independent director shall match above role and capabilities ascertained in point number 2. For the suitable candidates, NRC may use the external agencies, consider candidates from wide range of backgrounds having due regard to the diversity they are looking for, consider the time commitments for the candidates. It's not like you join today and you are saying in the next 6 months I'll leave. Make sure that you should give a good commitment as an independent director. Or say for example, if people are not coming to my company, I may take the help of the recruitment agencies to hire the IDs. What is IDs? Independent directors. Then what is a new role has been added in the risk management committee? What is the role of this committee by the way? Risk management committee does what? Increases the risks of the company or reduces? Then to formulate the detailed risk management policy framework for identification of internal and external risk, then including financial, operational, sectoral, ESG related risk, cyber security risk and other. What is ESG ka full form? Environment, society, governance. Measure for the risk mitigations and business continuity plans. To ensure that adequate installation of methodologies, processes, system. That's what I was telling you. It was only theoretical amendments. Which amendments, everyone? Theoretical. Major amendments are already covered, which I told you in the which chapter? Audit committee and corporate governance. So shall we start immediately without wasting the time to NBFC? Right or not? Remaining 2-3 pages are only there. You just read it out because the notes I have already shared. Main amendments were those 5 to 6 core amendments relating to what? Main numerical amendments. Right or not? Now, let's proceed with that part called what? NBFC. Anybody knows NBFC's ka, like amendment? Anybody is having an idea what amendment came? Obviously, you will not totally dependent upon me to come and deliver you the amendment. You might have read it somewhere first. कहीं पे भी नहीं पढ़ा. Peer review also you didn't do earlier. So what if these classes could not have been conducted? Then we could have managed from the YouTube and here and there. अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है ओके. सब्सक्राइब किया ना? हाँ फिर करेंगे. हाँ टू टाइम्स मत करो भाई. दैट मच लव एंड अफेक्शन आई डोंट नीड. కొంచెం లవ్ ఇస్ కావాలి. ओके NBFC ऑडिट एवरीवन. बहुत सिंपल सा ऑडिट है. चैप्टर इज वेरी सिंपल. First we'll do the amendments and then we'll see the remaining residual part what is there in your NBFC audit. ठीक है. Now मेरे point of view से I think you should be getting minimum 25 marks out of amendment. 25 to 30 marks आने चाहिए क्योंकि अगेन एंड अगेन फोकसिंग पता नहीं क्यों ऐसी इंट्यूशन सी हो रही है कि इफ इट विल कम देन यू विल बी द फर्स्ट वन टू डू द गूगल पे टू मी एंड इफ इट विल नॉट कम देन ऑल्सो डू इट बिकॉज आई प्लेड माई रोल इन मेकिंग यू कंप्लीट अमेंडमेंट. देखो स्मॉल कंपनी की हो चुकी है. ठीक है. प्रोफेशनल एथिक्स रिलेटेड हो चुके हैं. पीयर रिव्यू हो चुके हैं. लेट्स मूव टू द लास्ट अमेंडमेंट्स रिलेटिंग टू व्हाट? एनबीएफसी. नाउ फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल एनबीएफसी का पॉइंट. व्हाई डू वी कॉल देम एनबीएफसी? डोंट गिव मी द फुल फॉर्म प्लीज. I know the full form. Why do we call them NBFC? I'm asking you. Because India में majority of the non-banking finance companies are non-deposit taking NBFCs. Are you getting the point? NBFCs का major business was never to accept the deposit. That is the only thin line of difference which makes the NBFC different from whom? Banks. Banks का major two roles are what? Accepting the deposits and lending the loans. That is the major difference between the NBFCs and banks. That's why earlier you used to have a classification like, do you remember non-deposit taking, deposit taking? Systematically important. That khichdi has been removed now. Now there is no systematically important, non-systematically important. There is no deposit taking, non-deposit taking. They simply gave you now 4 layers of classification. How many layers? 4 layers. Base layer, middle layer, upper layer, top layer. What are the 4 layers? Base layer, middle layer, upper layer, top layer. Did you get the point? So you are going to get qualified to be a base layer. So we will call you base layer NBFC or middle layer or upper layer or what? Top layer. So now no longer non-deposit taking, deposit taking, flana dimkana. Nature is still same. CIC NBFC, IDF NBFCs, that is there. But your categorization has been changed. That is a major amendment came in the NBFC chapter. ठीक है ना. पहले पढ़ लेते हैं what is NBFC and then I'll tell you what are the 4 classifications they have introduced and how you have to bifurcate. Now do you know about the peer review concept now? What are the 3 types of peer review I told you? Major change came now over there. Same way major change we have it in what? NBFC. Like there it was voluntary, mandatory and special. Here we have 4 layers. Remember the 4 layers first. What is? Base, middle, upper, top. Are you getting the point? Now, first of all, to understand what is NBFC. NBFC is a financial institution which is in the nature of what? Company. Right? It is in the nature of company. A non-banking institution which is a company and principal business is receiving the deposits and lending. And such other institution as RBI may with the approval of central government notify in the which gadget? Official gadget. And NBFC is a MDFC if any of both the conditions are satisfied. What is both the condition? What is the condition number 1? Its financial assets should be more than 50% of its what? Total assets. And its income from the financial assets should be also more than 50% of its what? Total. देखो sir, total assets of NBFC में when you will get a categorization of NBFC, when do we call you the NBFC? There are 2 eligibilities. Eligibility number 1. Out of your total assets, more than 50% should be financial assets. Which assets? Financial. And out of your total income, more than 50% of the income should come from which assets? Financial. If both the conditions are satisfied, you are going to be called as what? NBFC. Now, I already told you under the clause number 16, is it optional to register under RBI or mandatory? That if you remember this section 45 IA, and you have to obtain a COR. What is COR? Certificate or but you will get only the COR if you are having the minimum net owned fund of rupees 2 crores. So these are the minimum eligibility criteria to become NBFC in a company. Point number 1, you get registered with whom? ROC. You obtain COR. What is COR? When you will get the COR, if your minimum net owned funds are what? 2 crores. And out of your total assets, more than what? 50% are which assets? Financial assets. And out of your total income, more than 50% of the income is coming from which assets? Financial assets. Simple. These are the major criteria you have to fulfill and you will be becoming an NBFC. Just an introduction of the topic called what? NBFC. Now, major point which we need to understand. Now, no systematically important, no non-systematically important, no deposit taking, no non-deposit taking, whatever it was there, that is abolished. Now only 4 types of classifications of NBFC. Shall we start? What is the first layer you are able to see? Base layer. What is the second one? Middle layer. What is the third one? Upper layer. And what is the fourth one? Top layer. And there are special points. After this, we'll move to the chapter and we'll do the remaining residual part relating to NBFC. Now, what makes you a base layer NBFC? Point number 1. If you are a non-deposit taking NBFC and your asset size is below 1000 crores. Are you getting the point? Let me do it, make you understand in a comparative way. You are a, first of all, which NBFC? Deposit taking or non-deposit taking? Non-deposit taking NBFC, and your asset size is what? Less than how many crores? 1000 crores. It means greater than equals to 1000 crore will go to the middle layer. Are you getting the one? Less than covered under where? Base layer. Greater than equals to gets covered under middle layer. But if you are satisfying this point, along with that, if you are entering or doing these 4 types of activities, what is the activity number 1? You are an NBFC in an activity of P2P lending. What is P2P lending? Peer to peer. Anybody is having an idea what do you mean by peer to peer lending? हाँ क्या? हाँ एक सेकंड क्या? हाँ peer to peer what? Similar position. Okay, that is peer review वाला same point. मतलब one NBFC giving lending to another MCS. No, it's like a cred. Now see, cred and Bharat Pay are the 2 companies in India which have not only giving you the credit, they are telling you to the invest also with them. जैसे cred में and Bharat Pay की company invest 12%. Now in that app, if you want, you can give them the money, save, and they will give you 12% return. How much return? But what that cred will do with your money? Cred will give the money to another person. It means he is taking it from you, giving it to somebody else. उसे बोलते हैं peer to peer lending. It means your money you are giving to cred. Cred is giving your money to somebody else. Are you getting the point? So peer to peer lending. If you are an NBFC involved in which lending again? Peer to peer, and your asset side is less than what? And you are deposit taking or non-deposit taking? Non-deposit taking. Second one, NBFC relating to account aggregator NBFC. What do you mean by account aggregator now? Actually तुम्हें मीनिंग पता नहीं होने चाहिए, you should mug up, but let me tell you one thing. What do you mean by account aggregator? Account aggregator NBFCs are those NBFCs, like say for example, I went to one NBFC, am I correct? And I have 7 to 8 accounts with me, am I correct? And all my information I have given to that one NBFC. Let's say for example, I later on discontinue with that NBFC and move to what? Another NBFC. I need not give my total details to the new NBFC. It will take my details from the previous NBFC, because previous NBFC का nature क्या था? It was which nature? Account aggregator. Account aggregator means that NBFC which has the complete details of the person who has opened an account with them. Are you getting the point? So what are the 2 types of NBFCs? Peer-to-peer lending NBFCs, account aggregator. What is this one? This is called useless NBFCs. Read the name. Non-operating financial holding company. Matlab, these are those parent NBFCs who themselves do not do the financing activity, but their subsidiaries do. Parent does not do the financing activity. Who does it? Subsidiary. So what do we call those type of NBFCs? Non-operative financial holding NBFCs. Are you getting? And what is the fourth category? NBFC which is not availing any kind of which funds? Public funds, and not having any customer interface. Are you getting the point? मतलब ना तो वो पब्लिक से पैसा उठाते हैं, ना उनको कोई कस्टमर के साथ इंटरफेस है. तो they all are covered under the which one? Base layer. So tell me, what is the condition number 1 to classify you as a base layer? I am a non-deposit taking NBFC having an asset size of less than what? 1000 crores. Plus I am involved into any of these four activities. What are the four? Peer-to-peer lending, account aggregator, then I am a non-operating financial holding NBFC, and what is the last one? I am an NBFC having no involvement in the public funds and no customer interface. Is it clear? Now, it means non-deposit is covered here. Deposit taking is covered or not covered? It means deposit taking is covered where? Under second layer. So, middle mein, what is the first point? If you are a deposit taking NBFC, what is the point written? Irrespective of your asset size. Deposit taking irrespective of what? Asset size. But if you are a non-deposit NBFC, under 1000 are already covered under the base. It means what is covered under you? 1000 or more. So please tell me what are the 2 points? First one, all deposit taking are covered irrespective of asset side. And second one, non-deposit taking under 1000 are covered under base. So 1000 and more are covered under where? And if you are involved in any of these activities, what is the activity number 1? Standalone primary dealers. What do you mean by standalone primary dealers? हाँ बताओ क्या होते हैं standalone primary dealer? वो कैसीनो में dealers, and they are standing alone, and they are primary fellow written primary standalone primary dealers. Is it? नहीं. क्या होता है? When the government issues the securities to the people, उसे हम लोग government bonds, government sovereign bonds, you might have heard about it. Government never directly interacts with the public. Government hires some NBFCs to do. जैसे हम लोग underwriter को issue करते हैं. Do we hire the underwriter to let the people subscribe my capital or not? Same way, government does not want to come direct contact with the public. So government hire the NBFCs which are known as SPDs. What is SPDs? Standalone primary dealer. They help you in dealing. Ab you do not get the car from the Hyundai's manufacturing plant. You get the car from the Hyundai dealer. Am I correct? Are you understanding what I am saying? So you will not be able to get the government securities from the government. Government has hired someone as an NBFC which is involved in SPDs. What is SPDs? Standalone primary dealer. Did you understand the point number 1? Second one is what? Infrastructure debt fund. And what is the next one? Infrastructure finance. दोनों में difference बताओ. Which NBFC is known as in? And let me tell you one thing. This is not something you are doing it for the first time. आपके CA Inter Advanced Accounting में chapter was there where the types of NBFCs have been given, and it has been directly taken from there. Now please tell me what is IDF, Infrastructure Debt Fund NBFCs, and what do you mean by Infrastructure Finance Companies? दोनों में difference क्या है? देखो मैं तुम्हें बताता हूं. Infrastructure finance companies are those NBFCs who directly finance those companies which are involved in infrastructure projects like L&T and GMR. Suppose L&T and GMR came to me, they said that we are making a Guntur airport और हमें 10,000 crores चाहिए. So as an NBFC I finance them. So what kind of NBFC I am? Infrastructure finance NBFCs. So sir, what do you mean by infrastructure debt fund? I am not financing. There is one bank called, say for example, SBI, PNB and ICICI. They are financing the infrastructure loans, but now they are unable to concentrate on those loans. Are you getting the point? So they can hire me as an NBFC. I'll take the pool of their debt funds. Pool of their which funds? and I will help the banks in collecting that money. So I'm now a which NBFC? Infrastructure. Did I finance? Or I'm working here as a debt collector? So I'm a which company now? Infrastructure debt fund. So I don't finance. I have a fund of these debt instruments which those banks have lent it to someone who was involved in the which activity? Infrastructure activity. So tell me, what are the three types of NBFCs covered here? Standalone primary dealer NBFCs, NBFCs which are involved in infrastructure finance, and NBFCs which are involved in infrastructure debt fund. What is the next one? CIC. That one to you already know. Yesterday we covered. Yesterday or day before? Day before. कारों में cover किया था. Please tell me what is CIC makes you? Core means what? At least 90% out of your total assets are in the form of what? Investments. So that makes you the CIC. And what is the next one? Housing finance NBFCs, which are completely involved into the activity of housing finance only, no other loans. Are you getting the point? So then in that case, you are called a which layer? Middle layer. 100% understood. What is the first one? Base. What is the second one? Middle. Base layer makes you what? Non-deposit taking NBFCs whose asset size is less than 1000 crores involved in any of the four activities. Peer-to-peer, account aggregator. Next one, non-operating financial holding NBFCs and not having any public issue or public funds or not having any customer interface. And what makes me the middle layer NBFC? If I'm a deposit taking irrespective of my asset side, I'm a middle layer. What is this middle layer again? Non-deposit taking whose asset size is greater than equals to what? 1000. Involved in any of the five activities. Tell me. Standalone primary dealers, IDF infrastructure debt fund, IFC infrastructure financing company, core investment company, and then housing finance company. Now, what makes you upper layer? Now see, NBFCs which are specifically identified by whom? RBI. Matlab for upper layer, you don't have any kind of requirement to be fulfilled. Directly RBI will notify you that you are not base, you are not middle, you are directly going to go to what? Upper. Warranting enhanced regulatory requirement. Now, sometimes if the RBI feels that your NBFC's business has grown to the larger extent and you need more regulations, you need more enhancement in the rules and regulation. So, from the base or from the middle, they may turn you to what? Upper. Who does that? RBI. Next one, based upon what? Set of parameters and scoring methodology as provided in appendix to this what? Circular. Top 10 eligible NBFCs in the terms of their asset size shall always reside in which layer? Upper layer, irrespective of what? What does that mean? अगर आप इंडिया की कौन सी एनबीएफसी हो, टॉप 10 एनबीएफसी, तो यू आर ऑलरेडी अ विच लेयर? अपर लेयर. टॉप लेयर नहीं सर, विच लेयर? अपर लेयर. अपर के भी ऊपर टॉप जाएंगे अभी. आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट? टेल मी व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस यू फाउंड. नाउ टेल मी हु मेक्स यू द अपर लेयर? RBI. Based on which reasons? More regulatory requirements are there based upon the parameters and based upon the methodologies which are given in one circular, which is not required to be done. Next point, top 10 NBFCs will automatically get covered under what? Upper one. Is it clear, everyone? Next point, what is the fourth layer, everyone? Top layer. What is top layer? It will ideally remain what? Empty. This layer can be populated if RBI is of the opinion that there is a substantial increase in potential systematic risk from what? Specific NBFC in the which layer? It means you can never come from the first two layers. What are the first two layers? Base and middle will never come directly to what? Top. Top will only collect the NBFCs from where? Upper layer. And when? If there is a potential systematic risk. ये word याद कर लो. If there is a what? High potential systematic risk. Such NBFC shall move to the top layer from the which layer? Upper layer. Simple. अब बताओ 4 layers क्या थी? अब without looking at the book बताओ all the 4 layers. Base. नाम मत बोलो. Base के आगे. क्या लगता है क्वेश्चन आएगा? Do you think that question may come? Nah. Amendments to ऐसे useless things and just like that they have given. Do you think that question will come? चलो मैं पूछता हूँ question. I am a deposit taking NBFC. हाँ बताओ मेरी classification. That was a question only. I am a deposit taking NBFC. Middle year. I am a non-deposit taking 985 crores. 1985 crores. I am into SPL business. Not IPL. SPL. अरे standalone primary dealer. Now middle layer. Next one. If I'm into AA business, account aggregator. Huh? Base. If I'm into P2P, base. Pakka base. If I'm into IDF. Huh? Middle. IFC. HFC. CIC. Pakka. No interference with customer. Base. No public issue. No public funds means base. And what is the fourth one? I'm a pre NBFC. Matlab, I'm not doing anything. My subsidiaries do for me. Non-operating, financing, NB holding company. Are you getting the point? I'm a non-operating or operating? Non-operating, financing, holding company. Is it clear? So this is called base and middle. What makes you upper? Who takes you upper? RBA. When it will take you to the upper? As per the criteria or as per the methodologies which are specified in circular, which is not there in your portion. But generally, top 10 are known as what? Upper NBFCs. Am I correct? When you will go to the top, generally empty, but who can again bring you to the top? Can you go to the top from base, from middle, or directly from upper? And that too, who will select? On what basis? On substantial risks, potential, or kya tha wo? Substantial, potential, systematic risk. Am I correct or not? When the risks are too high, then only you will be moved to the which layer? Top layer. Is it clear, everyone? Now, they may ask you the types of NBFCs in India करके ऐसे भी क्वेश्चन पूछ सकते हैं. RTP में तुम्हारा क्वेश्चन है नवंबर नहीं नॉन नवंबर May 23 के RTP में डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन इज गिवन. From there these points have been taken away. What are the special points? There is nothing to worry. Points you already know. What is P2P? AA और ये क्या है? What is the third one? Non-operating financing whole and NBFCs without any public funds will always remain what? In the base layer. ये special point है बताओ. That too. Wow. We already know that. And rather I can add it. Which are non-deposit taking and asset size is less than what? 1000. They forgot that. We can include it. What is the second? Second one to itni difficult है ना, you can't. See, first one is what? D stands for deposit. You can't understand this. Acha, you understood. IFC. This one to you will die. You can't tell me. Housing fana. Acha. Included in the which layer? Or upper layer. Not in the word. Base layer. As the case may be. What is this and this? Standalone, primary, dealer. And what is this? Infrastructure debt fund will always remain in what? But there is a meaning in this sentence. That you have to tell me. Total what? 5. In which one? Total 6 are there in the middle layer. Which 2 will always remain? IDF and what? SPD will always remain in. It means the remaining 4 are eligible to move from base to what? Upper. Sorry, middle to what? Upper. Is it clear? Which 4 can move from middle to upper? CIC, IFC, and SPL and deposit taking. SPL allowed or not allowed? No, SPD is not allowed. But CIC, IFC, deposit taking, and HFC. What is SFG? Housing finance. What is the last one? Remaining NBFCs. Chiller one, ICC. What is the first one? Acha, anybody knows the fact behind this NBFC? ICC. Full form, so you know that. What is given? Actually, there used to be the 3 types of NBFCs called lease financing NBFCs, asset financing NBFCs, and investment credit NBFCs. एक्चुअली दैट क्लासिफिकेशन वाज बिकमिंग आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल ऑफ आरबीआई. तो आरबीआई ने 2019 में आके तीन एनबीएफसी को मर्ज कर दिया एंड दे मेड इट एज व्हाट वन आईसीसी. व्हाट इज आईसीसी? इन्वेस्टमेंट एंड क्रेडिट एनबीएफसी. एंड इफ यू रियली वांट टू नो अबाउट दीज एनबीएफसीज, नोट्स में भी दिया हुआ है, बट फॉर दैट यू नीड टू रेफर योर इंटरमीडिएट का एडवांस अकाउंट्स का मटेरियल. There the actual classifications are being given for all these NBFCs. Next one, MFIs. What is MFIs? Microfinance. ये कौन सी NBFC होंगी? जो households which are staying in the villages and semi-urban areas. They give the finance only to those people, not more than 1,25,000. What is the maximum limit of finance? 1,25,000 and minimum 30 months of installments, and their household income should not be more than some 1 lakh or 2 lakh, like that limit is given. Again, for that you need to refer your CA intermediate ka advanced accounting ka material. There the classifications are given. What is the next one? Mortgage guarantee NBFC could lie in any of the layers of the regulatory structure depending upon what parameters. Now please tell me which will always remain in base. अब यहां से पॉइंट स्टार्ट होगा. विच विल ऑलवेज रिमेन इन बेस? P2P, AA, नॉन ऑपरेटिंग फाइनेंसिंग होल्डिंग कंपनी, नो पब्लिक and what do you say, no customer interfere. They always remain in what? Base. In the middle, which can move upper or which will always remain here? Which can move to the upper one? Upper one में other than these two always remain here. Who are these two? IDF and SPDs, standalone primary dealers. Next one, remaining four can move from middle to upper. Which can go to any layer? These four. What are these four? First one is what? ICC NBFC. What is ICC full form? Investment Credit Company. Second one, MFIs. What is the third one? And then fourth one is what? अच्छा तीन ही है क्या? Okay. Government owned NBFC is base layer or middle layer, not in what? Upper layer. Till what? Because they themselves know that they can't perform. That's why they kept themselves to the first two layers only. What are the first two layers? Base layers. Because most of the NBFCs which are government owned will be the SIC units. So they won't be able to increase asset sides of more than 1,000 crores or 2,000, something like that. So they kept themselves to the which layer? First two layers. Is it clear? Next, those NBFCs which are ये तो अपना, there is no amendment in that, and there is difference between bank and NBFC. ये तो अपन cover कर ही लेंगे. So which NBFCs need to get registered with RBI? बताओ. If this question comes, very simple question है. Other than this. Okay, वहां पे भी लिख के आना. Other than this. And refer our ICA material, this page, or refer Rohit's material, page number 14, just before difference between NBFC and bank. No, normal बताओ. Which NBFCs can get registered with RBI? Whose asset size, any problem, or net owned funds? अरे simple question पूछा. What is eligibility to become NBFC in India? Net owned funds 2 crores or more, and more than 50% of your assets are financial assets, and more than 50% of your income is from those financial assets. So that is what all you should have known about what NBFCs and all. Main amendment is nothing but the classification only. Remaining to just like that it has been added. Shall we move to the chapter now? Okay, so that we can understand NPA provisions and everything, and we'll wind up it as soon as possible. So we have to do NBFC. Okay. NBFC. Okay. Now, definition we already know about the NBFC. This is the same definition just we have done. And identification of NBFC to be satisfied. Two criteria just now. Out of total asset, more than 50% should be which asset? Financial. And out of total income, more than 50% should be from what? Those financial income. Registration requirement, you need to register under which section? 45IA, must obtain COR, and your net owned fund should be greater than or equals to 2 crores. Now, no NBFC allowed to carry out its activity without what? COR. That we have already learnt in CARO as well. And next point is what? Companies under the Companies Act may apply to RBI desirous of commencing the same activity Following norms are applicable. Now, what are the norms for the NBFC which we are going to learn now? What is the first one? Capital adequacy norms, income recognition, asset. You know that these same norms you will have it in what? Bank audit as well. इसे हम लोग RBI prudential norms बोलते हैं वहां पे. So here also RBI prudential norms, but especially for deposit taking and non-deposit taking. So income recognition means what? In case NBFC's loans have been declared as an NPA, how you have to recognize their income. Asset classification means when you have to declare them from standard to substandard, substandard to doubtful, doubtful to loss. And last one is what? How much provisioning you have to do. Directions for auditor to report on compliances is also prescribed under the RBI guidelines. Now, this is what I was telling you. This was your earlier classification, but now you don't have to do this classification. You have to do the new classification now. So, how many layers, everyone? Last time, batao. 4 layers. Tell me the base layer. चलो मैं तुमसे पूछ लेता हूँ यू क्लासीफाई इट क्योंकि लाइक दिस आई एम अनेबल टू तो आई एम डिपॉजिट टेकिंग 490 crores asset side non-deposit taking, 8400 crores asset size non-deposit taking, middle not top. 8400 crore है top पे you won't decide ना, who will decide? RBI. If there is a potential systematic risk and I want to go to top layer, upper से भी ऊपर top, then in that case who will again decide? When there is a potential highly risks are there. Am I correct or not? Next point, I am AA NBFC base, I am AA SPD CIC HFC P2P pakka, no public funds, no customer interface. That also non-operating finance, sure. And I am mortgage nowhere. Mortgage nowhere. Mortgage का तो that point था कि they can go to any layer, but they are not specified in. अच्छा, which three are not specified in any layer? ये बताओ आप. Which three are not specified in any layer? ICC, MFI, and mortgaged. These three are not specified anywhere. What about the IDF? Can I move from one layer to another layer? IDF. Sure, I will always remain in middle layer. And if I'm a SPD, but I am HFC, I can move from middle to upper. Sorted है सब कुछ? Okay. So ये classification. This is what I was telling you. Last time when I was taking the batch, I made you write also all this. So this was relating to your advanced accounting ka topic, where what makes you ICC, what makes you infrastructure finance company, what makes you CIC. And that's what I was telling you. Core business, why? Because your investments are at the rate of what? 90%. And what makes you infrastructure debt fund? What makes you microfinance institution? And what makes you factors NBFC? And ये रही अपनी free वाली NBFC. What is free वाली? The third NBFC in the base layer. Non-operative finance. What makes you non-operative? So all that classification actually is a part of your intermediate. So assuming that you have done, I will not invest any time on this thing. अगर करना हो तो just make sure that you just have a look at it once. कि what makes you different from one from another. Next one, NBFCs where the no registration is required. Just now we have done the list. Now what are the NBFCs where no registration is required? Just read out the list. What is the list number 1? Stock broker NBFCs and stock exchange NBFCs, venture fund NBFCs and merchant banking. Why? Because they are already registered under whom? SEBI. Second one, chit fund. They are already registered under which act? Chit fund act. Next one is Nidhi. Nidhis comes under MC under section 406. What is the next one? Insurance under IRDA. Housing. ये कौन सी है? ये अभी तो हमने करी थी. Housing finance companies. अरे it's okay. Housing finance company we have done under the layer. But we are talking about they are required registration or no registration? No, क्योंकि हाउसिंग फाइनेंस कंपनी का जो रेगुलेटर होता है वो होता है NHB, नेशनल हाउसिंग बोर्ड. आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट? नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, माइक्रो फाइनेंस कंपनी, दैट वाज MFI. डोंट mix it. That was MFI. What is MFI? Microfinance Institution. This is MFC. What is MFC? Microfinance Company. Alternate Investment Fund Company, Mutual Not Fund Company, Mutual Benefit Companies, Mortgage Guarantee Companies. This is the second one which I was telling you. Securitization. अच्छा, Surface Act, you know, Surface. Full form बताना. हाँ 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 हाँ, कल तक बता. टेल मी टुमारो by evening 9 if you can. अरे सिंपल है. सरफेसी. SAR stands for securitization and reconstruction. FA of financial assets. Of which asset? ESI and enforcement of security interest. What is the full form now? Securitization and reconstruction of financial assets and enforcement of security. Basically, what do those companies do? In case you have taken a mortgage loan and you defaulted, so they give you the 60 days notice basically. Within 60 days, if you do not give the money back, they will start auctioning your what? Lands and properties. आइए e-auction website पे, they will put it in auction and those who are interested can buy it at the lower rate. But maximum how many days will be given to you? 60 days. In this, banks does not have any role to play. Banks give their total defaulters loan to whom? S&R companies. What is S&R? Securitization and reconstruction. They do the recovery on the behalf of whom? Bank. That's why they are called securitization and which companies? और ये full नाम बताओ ना मेरे को इसका full. NBFC, non deposit taking, CIC, non systematically. इसका मतलब which requires registration. Everything is same, but this will change. Systematically important, requires the registration. Did you get the point? तो ये भी list एक है. तो if you just have to go through this list one or twice and you will be able to understand कि which do not require the registration. Should I ask you now? MFIs. MFI require. MFC, mortgage not required. Mortgage not required. अच्छा, non deposit taking CIC NSIs, non systematically important, not required. Am I correct? Next one, non operating finance holding companies required. Stock exchanges, stock brokers, venture capitalist, housing finance companies, sure, mutual benefit companies, securitized and reconstruction company. हो गई list खत्म. आई पेन. Next one, features which makes it different from banks. Can you read the feature number 1? They can't accept demand deposit. मतलब they cannot give you the CASA option. What is CASA option? Current accounts and saving account options. What is the second thing which makes them different? No self-drawn checks. Like on the bank, can you draw the self check and withdraw your money? Yes or no? Banks may you can, but you can't do it in case of what? NBFC. So not a part of the which settlement system? Payment settlement system. No minimum guarantee by DICGC. Who will tell me this full form? Deposit Insurance Credit and Guarantee Company. मेरे ख्याल से ऐसे ही होता है. Actually, what are these companies do is, let's say for example, you open one bank account and you have crores and crores of money in your bank account, but that bank became what? Insolvent. So they give you the insurance. They give you the guarantee, 1 lakh. What is the guarantee? मतलब they say that ki every savings account holder, we will provide you the insurance of how many lakhs? 1 lakh. That huge guarantee you can't afford. So next one, no minimum exposure towards what? Priority sector. ये SC, ST loan ये वो NBFCs नहीं देते. NBFCs do not give this priority sector loans. Who gives the priority sector loans? Banks. So these are the 5 things which makes the NBFC different from what? Banks. Tell me the 5 things which make it different. Self-drawn checks allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Second thing, can't accept what? Demand deposits. मतलब you can't have CASA accounts. Next one, they are not involved in settlement system. Next one is what? Next one, no minimum, no guarantee by what? DICGC, and no minimum exposure towards what? Priority sectors. Now, criteria. Master direction rules. Now, they have the capital requirements rule. What is the full form of CRAR? capital requirement adequacy ratio. What is a CRAR full form? What is the minimum? 15%, but it is minimum 10% in case you are covered under what? Tier 1. So what is the minimum requirement is 15%, and if you are tier 1 then minimum what? 10%, but if the NBFC is involved in gold loans like Muthoot Finance and Munnapuram Gold NBFCs, then in that case your minimum 10% will turn into what? 12%. Are you getting the point? Now, their NBFCs में gold loans, minimum 50% of the assets are in the form of what? Gold loans. Whom do you call gold loan NBFCs? Out of the total assets, minimum 50% of the advances are in the form of what? Gold loans. Are you getting the point? So tell me, what is CRAR for normal NBFC? I'm tier 2. I'm tier 2, 15%. Tier 1, 10%. I'm into gold loans. 10% will become 12% for tier 1. And what makes me a gold loan NBFC? Minimum 50% of my loans are in the form of what? Gold loans. Now, for non-systematically important NBFCs, net on funds requirements to be complied with weighted risk average funds. अब ध्यान से सुनना. Now, what do you mean by weighted risk assets? This is called the minimum exposure of the risk which every NBFC should have. Divided it into 3 categories. What are the 3 categories? 20%, 50%, 100%. Now question is, sir, what shall we learn? Learn only 20 and 50. Remaining everyone dump into what? 100. Now read point number 1. If you are an NBFC and you are having the bonds of what? Public sector. Bonds of which sector? Public sector banks. Then you have to have a how much risk weighted ratio? 20%. State government guaranteed claims not in defaults for more than what? 90 days. Again, you have to do what? 20%. 50% when all the assets covering and PPP and PCOD. What is that? PPP क्या बताओ? Public Private Participation. What is the full form of PPP? Public Private Participation. And what is P post COD? मतलब post commencement operation date. ये याद कर लो words, abbreviations. These are the MCQ questions they may ask you. Are you getting the point? So, and remaining all will come under what? 100. So, what comes under 20? If you have investments where? Which bonds? वो तो बोलना है ना. Bonds of what? Public sector banks. Second one, state government guaranteed claims not in defaults for more than what? 90 days. मतलब up to 90 days वाले defaults में you have to create what? 20%. If it is more than 90%, 100%. If the claims are in defaults for more than 90%, then you have to create how much? 100%. Otherwise, how much? 20%. Where 50%? All the assets covering PPP and PCOD. You have to remember like that. Post commencement operation date. And what is PPP, everyone? Public Private Participation. Remaining all are what? 100%. 100% की list बहुत ज़्यादा है. So that's why remember only 20 and 50. Again tell me, what is 20? How much is the risk weighted average risk ratio you have to maintain? 20% where? 50% where? Only 2. 20%. Bonds of public sector bank. Second, government securities claims are not pending for more than 90 days. And third one, all types of loans and bonds where the क्या बोलते हैं, either made under PPP or made under post commencement operation date. Then only 50%. Remaining all covered under what? 100%. Next one, income recognition and asset classification. ये ध्यान से सुन लेना. पहले banks की बताओ मेरे को. If you know, banks में when do a bank declare an asset and NPA? Overdue for more than 90 days. Am I correct or not? तो यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा changes है. Here NBFCs take the double the size. It means if it is overdue for more than what? 180 days. So what I did is, when you will see it from the ICA material, it will be difficult for you to remember. तो मैंने इसको थोड़ा bifurcate कर दिया कि if you are a systematically non-systematically important NBFC or if you are a systematically important NBFC, then how you will declare the assets into standard, to the substandard, to the loss. Am I correct? Now let's understand the first one. What is the definition of the first asset? What is the first asset we are learning? Standard asset. What makes you a standard asset? Assets in respect of which there is any default or no default in terms of principal and in terms of interest and carry only a which risk? So it is a standard asset for NSI NBFCs. What is NSI? Non-systematically important. Same as given under NSI category. So answer will remain same. तो दोनों में कोई difference नहीं है whether it is systematically important or non-systematic. But what makes you substandard asset? An asset which has been classified as an NBFC NPA for a period not exceeding how many months? You tell me what is a substandard definition in case of bank? देखो अगर कंपैरेटिव मोड में करोगे then only you will be able to have a clear bifurcation between the bank provisionings and here provisionings. If you are in NPA category for 12 months, how many months? In banks, then you will be called as what? Substandard. But here how many months? 18 months. You will be called as what? Substandard. But it is 18 months for what? NSI, non-systematically important NBFC. But if you are a systematically important NBFC, answer will remain same. That is the bifurcation I am trying to tell you. Please tell me, is there any change in standard asset between systematically and non-systematically? Any change or no change? Change comes where? Substandard. I am non-systematically important. When should I declare my asset as a substandard asset? My asset was already in NPA. It was in NPA category for not exceeding 18 months. So I will declare it as what? Substandard. And here 12 months. Now, in case of restructured loans, renegotiated loans or rescheduled loans, until the expiry of 1 year of satisfactory performance, no change in what? Category. Now what they are saying that, say for example, NPA borrower came to you and he said that, sir, do one thing. I'm not able to pay you the 1 lakh of EMI for the next 5 years. Make my EMI 50,000 for the next 10 years. So EMI got what? Reduced. Tenure got what? Increased. Can I call it as renegotiated loan? Yes. So I said okay. Now he said that, sir, you declared me as a substandard na. Now please convert me into what? Standard. Now तो everything is cool between you and I. उन्होंने बोला बैंक NBFC बोल रहा sorry boss, I have to check your performance for at least what? 1 year. For the next 1 year, pay the EMIs on time. Then I will think of changing you from substandard category to what? Standard category. Is it clear? So what are the 3 types of loan may you don't have to rush? Restructured loans, renegotiated loans and reschedule. Will you immediately change their category? Or you will see the clear-cut performance of 1 year? 1 year. 1 year good performance you give, then we will think of changing you from loss to substandard or doubtful to substandard or to the standard. Next point. For infra loans as per para number 25 of their directions. वो अपन बाद में बात करेंगे. Infra loan के बारे में कोई भी guidelines so far in the NBFC chapter is not given. What is the third asset, everyone? Doubtful. So tell me, what are the 2 we are done with? Standard, substandard. Tell me the difference. NSI, SI. No changes. No problem in principal. No problem in interest. Carry a which risk? Nominal risk. Substandard. NPA category for not exceeding 18 months. Here 12 months. Can I change the category of restructured and renegotiated one? Or I have to check for 1 year performance? Right or not? Next one, we are talking about doubtful. Asset which remain in substandard category for more than what? 18 months. What is the difference you found here and here? Try to understand it. Asset remained in NPA category for a period not exceeding 18 months and here it is written for a period exceeding 18 months. But you are in which category now? Substandard. So पहले NPA थे. NPA का not exceeding 18 months you became what? Substandard. Now you are a substandard. You were pending for 19 months in the substandard. Now you have been declared as what? 18 months one day would be enough? Yes or no? Because we will immediately change into doubtful once you crossed what? 18 months. And what is for the year? 12 months. Am I correct? Now, what kind of assets can come under this one? Term loan, lease assets, hire purchase and other assets. And what is the last one? Loss asset. What is a loss asset means? Any hope of recovery or fully bad debt? Bad. Declared as loss asset. Who can declare you as a loss asset? NBFC on its own or by your which auditor? Internal or by your external or by inspection where the erosion of the security is what? Very high. What do you mean by erosion? Fall in the value of security. Threat of what? non-recovery, and non-availability of security. In these cases, you are nothing but a which asset? Doubtful. No. Same, no change. Are you getting the point? So tell me 4 categories. Standard, substandard, doubtful, loss. Standard, no problem. Substandard, NPA category, not exceeding 18 months, 12 months. Then, doubtful. In substandard category, more than 18 months, 12 months. Then, loss. Who can declare you as a loss? Either by you yourself, internal, external, inspection, erosion, high erosion, non-availability, and threat of what? Non-payment. And that is also the same. Is it clear, everyone? Next one. Now, NPA classification. But when you declare, actually this should be done first. But as I have done as per ICA, so I was going in the flow. Why to disturb ICA flow? So now when you become NPA, if there is an interest overdue term loan where PE and I, principal and interest, both are overdue, demand or call loan overdue, bill overdue, income receivable overdue, dues on account of sale of assets and services for more than equals to 6 months. What is there in the bank? For 90 days. Are you getting the point? And here it is greater than equals to 6 months. Here it is greater than equals to. But what is it? Would you like to write 90 days, 180 days? Never write. Always remember, days wale case mein and months wale case mein, most of the students make the mistake is, when you're not getting the number of days in your head, now you simply write it in the form of what? Months. But never write in that case. That would be inappropriate. So that's the reason. In the bank audit mein, it is number of days. Here it is number of what? Months. So tell me, when I'm NPA, standard, substandard, doubtful, and loss. Last time. When I'm NPA. Overdue for more than equals to? For whom? NS size. S size? 3 months. I'm in NPA for 17 months. Substandard. And I am in substandard for 21 months. So rather more than what? 18 months. And on other side, when do you call someone an NPA? Greater than equals to 3 months. In the NPA category, for 12 months. And in the substandard to doubtful category, when? Then 12 months. So here it is 6, less than 18, more than 18. And here it is what? 3, 12, 12. Is it clear? Done. And renegotiated mean you have to wait for what? 1 year. Next one. Now, provisioning in case of what? NPAs. What is a provisioning in case of banking now? We understood asset classification. Tell me the provisioning. Are we understood capital requirements? CRAR. We understood CRAR. How much was a CRAR? 15% in case of tier 2, 10% in case of tier 1. Gold loans ke case mein 12% in case of tier 1, 15% will remain same. So capital requirements, CRAR we understood. Now asset classification we understood. Now we are going towards what? Provisioning. What is a provisioning? In case of loss asset, you all know what? 100%. Either it is SI or what? NSI. And in case of doubtful assets, up to 1 year, 1 to 3, more than 3, 20%, 30% and 50%. For the which part? Can you tell me how much it was in bank audit? Bank में तो standard में भी होती है. How much is a bank in case of standard asset, amma? 0.4. In case of standard asset, how much? 0.4. And in case of substandard, 15% for the secured and 25% for the unsecured. Doubtful up to 1. बताओ. हाँ कितना? Doubtful up to 1. It is not 20. 25, 100. 100 for the unsecured. Doubtful 1 to 3 years. 40, 100. Then more than 3 years. 100, 100. Loss में 100. So what is the change here you found? 25 is what? 20. And then 40 is what? And 50 is what? 100 was what? 50. Are you getting the point? So tell me, up to 1 year? 20, 30, 50. अरे याद करने अपने को जल्दी करो. Come on, I am unable to see that Josh inside you. Tell me, loss assets में 100, 100. Up to 1 year. 20, 100. 1 to 3 year. 30, 100. More than 3 year. 50, 100. Next one. In case of substandard, 10%. Only for the which person? Where what was there in bank? 15, 25. But here only what? 10%. And in case of standard, SI के केस में what? 0.4, NSI के केस में 0.25. अब बताओगे पूरा? चलो पूछ लेता हूँ. हाँ जी, आप बताओ. हाँ, स्टैंडर्ड एसेट NSI 0.25, SI 0.4. Sure? Okay, done. Then substandard. Substandard 10%. Okay, doubtful up to 1? 20. So 10, 20, 30, 50. But in the doubtful, unsecured portion is also there. 100%. Loss may always what? 100. NSI may standard. Systematically important. 0.4 and non-systematically may. Okay. Audit procedures to carry out the which audit? NBFC audit. बहुत simple सा audit है. General audit procedures. Whenever you do the audit of NBFC, obtain their MOA and AOA. What is the reason you are obtaining MOA and AOA? देखो लॉजिक समझ में आना चाहिए. रेस्ट रेक्टिफिकेशन यू कैन डू. व्हाई डू वी चेक MOA and AOA? To understand the nature of its business. Second, by checking with their which policy? Business. Having the word with whom? Management and TCWG. And it is of paramount importance to know the business of NBFC because the areas to be examined is based on it. As an auditor, he shall know whether it is deposit taking or non-deposit. It means, can I call it as AKOCB, planning stage? Acquiring the knowledge of which business? Client's business. अब अपन चले गए NBFC के अंदर. Now we'll do TOC. What is TOC? Testing of controls. What are the thing? We will declare simple one thing. By controls is primary, whose the responsibility? Management. To check whether it is adequate as per the size and nature. As a sound internal control system helps in plugging loopholes in its what? Working. Obtain knowledge of this, their accounting system and which controls? Related controls. So what was the step number 1? AQCB. What is the step number 2? Evaluation of controls. Tell me 4 points each. What we did in AQCB? MOA, AOA, policy, business policy, talked with the management, TCWG, understood whether it is deposit taking or non-deposit taking. What are their future plans? Everything AQCB mein. Second point, evaluation of control. Primary responsibility of whom? Management. Next one, a good internal control system. Tell them a good internal control system now picks up and fills up the adequate loopholes in your organization and obtain the knowledge of their which system? Accounting and related. Next one, TOC. Now, once you evaluated them, then do check it. Check its which efficiency? Operate. Acha, NBFC is saying that I have 60 cameras installed in my organization. So, will you count 60 or you will check whether 60 are working or not? So, when you asked how many cameras are there and when they said it is 60, what was that? That was evaluation. That was what? Evaluation. But when you checked it whether in the control room, whether they are working or not, that is called what? Testing. So with the test, suppose out of 66 were working, 10% are working, 90% are not working. That shows which efficiency? Operational efficiency or operational inefficiency? Whether the post disbursement checks are there or not, proper recovery is there or not, security verification, and effective monitoring and follow. What do you mean by post disbursement checks? After giving the loan to your borrower, are you a free bird? Okay, loan de diya, my work is over. Or you have to recover it as well. Recover it. तो उसे बोलते हैं post disbursement what? Checks. Who has to check that? Auditor has to check whether you are doing it or not. And finally, registration with whom? Audit. It was made mandatory to get registered with ROB and obtain what? COR. What is COR? And you have to also check its net on funds. Please tell me what is the minimum net on funds every NBFC should have? 2 crores. Next one, auditor shall check both COR and NOF. Without any of it, NBFC can or can't commence? Can't. Requirement of maintenance of which assets? Liquid assets. Investments in approved securities only and checking of which returns? Quarterly returns. देखो ये audit procedures हैं. ये तो आप मेरे को मालूम है. You are expert in that. You can write anything. If I'll tell you how to do the audit of hospitals, can you tell me? How to do the audit of hospitals? We'll go and take stethoscope and check. हाँ, inpatient out. अब देखो anything randomly which will be told to you about the audit, you are the best person to make the stories out of it. Major thing was the core thing, which whether you understood that or not, that I already made you understand relating to amendments and all. So this is what we will do in the all remain. अभी पूरा पढ़ना है क्योंकि तुम्हारी शक्ल देख के लग नहीं रहा कि anybody is interested in that. या ब्रेक चाहिए? ब्रेक तो नहीं चाहिए ना पक्का? तो तू तो सो रहा है, कितना झूठ बोलता है तू. यू आर तो स्लीपिंग. हाँ, ब्रेक नहीं चाहिए क्योंकि सर आई ऑलरेडी टुक द ब्रेक इन द क्लास इटसेल्फ ओनली, दैट्स व्हाई आई डोंट नीड द ब्रेक. हाँ, यूजलेस फेलो. अब बताओ पढ़ना है या पढ़ लोगे? दीज थिंग्स यू विल मेक विल अंडरस्टैंड और नॉट. आईसीएस वाईसीएस ये पढ़ाना बोले तो इट्स लाइक यू नो टीचिंग टू द नर्सरी स्टूडेंट. यू वांट मी टू टीच? हाँ प्लीज चपड़नी अम्मा, टेल मी अम्मा. Yes, sir. Should I tell you each and everything? Okay, read. Now see. No, I'm making her read only. I'm gonna do it on your own. Main thing was you should know the amendments and all. Main NBFC में major core part was income considerations and provisions and set classification. That you understood. How much maximum more they can ask you. There's nothing relevant inside. Just below. Audit provisions are given. If you are a deposit taking NBFC, what is your audit procedure? If you are a non-deposit taking NBFC, what is your audit procedure? That is what is everywhere in the particular area. Clear है? अब बताओ क्या करना है next chapter? That you tell me now. Tell me that chapter which will grab your attention. Standards करने हैं? Break. क्या वो इतना जल्दी एग्जॉस्ट हो जा रहे हो? एक्चुअली क्या होगा, तुम्हारा मेजर पर्पस तो सर्व हो गया कि सर हम तो आए थे अमेंडमेंट्स के लिए. अमेंडमेंट्स यू ऑलरेडी टोल्ड. एम आई करेक्ट और नॉट? नाउ रिमेनिंग थिंग तो वी आर क्लेवर इनफ टू डू इट ऑन आवर ओन. नहीं, आई कैन सी दैट इज द फेस व्हाट इज टेलिंग मी, एवरीवन्स फेस. हाँ, ब्रेक चाहिए? नहीं चाहिए पक्का ब्रेक? व्हाट शैल वी ब्रेक? चाहिए या नहीं चाहिए? ये क्या होता है? हाँ, अभी भी ऐसे नहीं सर नहीं चाहिए. यू नीड और यू डोंट नीड. तो व्हाट शैल वी स्टार्ट? स्टैंडर्ड स्टार्ट करना है? हाँ चलो एक काम करते हैं. लेट मी आस्क यू सम थिंग्स आउट ऑफ 500 सीरीज. शैल वी डू इट इन दिस वे? तुम्हारी एटलीस्ट रिवीजन हो जाएगी. 500 सीरीज नहीं, आई विल आस्क यू एवरीथिंग इन 500 सीरीज, डोंट वरी. But I want to know whether you know. First of all, to tell me what is 500 series all about? Huh? How many standards do we have in 500 series? 11. Can you number them and name them? Bol. 500. Tell me, sir. 500. Okay. Okay. 500, 501, 505, 510, 520, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. What is 80? WRL. What is 70? Going concern. What is 60? 50. Related party. 40. Accounting estimates on changes in that. And then 30. Sampling. 20. Analytical procedures. Then 10. Initial audit, and then 505, 501, specific consideration, and then 500. तो आता तो है तुम लोगों को? तो आता तो है तुम लोगों को? Only names you know and numbers you know. चलो यार करवा देता हूँ, ऐसा कुछ नहीं. आई एम हियर फॉर यू गाइज ओनली ना. यू गाइज कैन योर demand is my your demand is not my wish. उन्होंने your demand is my wish. नहीं. अच्छा ये बताओ, ये पढ़ना है या पढ़ लोगे? पढ़ लोगे तो मेरे को ये बताओ, what should be the next chapter? Should we start sincerely on a serious note or standards? 500 series wind up करें पक्का? श्योर? चलो अपन एक सेकंड सुनो, मैं तुम्हें 500 सीरीज ना लिखवा के करवा देता हूं, सो दैट यू कैन हैव सम लिटिल बिट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट इन दैट. ओके, हाँ जी बोलो. एनी प्रॉब्लम्स? ओके, चलो लेट्स स्टार्ट विद द प्रीवियस वन. व्हाट इज द प्रीवियस स्टैंडर्ड वी हैव? द लास्ट इन द 500. पीछे से स्टार्ट करते हैं. What is the previous standard we have? 580, which talks about what? WRL. Now, always remember, in SA 580, what you need to understand. See, first of all, please tell me what is the name of the standard. The name of the standard is known as WRL. It is also known as MRL, and it is also known as MC Management Certificate. So what are the three names of this standard? WRL, MRL, and Management Certificate. Can anybody tell me what are the major two purposes of this standard? What are the major two purposes of this standard? This standard says that there are two objectives what it fulfills. Objective number one, when you do not get the SAAE, what is SAE? Sufficient and appropriate audit evidence on your own, with all your available alternatives which you have applied, when your RAPs and FAPs, everything got failed while obtaining the sufficient and appropriate audit evidence, then in that case, finally, you will go to where? Management, and you will ask what? WRL. Are you getting the point? So WRL should never be your first option. It should always be your which option? Last option. Are you getting the point? But at the time of collecting the WRL, you have to understand so many factors. Factors number one, what is the area you are doing the audit for? If it is a statutory area, if it's a which area? Statutory area, you should never collect the WRL on the same. Because where to collect the WRL and where not to collect the WRL is purely dependent upon the professional judgment of an auditor. But let me give you one simple example to make you understand. Say for example, you asked, show me your GST returns, and they are unable to show you the GST returns. They are saying that sir, register got burnt where all the GST returns were there. Will you ask them to give me the WRL, or will you ask them the user ID and password? Are you can go to GST portal and obtain the SAAE on your own. Always remember, when you think that your all alternatives are exhausted, you have no other option left, then only you should accept what? WRL. Point number one. Point number two, what is the second purpose it serves? WRL. Remember, presentation and preparation of financial statement is a prime whose responsibility? Management. But sometimes क्या होता है, you already have what? SAAE collected by you, but you need a supporting evidence to support your collected evidence. Are you getting the point? Let's say for example, I went to their inventory valuation and I went to their inventory verification into their godown, and when I did the inventory verification, I did the ownership check, I did the existence check valuation, every evidence is there with me. But at the end of the day, sometimes to make it more corroborative in nature, you may ask the management ki please give me the which one? WRL. Ki yes, the inventory evidence which I have collected and what you are saying, both are what? Same. So what are the second purposes, everyone? Always remember, this is the main WRL you have to collect from the every organization, in which they will write the, acha, please tell me, internal control system is the prime responsibility of whom? You know, I know, but how the peer reviewer will come to know that? When the peer reviewer will come to my office and he will do my review, what will I show him? Sir, he told me that it is our prime responsibility. I heard also that it is his primary responsibility, but I did not collect the WRL. Will you say this to peer reviewer? Or you have to show it? Ultimately, in the substantive test, what the peer reviewer checks? Documentation. So it is one of the important element of your documentation. Ki always, you know that ki preparation and presentation is management responsibility, but obtain the WRL on the same. Did you get the point? Second thing, what about in the WRL? You should know that contents of WRL. What is the second thing? Content. Always, have you ever seen WRL? Anybody in the practical world? कभी देखा WRL? If you will see the WRL, वैसे तो you should have seen, but I don't know why you have not seen. WRL में basically it is divided into two paragraphs. Which paragraphs? Two paragraphs. The first paragraph is known as specific consideration para. What is the name of the first para? Specific consideration para. And the second paragraph in the WRL is known as general declarations para. What is the first paragraph, everyone? Specific consideration, and the second one is known as general declaration. Whenever you take the WRL, make sure that the matter for which you are taking the WRL should be included in this paragraph. And in case there is a space left over, after the main paragraph is over, then you may ask the management to declare some what? General declaration. General declaration number 1. Just say, tell them to declare that you have followed GAAPs. What is GAAPs? Gaps. Declaration number 2. You have done the inventory valuation as per AS2. You have followed AS13 for the valuation of your what? Investments. You have made your financial statement as per the requirements of what? Schedule 3. And you have followed AFRF. What is AFRF? Applicable Financial Reporting Framework. This is how the contents of the WRL should look like. Next thing is what in the standard is given small topic called elements of WRL. There are total 4 elements of WRL which you always have to remember. Element number 1, it is given by whom to whom. Please tell me. It is always addressed to whom? Auditor. Given by whom? Not by a person below the rank of director. Repeat after me. Not by a person below the rank of director. It means who is eligible candidate to give you the WRL? Either a director or above. But sometimes the problem arises, sir, I need the WRL in one particular area. Now let me give you a very simple example. You were doing the audit of Dr. Reddy's laboratory. Am I correct? And while doing the audit, you were checking out their manufacturing process. Am I correct? You wanted to understand ki in this medicine, what is the content of the chemicals which they have used. And unfortunately, they were unable to give you the evidence on the same. Who is the best person from whom you would like to take a WRL in this case? A pharmacist or a chemical engineer or a director of the finance of the company? Ab batao. A pharmacist working in the company or a director of finance? It means whenever the choice is there between a knowledgeable person and the top level management, you would always like to go for a which person? Knowledgeable person. There is a rule that MRL should not be accepted from a person below the rank of director. But at the end of the day, you also have to understand the fact that collected it from the knowledgeable party is more reliable evidence as compared to what? Others. Did you get the point? Let's say, for example, I was checking their gratuity provision. Which provision? Gratuity provision. Who is the best person from whom I should obtain the WRL? Is it the director or is it the actuarial scientist? Actuarial scientist. Suppose I'm going for the inventory valuation and their inventory is of specific nature of product. Is it the storekeeper, the one who is only taking care of the inventory is the best person, or the one who is handling it is the best person? One who is handling it. Jisko pata ho ki what this chemical is all about. So remember, WRL should always be, rule says that should not be accepted from a person below the rank of whom? Director. But most importantly, sometimes you have to collect it from the person who is what? More knowledgeable in nature. Not necessarily director, CEO, CFO, everyone is fine. But in case it is a specific area, particular knowledge is required, then obtain it from the knowledgeable person. Is it clear, everyone? Okay. Now, next point. What if the management refuses to give you the WRL? How you will deal with this situation? What will you do? You went to the management and obviously you are going to the management to obtain the WRL because your procedures did not obtain you any evidence. What you will do in this case? अब क्या करोगे? आप directly modify कर दोगे? Or there is any alternative procedure? You would like to do the FABs, but what I'm saying is WRL itself is a result of failure of your FABs. You don't have any further FABs, that's why you went to what? WRL, to obtain the WRL. What you will do in this case? Obtain, point number 1, whenever they are not giving the WRL, there is a 5-step procedure you have to follow. How many steps? 5 steps. Point number 1, ask the management, what is the reason you are not giving me the WRL? Point number 2, give me the reason in written form. I asked, but you did not provide. Point number 3, also declare yourself that I applied my alternate procedures. Which procedures? But I still succeeded or failed to obtain it. Failed to. Then if the management is still not listening to you, raise the issue with whom? TCWG. What is TCWG? As per 260. What is 260? Communication with those charged with government. If they are agreeing with you, Rohit, they are not giving, we are ready to give, it's fine. But if they are also refusing to give you what? WRL, then finally you have to modify the opinion. But ICA gave you one solution in this case. What is the ICA saying? That let's say, for example, they are not giving the WRL Do one thing, WRL is just a piece of paper. क्यों? क्योंकि it is clearly written in the standard, it is neither sufficient nor appropriate audit evidence. मतलब neither it is quantity wise nor it is quality wise. A good piece of paper. You just need it for as a corroborative evidence. So do one thing, tell to the management कि you are not ready to give me on your own letterhead, then auditor should obtain the WRL on his own letterhead. Let me tell you one thing, how do we do it in practice? See, you are not ready to give me the WRL, that is for sure. I will take my own letterheads and will draft the WRL addressing to myself. Addressing to whom? Myself. You don't want to use your piece of paper? Don't use it. Take these 2 copies, just acknowledge it. This is what has happened in the organization. In case, finally, if management acknowledges it, it's fine. But what in case management does not acknowledge the same? Then you don't have any option. You have to do what? Modify. Now my question is, as per 705, how you will modify? Are you going to give a qualified opinion, or you are going to give an adverse opinion, or you are going to give a disclaimer opinion? Huh? Why not qualified? मैंने पहले ही बताया था, never ever be too specific in the answer. When you are getting confused between the 2 answers, let's say for example, you know that there are 2 options, Q and D. What is Q and D? Why adverse is not the option here? Because it is not a case of material misstatement. It is a case of non-availability of what? Evidence. So hardly there are 2 options only. What are the 2 options? Please tell me why you should have given qualified and why you should have given disclaimer. Huh? If that non-availability of MRL was material but not pervasive, so you easily could have given what? Qualified. If it was material as well as what? Pervasive. It is a substantial part of your reporting, then only you should give what? Disclaimer. But try, there is one small recommendation actually. ICAI says that before modifying anything, try to obtain it on whose letterhead? Auditor's letterhead. Are you getting the point? So these are the things you need to understand in the standard called 580 called what? WRL. And one more point they may ask you, what are the elements of WRL? I think in between we cut it down. What is the first element I told you? It is always addressed to whom? Auditor. Who should give you this MRL? Now please give me the answer. From whom? Not from a person below the rank of whom? Director. And in case there is a director or knowledgeable person, who is the better person? Knowledgeable person, according to the situation. Most importantly, it should be acknowledged, it should be signed, and it should be what? Stamped. When it should reach to you? Question mark. After signing the audit report or on or before signing the audit report? On or before the which report? Signing of an audit report. Am I clear, everyone? So this is the major compositions of the standards which they may ask you in what? 580. Are you getting it? क्योंकि अगर मैं तुम्हें पूरा पढ़ाऊंगा ना स्टैंडर्ड, उसमें क्या हो जाएगा, एक तो it will become monotonous to you. You are looking at the window and you will not be having the interaction in the class. But did you understand what is 580? अच्छा, थोड़ा पीछे चलते. What is the next one? 570. अब जल्दी बताओ, what is 570 का नेम क्या? First of all, you tell me everything what you know about the going concern. Prime responsibility of whom? Management. Am I correct? Where did you learn the going concern first time? And please tell me, what do you mean by going concern? Anyone can tell me the exact meaning of the going concern? Going concern means we never operate an entity or a business with the indication of shutting it down in the which future? Near future. Am I correct? We never run a business to close it down in the near future. My question is very simple to all of you. Going concern is a primary responsibility of management that we already understood in DRS also. Why the standard, dedicated standard has been framed on the going concern? हमारे लिए इतना क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट बना दिया? And even though we know that as per 700 your going concern paragraph is mandatory or optional, so why it is made mandatory standard for us to consider? देखो मैं तुम्हें ना सिंपल वे में बताता हूँ. Going concern standard में you have to understand 3 things. What are the 3 things? Point number 1, you have to do C, C and C duty. What are the 3 duties you have? C, C and C. Consideration, collection, communication. What are the 3 duties? Consideration, collection. Understand it in this way. Please tell me, what do we do when we start our audit with? Do we start audit directly from the execution stage or we do the planning stage? अच्छा, planning का मतलब क्या होता है? What do you mean by planning? Planning means AQCB. What is AQCB? Acquiring the knowledge of client's business. And when we put our planning on a piece of paper, it turns into what? Program. Do you all agree with that? ये हम ऐसे 300 में पढ़ते हैं कि प्लानिंग करना है, स्ट्रेटेजी करना है. Once your planning and strategy is done, put it on a piece of paper, it turns into a what? Program. They are saying that कि while making a program, please consider checking the GC assumption also as one of your primary steps in checklist. अच्छा, मेरे को बताओ, when we go to a DMart, do we make a checklist of the items or not? Why do you prepare a checklist? If this is 3 to 4 items, you will never prepare a checklist. But if it is 40 to 50 items, can you retain or you prepare a checklist for that checklist? Same is the case with audit. Audit में I know that कि the client is so huge, business is so huge in nature, it will be not be easy for me to retain everything. So I will prepare a what? Checklist. That checklist is known as what? Program. And in the checklist, whatever the verification steps you are going to do, one of the verification steps you have to include it is what? Consideration of which assumption? GC assumption. Going concern. Point number 1, consideration. Point number 2, collection. Never unzip your mouth if you do not have SAAE in your pocket relating to inappropriateness of which assumption? Going concern assumption. आप कभी भी manage, you will never go to the management if you do not have the certainty on what you are going to talk about. If you have an evidence, knock the door of the management and report it. This is the reason I was telling you your going concern assumption is inappropriate. Can anybody tell me what can be the possible 3 types of indicators that your going concern is inappropriate? आगे ना स्टैंडर्ड पे क्या क्या है अपने? Operational, financial, others. Now let me ask you some questions. You please categorize whether I'm talking about operational indicator, financial indicator or other indicator. Point number 1. Your creditors, instead of giving the credit even for a single day, they shifted from credit to cash on delivery. It is a which indicator? Financial indicator. 90% of the fixed assets have been sold. Financial indicator. Non-payment of the dividend since last 10 years. It's a financial indicator. Your cumulative losses are more than your net worth. Financial indicator. Non-renewal of the loans by the banks. Financial indicator. But shortages of supplies. Operational indicator. Are you getting the point? Non-maintenance of reorder level of inventory. Operational indicator. Your top revenue generating product is out of the market. Operational indicator. You are unable to do the repairs and maintenance of your plant and machinery. Operational. Labor turnover is increasing day by day. Operational. Government rules and regulations have come. That is other indicators. Strikes and lockouts. Other indicators. Am I correct or not? Lockdowns, pandemic situations. Other indicators. These are the various things which either put comma in your company's going concern or full stop on the company's going concern. It means you are having an evidence in your pocket, then only you will knock the door of the management and tell them that this is the reason I'm telling you that your going concern assumption is appropriate or inappropriate. Inappropriate. तो उसे बोलते हैं second C. What is the second C? Collection. Did you get the point? Now I have considered GC checking. I have collected the evidence also relating to GC, going concern. Now, did I collect it for myself? अच्छा ये बताओ, हम कौन सी सीरीज कर रहे हैं? Always remember, ultimate end of every standard is going to be collection of what? Sufficient and appropriate audit. But did I collect it for myself or bring it to the notice of management? There comes the third thing called what? Communication. Did you get the point? So tell me, what are the 3 C's you always have to consider as an auditor while checking the going concern assumption of your client? First one, consider it as one of the most important verification steps while drafting your audit program. Point number 2, collect sufficient and appropriate audit evidences to support your opinion on inappropriateness of going concern assumption. And third, communicate it to the management so that remedial actions can be taken. देखो, prevention is better than cure. So it is your responsibility to. अच्छा, problem क्या होती है? Sometimes management is not financial literate enough to understand the indication. You can see that none of the bank is ready to renew your loan, but the management is not able to understand the fact that banks are not renewing it because your credit score, your credit rating in the market has fallen down. अच्छा ये बताओ, अपना सिविल स्कोर होता है, यू नो ना सिविल स्कोर, हाउ मच इट शुड बी एटलीस्ट 750 आउट ऑफ व्हाट 900, दैट इज द मिनिमम सिविल स्कोर यू हैव टू मेंटेन. कंपनीज का क्रेडिट रेटिंग होता है, जो क्रेडिट रेटिंग एजेंसीज प्रोवाइड्स यू. आइए, क्रिजिल है, इकरा है, आइडिया है, एस&पी है, ओनिडा है, दीज आर द कंपनीज विच गिव यू क्रेडिट रेटिंग. Why bankers who were 5 years back running behind you to say that, sir, please take the loan, please take the loan, and today you are running behind the banks and no bank is ready to renew your loan? What is the most probable reason for that? Is your credit worthiness in the market is higher or lower? This is a poor indicator of which assumption? Going concern assumption. Have an evidence? Go there. That is why we are collecting it. And last one is what? Communicating. Now my question is, what is the GC assessment period for you? What is the GC assessment period for you? How much going concern you will consider for the future so that you can go it to the management? Huh? At least what? 1 year. But what if the management's GC assumption assessment is less than what? 12 months. It is a responsibility of the auditor to communicate to the management, okay, at least look for your GC assumption for at least how many months? 12 months. And if the management is already assessing its GC assumption for 12 months or more, then in that case, yours and management GC assumption assessment is matching, no need to report. That is the reason GC paragraph as per 700 is mandatory or optional? Optional. Did you get the point? So what is the minimum GC assumption assessment period? 12 months. If they are less than 12 months, tell them to bring it to the level of what? 12 months. Or if it is more than equals to 12 months, then it is okay. Did you understand the point? Now my question is, next, in the going concern, this particular assumption, please tell me what is your RAP and what is your FAP. पहले तो ये बताओ RAP FAPs क्या होते हैं? RAP stands for Risk Assessment Procedures. FAP stands for, we will have a detailed discussion when we will reach to 500. But please tell me what are the FAPs you have to do if you want to obtain the evidence on GC assumption. Point number one, you have to ask the management, do you have a risk management policy or not? Which policy? Risk management policy. Because reducing the problems relating to GC assumption is the primary responsibility of whom? Management. Auditor should communicate with the management. Show me your risk management policies and procedures. Point number one. Point number two, communicate with the management and TCWG. Do they have any future cash budget forecasts or not? Matlab, in the future, whatever the contracts they have entered into, do they have any sufficient balance in their pocket to maintain the future solvency or not? That is the second thing. Third thing, make sure that whatever the management is telling you, relating to GC assumption, always take what on it? WR. Because you never know, at the end of the day, you will be the blame giver, you will be the blame taker, because management will not agree to the things which they have already told to you. So make sure that whatever the evidence you are getting from the management, obtain what on that? WR. But my question is, what are the indicators you have in your mind? No, I'm not talking about those indicators. What is the sources of information on the GC assumption? Tell me how you will come to know that client's GC assumption is right or wrong. What you will see, that we know. I'm saying how you will see. Sources. I think the same point you have already done in 550 also. What is 550? 11. 560 में भी ये question है. Subsequent one. But 570 में how you will come to know that company's going concern assumption is getting deteriorated day by day? How you will come to know about it? Over dependency on what? One particular client, customer. You didn't understand what I'm saying. I'm not talking the indicators. You are telling me is what indicators. I'm asking you what are the sources from where you will come to know, because client himself will never come to you and tell you that, boss, my GC assumption is down. Yes, that is what I'm asking you. Latest interim financial statements. What is the first source? Latest interim financial statement. Next one, analysis of their cash budgets. Analysis of their which budgets? Cash budget से अपने को क्या पता चलता है? Liquidity, कि whether they have the enough cash to meet off their working capital requirements or not. Right or not? What is the third thing? Communicate with their legal expert panel. Communicate with their what? To understand the position of their contingent liabilities. Position of their which liability? Please tell me what will happen if your contingent liabilities are turning into liabilities? Do you have to start creating the provisions for the same? And provisions are debit to the P&L? Your profits will increase or reduce? Reduce. So all these are the initiatives you have to take to understand whether the GC assumption is adequate or what? Inadequate. Tell me the three what I told you just now. Latest interim financial statement. Second one is communicate with their which panel? Legal expert panel. Do the analysis of their what? Cash budgets. Talk to the management and what? TCWG and obtain the WRL also on the same. That is how you understand whether their going concern assumption is adequate or what? Inadequate. Are you getting the point? यहाँ तक समझ में आ गया? ब्रेक चाहिए क्या? अच्छा ये दो स्टैंडर्ड्स में भी हैवी हो गया नहीं? अच्छा मेरे को लगा बहुत हैवी हो गया कहीं. और इट्स बीन 2 hours you didn't take a break. That's why reason. ये आई थिंक ब्रेक सिस्टम इज साइकोलॉजिकली फिटेड इनसाइड योर हेड. जैसे 2 घंटे हुए ना, वेदर वी वांट और नॉट, ब्रेक कावाले, वी नीड अ ब्रेक, वेदर इट इज देयर और नॉट, नीड अ ब्रेक नाउ. ओके, टेक इट. एक काम करते हैं, 500 सीरीज के साथ 600 सीरीज भी अभी मैं तुम्हें पढ़ाता हूं इसमें. ये देखो, लिसन, वट एवर आई एम टेलिंग यू, ये आपकी एक स्टैंडर्ड की फाइल है. ऑल द स्टैंडर्ड्स आर बीइंग गिवन इन दिस फाइल. ठीक है ना? And this is the same way you have to approach these standards. Did you get the point? Extra things you need not do in the standard. Always remember, standards करने का एक तरीका है. 100% first of all, you should focus on the heading of the standard. If you understood the heading of the standard, your 50% work is done. Second thing, focus on your wraps and fabs. Always you will find the question, either the ICA will ask you the question on your fabs or the question on your wraps. रैप्स क्यों करते हैं, मेरे को ये बताओ. डोंट टेल मी द फुल फॉर्म. रैप्स क्यों करते हैं? टू रिड्यूस द रोमम टू द विच लेवल? लोएस्ट एक्सेप्टेबल लेवल. व्हाट आर द टेक्निक्स ऑफ रैप? एवरीवेयर इट विल बी कॉमन. इंस्पेक्शन, ऑब्जर्वेशन, इंक्वायरी एंड confirmation, analytical review and recomputation. Any of these 5 techniques will be suitable in every standard. If you have the base of 500 na, let me tell you one thing, 501, 505, 510, 20, everything will be super easy. When I'll, अच्छा मेरे को बताओ, what is 510? मैं तुम्हें बताता हूँ कि how to go in. 510 all about what? Which balances? Opening. What are the major 2 issues you will find in the opening balances? Whether the previous closing balances have been properly carried forward in what? Current year or not. Second, whether the accounting policies which were followed in the, ये major core है standard. This is called core. And now you know your problematic areas. Now you have to go inside and do the wraps and fabs. This is the procedure of every standard. Understand the heading. अच्छा, tell me what was 505. कैसे करोगे? Imagine a balance sheet. मैं तुम्हें बताता हूँ एक टॉपिक. Imagine a balance sheet. Balance sheet में go to the asset side. Tell me asset side imagine. Please tell me the areas where you can obtain external evidence. Debtors, investments, bank balances. Am I correct or not? Leased assets. Which assets, everyone? Leased asset. Investments. These all are what? External. We don't do the investment in company. We do it what? Outside. Wherever the outside party is involved, their 505 will come. Okay, come to the liability side. Capital छोड़ दो. Loans, creditors. Am I correct? Whatever the things, debentures, everywhere you can get the which letter? External. And what do you mean by external? यहाँ तो PCR होता है या NCR होता है? Positive confirmation request, negative. How do we obtain it? अच्छा ये बताओ, रिलायंस के 1,80,000 मान लो डेटर्स एंड क्रेडिटर्स है, इतने तो होंगे. Am I correct or not? Will you be sending PCR, NCR to all of them? Or you will do sampling? 530 भी आएगा इसमें. What is 530? अब मेरे को बताओ, पार्टीज को फिल्टर कैसे करोगे? मटेरियलिटी वाइज, वॉल्यूम वाइज, रिलेशनशिप वाइज। फिल्टर कर लिया, किसको बताएंगे? मैनेजमेंट को, कि ये पार्टीज मैंने सिलेक्ट करी हैं, आई वुड लाइक टू टेक व्हाट, external confirmation letter. Without client's permission you should never talk to their customers and creditors. Am I correct? मैनेजमेंट ने ओके बोल दिया, परमिट कर दिया. इफ ओके, दिस इज अ प्रोसीजर. इफ नॉट ओके, दिस इज ओके. से फॉर एग्जांपल मैनेजमेंट सेड यस, व्हाट यू विल डू इन दिस केस? You will send PCR or NCR. When to send PCR and when to send NCR? पहले तो बताओ, what is PCR and NCR other than full form? Positive confirmation request means I need a reply, whether it agrees or disagrees. Always. What is NCR? If it agrees, don't reply. Reply me only if it what? तो मैं तुम्हें बोलता हूं ना, I had 700 population, I have 70,000 population. Where should I send PCR? Where should I send NCR? PCR 700. Because everyone will reply. NCR only in case of what? Negative replies. Am I correct or not? What if the person did not reply? BCR. Blank confirmation required. Or what if the person replied you what you were not expecting? Completely opposite to that he has replied. ECR. Exceptional confirmation request. Are you getting the point or not? Acha, please tell me, what is the second thing you will decide whether to send PCR or NCR? What is the second method? अगर रोमम ज्यादा है, if you think that the debtors में रोमम ज्यादा है, so what you will do? PCR or NCR? PCR. Why? Whether it agrees or disagrees. Boss, please reply. Are you getting the point? And if the romum is less, factors to decide whether to send PCR or. Did you get the point? अच्छा, ये था what if the management say yes. What if the management said no? Would you like to go to the management? Ask the reasons. क्या रीजन पूछोगे मैनेजमेंट से? What reasons you will ask? Why you are saying no? Give me your evidence in what? Writing. And I will try to do the FAPS. What is FAPS? But if you are unsuccessful in that, raise the issue to whom? If the TCWG agrees to give you the permission to send the PCR and NCR, fine. If they do not, modify. अब बताओ यहाँ पे modify क्यों करोगे? Availability or non-availability? So what are the two options? Everything is connected. Everything is connected. You just need an approach to connect everything. Are you getting the point? And there's no harm if you will code the multiple standards in a single standard. Wherever you think that we are talking about the WRL, why don't you write as per SF580? It will impress the examiner. Yeah, I'm asking the question of 530, but she's also quoting what? Or he's also quoting what? 580. It means he knows 530 as well as what? ये जो छोटे छोटे टिप्स होते ना, these are the things which creates the difference between 45 and 65 marks. ये होता है difference. मैंने डे वन को भी क्या बोला था, द प्रॉब्लम द ऑडिटिंग एग्जामिनेशन इज नेवर द राइट आंसर एंड रॉन्ग आंसर. इट्स अ फाइट बिटवीन द गुड आंसर एंड बेटर आंसर. A better answer is the one where you code the. Why we stress so much on the clauses, on the caro and all those ABC, each and everything in sequence? Sir, everything constitutes a minimum half a mark. ऐसे 5 questions भी आ गए where the you know that standards are going to come for 30-35 marks. Am I correct? You know that every standard, if you will quote, I can guarantee you in every answer half mark is relating to the quotation of that particular standard number only and the standard name only. Are you getting the point? And what do you think that? What do we see in your total answer? Are we interested in your grammatical mistakes and vocabularies? No, we are interested in the schema. We are interested in the main keywords which I'm looking for. You show me SAAE, you show me PCR, you show me NCR, you show me adverse word, you show me qualified word, you show me pervasive word, you show me materiality word. I'm happy. I will give you the marks. Are you getting the point? But unnecessarily, instead of showing those words, we write a very normal or nominal language. This is where you people fall. Presentation is the only problem in auditing examination, nothing else. तुम्हें क्या लगता है? Those people who write 100 people are writing the exam, only 10% are coming. It means remaining 90 are useless fellows who are writing. Huh? You are writing for the first time. Who said yes? You said yes, sir. So you are writing for the first time or second time? Hence proved. खुद ही बोल रहे हो. तो ऐसा नहीं होता कि दे आर ऐसा नहीं होता कि दे आर यूजलेस. द प्रॉब्लम इज दे आर नॉट बेटर देन द अदर्स हु गॉट द बेटर मार्क्स. सिंपल. यूजलेस वर्ड नहीं होता क्योंकि फाइनल में नो वन इज यूजलेस सर. यू ऑलरेडी स्पेंड योर 5 to 6 years in coming 5 to 6 7 or 8 9 your I'm asking. No, but see, you have sacrificed so many things. It's just a that elephant has gone out of the hole. Only the tail is pending. ठीक है ना? तो एक काम करो, जल्दी ब्रेक लो. 10 मिनट तो यहीं पे खराब कर दिया तुमने. Right or not? You wasted the 10 minutes. हाँ, just take a break. Come back in 5 minutes. अरे मतलब come back by 5:30. Go. जल्दी जाओ. Go. जल्दी ले लो ब्रेक. Pause it. We have partially at least understood is 560, 570 and 580. Let's start with the very important standard that is called what? Subsequent events. What is the name of the standard? Subsequent events. बहुत simple standard है and बहुत easy as well. Now try to understand this standard very carefully. ठीक है? So subsequent events, first of all, you need to understand one chart. Then only you can understand this particular standard. Now see, there are possibilities that you all know that subsequent event is actually partially came from our concept of what? Accounting. In the accounting, if you remember, you had AS4, events occurring after balance sheet date. What does that mean? What do you mean by events occurring after balance sheet date? What do you mean by events occurring after balance sheet date? Those events which occurred after the balance sheet date, but before the approval of financial statements by the management. Same concept we have in here in our auditing. But there are total subsequent events. We are going to divide it into 3 stages. Stage number 1, say for example, this is the balance sheet date, that is 31st March. And say for example, this is 7/6/2023. That is the date of signing of audit report. Date of which report? Signing of audit report. Am I correct? Then after signing the audit report, you will definitely conduct a what? AGM. So suppose this is the AGM date. Say for example 30th September 2023, but 21 days before the AGM you send the notice for the AGM or not? Then what is the date? Say for example they have sent the notices on 1st September 2023. So this is the balance sheet date, that is 31st March. Am I correct? Now this is the date when you signed your audit report. That is the date of circulation of the what do you say, audit report, financial statement and notices of AGM, and that is the date of what? AGM. We are going to divide this standard into 3 parts. Part number 1, part number 2 and part number 3. Now any event which the auditor will come across in these 3 stages are called subsequent. Because when the auditor is coming across this event, before balance sheet or after balance sheet? Please tell me how you will divide this whole proper thing into 3 parts. Auditor came across an event after the balance sheet, but before signing what? Audit report. Event number 1. What is the event number 2? You came across an event after signing the audit report, but before what? Circulation. What is the event number 3? After circulating, but before what? AGM. So basically we will call it as you came to come across an event after what? Circulation. Am I correct or not? Now my question is, which is the most damaging situation? The most damaging situation is case number 3. Now I would like you to go back to the AS4. Please AS4 में tell me the point number 1. What used to be the point number 1? AS4 में हमने क्या पढ़ा हुआ है? What you do when you see an event has occurred after the balance sheet date? You would like to see whether its existence was on the balance sheet date or existence was not on the balance sheet date. If the existence was on the balance sheet date, we declare it as a which event? Adjusting event. If the existence is not on the which date? Balance sheet date, we declare it as a non-ep. That is the same thing you have to do in the case number 1. So case number 1 of SA 560 and your AS4 are 100% same. Here also auditor will do one thing. Before signing the audit report, if I came across an event, I will see whether the event was existing on the which date? Balance sheet date. So I will tell the management to treat it as a which event? Adjusting event. And if the event was not existing on the balance sheet date, I will tell them to treat it as a what? But my question is, what you do when you treat it as adjusting? आप क्या करते हो? What do you do when you treat it as adjusting event? What do you do? What the management should do when they're treating that event as an adjusting event? They will immediately adjust it in FS. What is FS? Financial statement. But what if it is a non-adjusting event? Then in that case, at least disclosure is required. What is required at least? Disclosure. Same thing, case 1 is as same as your what? AS4. Not even a single word here and there. Copy paste करके आ जाना if that situation will come. Situation is problematic in the case number 2. So first of all, let me give you the little bit of introduction of this particular standard. Read, what do you mean by subsequent event, everyone? Read the definition. A subsequent event is an event which takes place after the balance sheet date but before signing. Second one, an event which occurred after the signing but before circulation. And third one is what? An event which occurred after the circulation of audit report and financial statement. What is the objective of this standard? The primary objective of this standard is to enable to understand how to respond when he come across the which events? Subsequent event. Second thing is to obtain SAAE. अच्छा ये बताओ यहाँ पे SAAE क्यों आया? क्योंकि ultimately it belongs to our which series? 500 series. 500 series is a which series? Audit evidence. तो हमें collect क्या करना है? Evidence. Are you getting the point? Did you understand the objective and meaning? Now, the again same chart is being given divided into 3 cases. What are the 3 cases? Case 1, case 2, case 3. Case 1 we already understood. What is a case 1? You have to follow AS4 ka compliance. Whatever the AS4 is saying, same thing you have to display it to the management. So situation 1, an event occurred after the balance sheet date but before signing an audit report. It shall be dealt in the same way how we dealt it when it comes to what? AS4. Only difference is here, अच्छा ये बताओ AS4 में what was the definition of events occurring after balance sheet date? What was definition? You came across an event which is after the balance sheet but before signing the nahi, that is in subsequent event. There it was event occurred after the balance sheet date before approval of financial statements by board of directors. Instead of board of directors, you have to substitute which word? Before signing the audit report. So if you will write board of director, that will become the answer of AS4. And if you will write what? Before signing the audit report, that will become the answer of what? SA 560. Did you all understand what is SA 560 ka first case? Right? Now the problem comes when? Problem comes when it is the case number 2. Remember, ये वाला point हमने already पढ़ा हुआ है. You just read it out and please tell me in the case number 1 if there is anything to tell you. What are the 2 types of events I told you? Adjusting. You tell me, when do you call an event an adjusting? Let me give you one simple example to tell me now. Suppose there was one debtor called ABC debtor. Am I correct? That debtor already got, you got the news in the month of February 23 only, कि he slowly stopped making the payment to his parties. Am I correct? And finally on the 5th May, what is our date of signing the audit report as per our chart? 6th June. So 5th May ko you came across that this debtor became what? Insolvent. Is he still a debtor on 31st March? Yes. Did you have an indication of his insolvencies before the balance sheet date or not? Yes. So now it is a which event? Adjusting. What you will suggest to the management? Adjusted right now in the which statement? Financial statement. Say for example, there was no indication up to 31st March. Suddenly on 5th May, you came to know that one of the ABC debtor, who was a debtor for 50 lakh rupees, has gone what? Insolvent. Now what you will tell to the management? Adjusting or non-adjusting? Not. So bhaiya, no need to adjust it in what? Financial statement, but at least give what? Disclosure in the notes to accounts for the better understanding of whom? User. तो केस 1 में there is nothing extra you have to do as per AS4. Only difference is instead of writing the approval of financial statement by board, what is the word you have to insert before signing the which report? Audit report. Situation number 2 ध्यान से पढ़ना, इसको मैं तुम्हें एक तरीका बताऊंगा how to remember it forever. Remember, what is the situation? An event which have auditor come across when after signing the audit report, but what is the second situation? एक second, that is the main problem here. एक second. After signing the audit report, but what is the second one? Before circulation of financial statement. It means damage is done, but it can be resolved. Whenever you see this kind of situation, you have to first check the materiality of the situation. What is materiality? Significance of the situation. If you think that this matter is something which needs your attention, follow DDI. What do you have to follow? DI. What do you mean by DDI? Discuss, determine, inquire. Repeat again. Discuss, determine, inquire. Not inquire. Inquire. I hope you remember the difference. So, what is the first one? D. Discuss. क्या कौन किसके पास जाएगा? Auditor will rush to whom? Management and TCW and discuss the matter with them. I came across an event after signing my audit report. What you have to say? That is called the first word called what? Discuss. Determine. Auditor will determine ki whether it needs the revision of what? Financial statements or and revision of my audit report or not. That is called second D. So what is the first D? Discuss. Who discuss with whom? Auditor with the management. What is the second D? Determine. Who determined? Auditor. And finally I again went to whom? Management, and I inquired. What is your opinion on that? Are you going to revise or not? Are you getting the point? So tell me, what is DDI? Discuss, determine, inquire. What did I do? Discuss with the management, raise the issue, made them understand the situation. What is the second D I do? Determine whether it needs a revision or not. What is the third thing I do? Inquiry. From the management, what do you have to say on that? Are you ready to revise or not? There will be two possibilities. What are the two possibilities? Management will tell, Rohit, yes, we agree with you. We are ready to revise. And what is the second possibility? Refuse to revise. So tell me, what are the two possibilities? Ready to revise, refuse to revise. Again repeat. Ready to revise, refuse. If they are ready to revise, then the auditor will do. Ab dekho, that event I already knew or came to know later on. So bhaiya, doing the FAP is your responsibility. What is FAP? On that event, do your FAPs and collect SAAE. Did you get the point? So read. Carry out the additional FAPs to obtain the SAAE to your support your opinion on what? Such event. Now, next is what? Issue the which report? Revised audit report or the new audit report, but only when the old audit report has been what? Surrendered. That is a basic rule. Whenever you are giving the revise, why you are able to do the revised audit report? Is it yet circulated or not yet circulated? So things are still under control. So I told to the management, you are ready to revise? Yes. I did my FAPs. I collected my evidence. So I need you to surrender my which report first? Old report, and let me give you the what? New report. But suppose there is one small situation which may arise in this kind of situation. Management told you, Rohit sir, we already printed the 1 lakh copies of the audit report, so we can't waste that expenditure. So then in that case, please do one thing. Instead of giving the new audit report, do dual dating para. Which para, everyone? Existing report में एक और opinion paragraph डाल दो. Why it is called dual dating para? कि now in your report, not only one opinion paragraphs. How many are what? Two. One opinion which you gave before the event and one opinion which you are giving after the event, and reset opinion automatically invalidates the older opinion. And give that fact by including OMP. What is OMP? Others matters para. Ki don't believe the first paragraph written because that opinion is before coming across an event. This opinion is after coming across an event. But that is very rare situation because nowadays we never send the audit report physically. We all send the audit report what? Electronically. So there is no requirement of dual dating para, but that used to be the practice in our case. So tell me what you will do in case management is ready. Do your FABs. Repeat the point number 1. Do your FABs. Collect sufficient and appropriate audit evidence to support your opinion on such event. Third, issue of which report? Revised audit report, but first let the management surrender your old audit report. And if that circumstance is there where they have printed and done, then in that case go for a dual dating para and give the disclosure in OMP. What is OMP? Others matters para. But this all you will do if the management is what? Ready. So left side is over. What is on the right side? Management is ready or management refuses. अब क्या करेंगे? Are they ready? Are they ready or they are not ready? But is the audit report circulated or not yet circulated? So bhaiya, I can modify my what? Audit report. Now please tell me what you will modify. Will you do Q or D or will you do Q or A? When do you do modify? When there is an MM. What is MM? If that MM is material but not, you will qualify. If it is material as well as what? But you still have a chance to do what? Modify the report. But let's say, for example, management is saying, Rohit, dare you touch the old report? Dare you give us the modified report? We will not give you or surrender your old report. Do whatever you want to do. We will to circulate this report only. Now, please tell me, things are in control or out of the control now? What is the last option available to you? Go and take first legal advice from the legal expert and take the appropriate action. What is appropriate action? Give a public notice. Give a which notice? Public notice. Did you understand the second situation whole? What was our second situation? Please tell me now. Auditor came across an event. No, total. Auditor came across an event when? After signing, before circulating. What is the first thing I will do? Check the materiality of the situation. Then do DDI. Determine, inquire. I discuss with whom? Management. Determine whether it is revised or not. I know, yes. I went to whom? TCW. Again inquired. Are you ready? Not ready. They gave me answer ready. They gave me answer not ready. If they're ready, do FABs, collect SAAE, give the new revised audit report, but let them surrender your old audit report. And or do the dual dating paragraph and give the OMP. What if they're not ready? What if they're not ready? Then in that case, modify the report. What if they're not allowing you to modify the report? But before taking the appropriate action, do take a legal advice. This is how you handle the third situation. Sorry, second situation. Now, let's move to the third situation. What is the third situation? An event came to knowledge of an auditor when? Before circulation or after circulation? After. There is one little bit of change, but most of the concept is what? Same, like the second one. Point number one, check the materiality. If you think that it is immaterial matter, then to close the matter there itself only. But if you think that the matter deserves some attention, again do DDI. What is DDI? What way to discuss? DDI. What is the first one? Discuss with the management TCWG to make them understand its impact on what? Financial. What is D? Determine are they willing to amend or revise the financials or not. What is I? Inquire from the management are they actually going to take any action or not. What is the course of action? Again, two possibilities. Action number one, they agree. Action number two, they don't agree. Ab batao what we did in action number one, agree in the case number two. We did our FABs. Here also we will do our what? FABs. Read the point number one. Carry out the additional FABs to obtain the SAAE on its certainty and reasonableness of an event. Check on the management. How do they manage or handle the situation of informing the users not to rely upon same? What is the meaning of this point? Dekho, now the damage is already done. Reports are yet to be circulated or not yet circulated. Not only you have to do the FABs, you have to keep an DRS on the management. What is DRS? Direction, review, supervision. Ki how do they handle the situation? How they will make the users believe कि whatever the first audit report they have got, that is not required to be read. So auditor has to check that also. How do they handle this situation? And if they're able to handle the situation properly, then do this. What is this? Issue the revised and new audit report plus additionally again include a which para? अब बताओ आप OMP पैराग्राफ में अब क्या लिखोगे? What you will write right now? What is OMP, by the way? Quote the standard number. 706. How it is different from EMP? Why it is not EMP? Why it is OMP? Because is this already disclosed in financial statement? Or they are already circulated? It's a matter other than what? Disclosed in the financial statement. That's why it deserves to come in which para? OMP में simple बताओगे. Don't rely upon the old report. Rely upon the new report. And again, the problem is same. If the reports are in big number size and all, dual date. But dual dating concept, I already told you, it is not going to arise in this case, right? Situation number 2 is now little bit change. What is situation number 2? Management ready or refuses? Now what you will do? Can you modify the opinion? No. That option itself is not there. Why? Reports are already what? Circulated. What was the difference in second and third? Before circulation, this is when? After circulation. So modify is not the option. The only option is what? Take a which action? Appropriate action. But at least do warn the management not to take the misuse of the old report. Are you getting the point? And again, whenever you देखो बहुत simple सी बात है. Management is a very huge concern. You cannot go against them just like that. Take a legal advice first, because you are not expert in going against the people. So make sure that take the legal advice first, then accordingly take a which action? Appropriate action. This is what 560 says. So tell me, what are the 3 situations we came across? Before signing, after signing, before circulation, after circulation, and after circulation and before. Right. Now, question is sir, we understood how to deal with it. Are you getting the point? The whole standard told you how to deal with it. But how you came to know about it, that is the matter. Same thing I asked you in the 570 also. हमें पता है कि GC को कैसे maintain करना है. We know how to react when the GC is inappropriate. But how you will come to management is not going to tell you कि boss, this is a subsequent event. Sorry boss. Oh my god, this and that. You have to do the necessary facts to understand whether something qualifies as subsequent event or not. Sir, how we will come to know? Do one thing. Identify the management's procedure for detecting which events? Subsequent. पहले management के पास जाओ. Ask the management. Do you have some systems? Management is asking. Rohit sir, which system? I am asking. How do you specify something, an event to be called as what? Specific event. क्या आपकी management में is there any system by which you define an event as a which event? Subsequent. So it means first I'm asking politely. You tell me if you came across any kind of which event? Subsequent event. Asking the management. Giving the fair chance to them. Management is saying no. Now my own procedures will start. Point number 1. I'll start asking management a list of questions. What is my question number 1? Can you read the question number 1? Please tell me, is there any recent developments in your what? Contingencies. What do you mean? Why I'm asking this? Contingent, if the contingent liability has turned into a what? Liability. Do you have to start creating a provision? And it is a pre-event or post-event? Post-event. What is the second thing I asked? Tell me any new contracts or new commitments you have entered. What is the third question? Any acquisition or sale of asset or what? Investment. Because you might have sold some asset at what? Losses, whether you booked it or not. What is the fourth question I'm asking? Any losses or damages occurred. What is the fifth question asking? Any financial loss you have suffered or financial shocks you have gone through or not. Tell me the 5 things I asked them. What is the first thing I asked them? Please tell me, do you have any identification method of which events? Subsequent. They said no. What is the second thing I evaluated? Give me the answer for these 5 questions. Is there any development in your what? Contingency. Did you enter into major contracts and commitments? Did you suffer any loss or what? Damages. Have you gone through recent financial shocks or financial losses? And second one was what? Any acquisition, sales or assets of investment have been done or not? What is the next one? If you think that they are not opening their mouth in all these situations, then what to do in this case? Then in that case, go for the third one. What is the third one? Evaluate the minutes. What is the minutes? Minutes क्या होते हैं? 118 and 119. हाँ बताओ मेरे को क्या होता है minutes? Meaning बताओ meaning. Minutes are nothing but the proceedings and the decisions which have taken place in what? Meetings. That you should tell me. Minutes of which meetings I am interested in. Minutes of 3 types of meetings. What are the 3 types of meeting? मैंने उनको सिंपल बोला, एक काम करो, you don't speak anything, give me the minutes of your which meeting? Shareholders meeting. Giving the minutes of your TCWG and give me the minutes of your board meeting. You give me, I will evaluate whether there is any subsequent event or not. They said, sir, sorry, minutes are also not there. मैंने कहा, don't worry, do one thing, give me your latest subsequent interim financial statement. Repeat the word again. Latest subsequent interim financial statement. I am sitting in the month of August right now. I am sitting in the month of August right now. And I want to know that any subsequent event has happened or not. What would be the latest interim subsequent financial statements for me? 30th June. Did you get the point? So these are the sources from which you come to know about the which events subsequent. Tell me the 4 sources. First, we gave a fair chance to whom? Management. क्या पूछा management से? Do you have any procedure for identification of which events? They said no. मैंने कहा एक काम करो. Then give me the answer for these 5 queries. Point number 1. Any recent developments in your contingencies? Any new contracts or commitment? Any sale or purchase of assets and some investments? Financial losses or financial shocks? They said never happened. मैंने कहा एक काम करो. Give me the minutes of your TCWG meeting, shareholder meeting, and last but not the least, obtain and scrutinize their latest subsequent interim financial statement. Did you get the point? This is how you deal in standard number what? 560. समझ में आया? Now let's start. Sorry, 560. हाँ. So now let's start with the next standard. What is the next? What is the next one? Related party. ये तो आपको पता ही है. 2 times we have understood about this thing in our Carvo as well. Clause number. Where are the 3 and 13? 3 talks about what? Related party loans. And 13 talks what? देखो, always remember ना, whenever this question comes in our examination ना, हमें सबसे बड़ा impression क्या होता है? And whenever we talk about this ना, management is always reluctant to talk about their what? Related party loans and transaction. Reason being very simple. This is the most easiest and the most vulnerable area to carry out the frauds and what? Errors. सबसे ज़्यादा. अब तुम मुझे बताओ, holding को holding क्यों बोलते हैं? Why do we call a holding company a holding company? क्योंकि it has a control over what? Other company. Can it make the mouth shut of its subsidiary? And can the holding force the subsidiary to help the holding in doing some manipulative transactions or not? And it is carried out in such a manner, in such a planned and logical manner, that sometimes it will be, impracticable for the auditor to identify the same. That's why it is the most and the biggest gray area in every organization. That's why they put up what standards on that. So there are so many easy things you need to understand in this particular thing. See, even when there are no requirements for disclosures in AFRF, he shall still obtain the understanding of the which party? Related party. अपने को related party में 2 things पे focus होना चाहिए. Related party relationships, related party transactions. What are the 2 things you need to know? Related party relationships and related party transaction. First of all, please tell me what comes under related party. Do you know the definition of 188? वो तो कर ही होगा, law का paper है, group 1 में again. Tell me, what do you mean by related? Is holding subsidiary related? Okay. Is holding associate related? Is holding JV related? 2 companies having common partner, common directors. Related or unrelated? 2 companies having common KMPs? Director of my company is a partner in the firm. Is this company and that firm are related party? ये सब कुछ आपका defined है under section number 1. उसे बोलते हैं related party what? Relationships. Then if you'll move ahead a little bit in the section number 188, you will also find the related party what? Transaction. Tell me the difference between related party loan and related party transactions. Related party loan is simple. Holding giving loan to subsidiary, subsidiary taking loan from what? Holding. But what do you mean by transaction? Transaction comes in different way. It can be sale and purchase of goods and material. It can be sale and purchase of capital goods. It can be selling and purchase of property and leasing out. It can be appointing someone on the place of profit. It can be appointing your related party as a underwriting commission. Are you getting the point? So there can be so many possibilities of doing the related party transaction. So as an auditor, your focus should be on two areas. What are the two areas? Related party relationship and related party. I'll tell you relationship why. मैं तुम्हें एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल बोलता हूं and you will agree with me. Please tell me, I am a company which always looks for profit making investments. Suppose she is one company. I invested 7% in her because her share price was shooting up in the market and it gave me the 200% return. How much? My eagerness to earn more interest or not? मैंने इसमें 10% और increase कर दिया. 7 became what? 70. Next year 20% और डाल दिया. कितना बन गया? 37. Next year 30% और डाल दिया. 67. I never realized कि she became my what? Subsidiary. This actually happens in some companies. You were not making her your subsidiary, but unfortunately she became your what? Subsidiary. Who never came to know? Management. Am I correct? Parent company. And parent company did not tell it to whom? Auditor. Auditor got it out. Auditor came to the management. Arey, you didn't tell me the list of this company. This is also your subsidiary. Are you getting the point? So there are so many gray areas in the related party transaction. This actually happens. That is the reason number one why you need to know 550. Reason number two, sometimes the collusion between the holding and subsidiary is being carried out in such a planned manner, it is very difficult to obtain the evidence. तो मुझे ये बताओ, suddenly up to 11 month, your sales was 700 crores. And in the 12th month, it became 1800 crores. How it is possible? It took 11 months for you to earn 700, but it took 1 month to earn another 1100. ये थोड़ा odd सा नहीं लग रहा? That is only possible when you can do it with your which parties? Related parties. This is a gray area number 2. So that's the reason auditor has to. देखो मेरे को, I have never problem with the entities doing the related party transaction. I have a problem with the entities doing the related party transaction. Point number 1, violation of law. And point number 2, on non-arm's length price. Which price? You do both the things properly. You take the omnibus approval of audit committee, do the related party transactions and board approvals. And you do it at which price? Arm's length price. I will never disturb you relating to your what? Related party. Did you get the point? The major focus of the auditor is always on the two areas. What are the two areas? Related party transactions and related party what? Relationship. So as to have a sufficient knowledge on the FRFs and so as to conclude what? FS. Which affects the risk and identification assessment to ascertain whether the true and fair presentation is taking place. FS shall not be what? Misleading. तो हम related party के ऊपर कभी focus, we are not fault finding machine. We are only going to find out those related party transactions which are not done at which price? Arm's length price. And where you have completely done the violation of what? AS 18, and where you have done the violation of which section? 188. These are the areas which I have to look for. First one. When AFRF prescribes a certain disclosure, in addition to above, he shall obtain SAAE about the related. RPT stands for, and RPR stands for related party, to check whether it is properly identified, properly accounted, and properly what? Disclosed. Tell me the 5 disclosures you need to do as per AS 18. हमने कल पढ़ा था कारों में, परसों में. Name of the related party, nature of the relationship, amount of transaction, nature of transaction, and frequency of transaction. You give these 5 disclosures, I don't have problem. So I am basically interested in 3 areas. Did you properly identify it or not? Did you properly account it or not? Or did you properly disclose it or not? Next point. Auditor's responsibility क्या है? When no such a requirement exists in what? AFRF, even when AFRF requires in minimal or no RPT or RPR requirements, the auditor still needs to obtain an understanding of the entities, RPTs and RPS. उन्होंने बोल रहा है कि don't wait for what? AFRF. Whether AFRF tells or does not tell, your focus should be again same. What is the focus number 1? RPT. And what is the focus number 2? RPR. Either AFRF is silent or AFRF is not silent. First of all, what is AFRF? Applicable Financial Reporting Frame. Is it silent or not silent? Your focus should be on the 2 places. What is the case number 2? When the AFRF establishes accounting and disclosure requirements for the RPTs and RPRs, here the auditor has a responsibility to perform AP. What is AP? Audit procedures. Identify and assess the risk of ROMM. What is ROMM? Risk of material. In accordance with the requirement arising from the entity's failure to appropriately make disclosures and accounting of what? RPRs and RPTs. So they are saying that whether AFRF is required or not required, your focus should be always on these two areas, RPTs and RPRs. Next point. High FRF fraud. अच्छा ये बताओ मेरे को 240, how many of you remember 240? Fraud responsibilities of the auditors in relation to frauds happening in the audit of financial statements. अच्छा उसमें हमने ना कई एक चीज पढ़ी हुई है कि there are two types of frauds. One is called FFR frauds, one are called MOA frauds. Have you heard of this? FFR का full form क्या होता है? Fraudulent Financial Reporting. What is MOA? Which one involves the top level management? FRF नहीं अम्मा, FFR. FRF is the fraud risk factor. FFR is what? Fraudulent Financial Reporting. उसमें हमेशा top level management होती है. Am I correct? MOA में always what? Lower level and middle level management is involved. But you won't realize the fact that either it is a fraud done by the which management? Top level, or it is done by the their FRFs will always remain same. Please tell me the full form of FRFs. Fraud risk factor. इन दोनों के पीछे तीन ही प्रॉब्लम्स होती है. प्रॉब्लम नंबर 1 प्रेशर, प्रॉब्लम नंबर 2 अपॉर्चुनिटी, प्रॉब्लम नंबर 3 रैशनलाइजेशन. व्हाट आर द 3 प्रॉब्लम्स? प्रेशर. अच्छा मेरे को ये बताओ, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ प्रेशर टॉप लेवल मैनेजमेंट हैज टू डू द फ्रॉड? What kind of pressures lower level managements will have to do the fraud? चलो अपन CEO MD की बात करते हैं. मेरे को क्या प्रेशर है कि मेरा कॉम्पिटिटर बैठा है जियो. माई कॉम्पिटिटर इज व्हाट? जियो. जियो का लेवल इज 1 लाख करोड़ सेल्स. माई इज ओनली रीच टू 70,000 करोड़ व्हाट सेल्स. व्हाट इज द गैप? आई एम हैविंग अ कॉम्पिटिटिव प्रेशर. विच प्रेशर? कॉम्पिटिटिव. ड्यू टू विच आई हैव टू रिड्यूस माई मार्जिन सो दैट आई कैन इंक्रीज माई व्हाट? सेल्स. And under this pressure, you end up doing what? Frauds. Point number 1. This is the pressure of which level management? Top level management. What is the pressure of the lower level management? Suppose I am a finance manager, simple employee हूं. I have taken a home of 2 crore rupees. I have an EMIs, and I came to know that कि after 3 months layoffs are going to take place. What do you mean by layoffs? I'll be removed. What I would like to do before leaving 3 months? Frauds. आप समझ रहे हो? क्रिमिनल माइंड. दैट इज हिज प्रेशर कि इफ आई विल लूज माई जॉब, हाउ विल आई पे माई व्हाट? EMIs. That is his pressure. Common thing is what? FRF is common. Either you do pedda level frauds or chinna level frauds. Pressure will remain same. That is top level management pressure. This is what? Lower level. Second क्या होता है? Opportunity. Top level management's biggest opportunity is RPTs. What is RPTs? Related party transaction. It's a biggest opportunity for every top level management. Most of the companies, तुम्हें क्या लगता है? Jio and Reliance Industries Limited will not be having transactions. You will see when inside, na, you will find the thousands of crores of transactions. But it is being carried out in such a manner that you will not be able to detect the same. Why? Because they hired the chartered accountants to do it. And to catch the criminal, you have to behave like the criminal. Because they know that external auditor will come and he will come and ask this thing. So that's why as a precautionary manner, they hired a whom? A chartered accountant to help them in carrying out in a smooth manner. उसे बोलते हैं opportunity. And what is the opportunity kind of thing for the lower level management? Now suppose I'm a cashier in the company. I saw that there are 2 cameras. None of them is working. Do I know the weakness in ICS? But what is my appropriate responsibility? I shall tell it to the whom? Top level management. कि sir cameras are not working. But I did not tell since last 3 months. ऐसा काउंट करते 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 2000 का नो नीचे, 500 नीचे. While going at the home, sir, can I do the sweeping? Sweeping करते करते सारे नोट्स पॉकेट में. इसे बोलते हैं छोटा लेवल. इसे बोलते हैं MOA. What is MOA? Misappropriation of it. It is whose money? Company's money. You are misappropriating it. अब ये क्या था? ये भी opportunity है. Did you understand the difference of pressure, pressure and opportunity, opportunity? What is the third thing? Rationalization. Attitude problem. Which problem? Attitude. अच्छा देखो विजय माल्या ने क्या किया? Vijay Mallya took the 9,500 rupees worth of what? Loan. Did you think that he took it for his personal obligations? No. He wanted to pay the 3 years pending salaries of his employees. Acha, he knows that he is doing a dishonest act, but he is doing it with the chest of 46 inches. That is called rational. When you know that you are doing something wrong, but you still do not find something wrong in that. Are you getting the point? उसे बोलते हैं rationalization. You are justifying your actions even if you know that they are dishonest. उसे बोलते हैं rationalization. Am I correct? What sir? What he said? Oh, who said then? Did you get the point? So what are the 3 reasons? Pressures and opportunity is the biggest reason for top level management to do the which frauds? Related party transaction. अच्छा ये बताओ audit risk में you might have done IR into CR into DR. Have you heard of this? Full form तो पता ही होगी. Internal risk. कौन बोला internal? Internal risk नहीं होता भाई. Inherent risk into control risk into what? Deduction. And when the inherent risk and control risk merge together, it is called ROMM. Risk of material mistake, which is whose responsibility? Management. But I was failed to identify those IRs and CRs. उसे हम लोग बोलते हैं DR. What is DR? Detection है. इसलिए दोनों को जब अपन multiply करते हैं, that is called what? Audit risk. Are you getting the point or not? So IR never stands for what? Internal risk. It stands for what? Inherent. That is the biggest problem in the RPTs. The reason being very simple. We are having a short period of time as an external auditor. Am I correct? You cannot expect me to become a bloodhound. Whatever the RPTs I'll be able to see, I'll be able to detect. It's fine. But they are being done in so chronological manner and planned and logical manner that it will be possible for me to identify or impossible. Impossible नहीं बोल सकते, impracticable to identify during that short period of time. That's why my DR goes what? Higher. What is DR? Detection risk. Are you getting the point? क्योंकि you don't देखो क्या रहता है, that is what we say that everywhere there are inherent limitations of audit. Tell me what are the inherent limitations of audit? The biggest inherent limitation of the audit is sampling. Sampling itself is a very biggest inherent limitation. What do you mean by sampling? Checking all or some of them? Some frauds and errors will definitely remain what? Undetected. Second problem, we always do our audit on persuasive audits. Which audit? अब मैं गया मैनेजमेंट के पास, मैंने कहा मैनेजमेंट प्लीज गिव मी द लिस्ट ऑफ ऑल योर कंपोनेंट्स. मैनेजमेंट में ये पेद द लिस्ट दे हैव गिवन और 400 parties, but according to me it is 450 parties, but they have given me how many parties? It is complete list or incomplete list. But what to do? I don't have enough time to identify those parties. So DR will always be what? Higher. Detection risk will always be higher. Next point is, what is the definition of related party? You already know. Definition of related party is given under section number 188, that you can do it. But remember, two government companies doing the transactions with each other will not get covered under 550. Why? Because government organizations mostly do their other business with the another government organizations. They will never consider themselves as a which parties? Related. Unless it is a major or substantial part. Let's say for example, BHEL, Government Coal India Limited, government organization, ONGC, government organization. They are doing the BHEL's Coal India Limited's total turnover is 10,000 crores. Right? Now out of 10,000 crores is the 7,500 crore turnover is towards ONGC. Then in that case, under the exceptional cases, you can use 550 on them. Are you getting the point? Generally, government organizations dealings are outside the preview of what? 550. But if it is substantial in nature, what in nature? अब बताओ मेरे को 7,500 out of 10,000 is non-substantial or substantial? In such case, 550 is allowed in exceptional cases. Second, holding company and wholly owned subsidiary company. What are the two companies? And wholly owned, that is also outside the preview of 550. Because wholly owned means what? 100% held. There is no one to raise the objection. माइनॉरिटी इंटरेस्ट कब आता है? Say for example, you are my subsidiary with 65%. Now what is remaining 35%? Minority. But the wholly owned subsidiary may any minority or no minority? 100% is held by whom? Holding. So subsidiary definitely will dance on the wishes and directions of whom? Holding company. Correct hai nahi hai? So what's two parties are exempted from 550? Transactions happening between the two government organizations and between the holding and what? Okay, next one. What do you mean by related party activities? That I already told you. Related party activities may take many shapes. What are the different types of related party activities? Please tell me. You know 188. I don't know. And I did it so many years back. Please tell me the limits about 188 if you have the knowledge. Company law. 2%, 10%. Any 15? 18? अरे रिलेटेड पार्टी ट्रांजेक्शन्स क्या होती हैं? हाउ मच इज द लिमिट? यू नो दैट? क्योंकि हमारे टाइम पे लिमिट्स थे 100 करोड़ और 10% ऐसा करके. You had that? You have that limits? You have 188 in your company law? Sure, na? And then tell me. Huh? So that is paper number 4. We will see it afterward. Auditing. Don't give us the tension right now. चलो एनीथिंग. मैं तो ऐसे जनरल नॉलेज के लिए पूछ रहा था क्योंकि रिलेटेड पार्टी का ट्रांजैक्शन एंड रिलेटेड पार्टीज का मीनिंग बोथ आर द आस्केबल क्वेश्चंस इन ऑडिटिंग पेपर. तो मेक श्योर दैट एटलीस्ट सेक्शन नंबर 188 ऑफ द लॉ you should be 100% well versed before leaving for the 550 ka answer. Am I correct? So that is what I wanted to tell. Now let's see. What do you mean by RAP? RAP stands for what? Risk assessment procedure. RAP number 1 is obtain the entities RPTs and what? RPRs. Engagement team discussion shall take place in relation to SA 240 and 315. Shall inquire from whom? Management. What do you mean by engagement team? Which includes, what do you mean by engagement team? It includes what? Engagement partner, assistants, junior assistant, senior assistant, all that is a part of what? Engagement team. So make sure that you should not be the only one who is worried about the related party transaction. Make the discussions with your which team? Engagement team. So that everyone will be equally engaged in identifying the frauds and errors in the which parties? Related parties. Shall inquire from the management. Entities related parties identification process and changes it in from the which period? अच्छा बताओ लास्ट स्टैंडर्ड में when we were talking about subsequent events, what is the first source you had? Tell me the last topic we have done in subsequent event. What was the first source you did in that case? You directly asked the minutes or you did it first? What was the first point? What is the management's process of identification of which part, which events? Same thing you have to do here. Ask the entity, do you have any system of identification of which parties? Related parties. Point number 2. Nature of relationships between the entity and its what? Relative. Are you holding of that? Are you subsidiary of that? Are you associate of that? Or are you having a which venture? Joint venture. What is the third thing you have to ask the management? Whether the entity, what is the point? Whether the entity entered into any kind of what? Transaction with these parties during the period. If so, type and purpose of what? Transaction. So what are the 3 things I am asking? So please tell me, do you have any identification process? What is the second question? Please tell me, did you what is the nature of relationship with those which parties? Related parties. And please tell me 4, did you enter any kind of what? Transaction. If you entered, tell me the 2 things. What are the 2 things last minute? Type and purpose. What is the type of your transaction and what is the purpose of your transaction? Next one. An auditor shall require the management and others within the entity shall perform which he consider necessary so as to know the entity's controls on identification, accounting, disclosure of RPTs and RPRs in accordance with what? AFRF. Sit with the management, talk to their employees and talk to their officers and ask them, how do you identify it? How do you account it? And how do you disclose it? What are the 3 things we have to ask them? Identification, accounting, disclosure. Then second point, do you do it under authorizations or without authorization? Whose authorizations you need? Tell me, to do the 177, to do the 188, you need whose permission? And who is that? Audit committee. Which approval? Omnibus. Valid for what? 1 year. That is the second thing you are asking. Did you do it under the authorizations and proper approvals or not? What is the second thing? Authorizations and approvals on agreements entered outside the normal course of what? Business. Now, let's say, for example, generally, my client used to place an order to one particular creditor for the raw material. Suddenly, this year, he went beyond the process. Matlab, he placed an order to some other entity. Are you getting the point? And the price charged by that entity is also little bit what? Higher as compared to the normal creditor. Will you get any doubt? It means he's paying lower price or higher price? Higher price. Can it be a related party transaction at non-arm's length price? Yes. This is what you have to be precautionary about. So what are the three things I asked to the management? Please tell me. How do you identify? How do you account? And how do you disclose? Do you take proper authorizations and approvals? And what is the third thing I am asking? Did you do any kind of transaction which is outside your normal course of action? Next one, maintaining the alertness for the RPTs when reviewing the records and documents. During the auditor shall remain professionally skeptical. पहले तो ये बताओ, ये बहुत अच्छा point है. What do you mean by skeptical mind? Questioning mind. Is it suspicious mind or questioning mind? How it is different from suspicious mind? देखो, questioning mind means inquiry. Questioning mind is, but when you do not get your answers for inquiry, it turns into enquiry. Then your questioning mind turns into suspicious mind. Suspicious mind you should always have when you know that there is a fraud. Are you getting the point? When you start your examination with a which mind? Suspicious mind. But when you do not know there is a fraud, but you have a question about something which is general question, always be skeptical. That is called skeptical mind. The skeptical mind is never called which mind? Suspicious. Skeptical is called which mind? Questioning mind. So you always be skeptical throughout your audit while examining the RPTs and RPRs. It means be alert during the audit. What is the second point they are saying? Existence of RPTs and RPRs that management has not previously identified or what? Disclosed. Or let me, and I already gave you the meaning also. Sometimes management, literally speaking, sometimes management itself does not know that some company has become its what? Subsidiary. Just now I gave you the example. Did I invest in her for the purpose of making it a subsidiary or for earning the profits? But unfortunately, 7 became 17, 17 became 37, 37 became what? 67. I never realized that ki now I am holding how much? 67%. She is my subsidiary. So you have to be alert in these cases. So it's not that always management is wrong. Sometimes management was unable to identify someone as its what? Subsidiary. Am I correct? And sometimes, pata kya hota hai? Why sometimes there is a difference in the list of the previous year and this year? Say for example, I had 67% in this company. Normally, she is my subsidiary. Am I correct or not? But this year, I sold 30% out of it. अब बताओ क्या हो गया? ध्यान से आंसर देना मेरे को. Is it still my subsidiary or it became my associate now? Associate. Next year again I sold 20% more. Now it is neither my subsidiary. You have to check each and everything. So don't raise the fingers on the management saying that why there is a difference, there is a difference. See the reasonableness behind the transaction. Are they doing it intentionally or what? Unintentionally. Next point. Indicators of related parties. Auditor shall inspect the following for the indicators of related party. What is the point number 1? Bank, legal, third party confirmations obtained as a part of what? Audit procedure. It means 505 is going to help you out in this case. What is 505? If you think that some party is the related party, don't hesitate before sending them the PCRs and NCRs. Positive confirmation and negative. What is the second thing? Minutes of their which meeting? Shareholders, board meeting and T0. Because minutes say you will come to know that which tender they have passed and why they have passed. Whereas what were the information in the other tenders? If you think that the tender passed is ingenuine, it means kuch to gadbad hai. ACP Pradyuman. Then skeptical mind will knock your door. Arey yaar, kuch to problem hai. This is called skeptical mind. What is the third thing? Such other records which auditor thinks what? necessary. So what are the two sources you have to basically to check whether there is a related party transaction or not? Tell me the two sources. First one is what? Bank's legal third party confirmations obtained as a part of audit procedure, and second one is what? Minutes of shareholders and board meeting and TCWG. Next one, transaction which are outside the normal course of business. The moment you see some transaction company has done outside the course of normal course of business, what you need to do? If an auditor identifies significant transaction outside the entity's normal course of business, he shall ensure the first thing. What is the first thing? Nature of transaction and whether related parties could be. अच्छा सी ऊपर लिखा हुआ है. Whether related parties could be what? Involved. And next one, starting period, sharing related party information with the which team? Engagement. Only as an engagement partner, you should know everything about related party, or your whole team should know. So make sure that whatever you identify, whatever they identify, you should have a habit of sharing the things with each other. So shall share the information obtained with his engagement team members to maintain the alertness and efficiency throughout the audit. Response to ROMM associated with RPTs and RPS. Suppose finally you found there are RPTs and RPS, what you are going to do? Read the point number 1. Identification of what? Previously unidentified, undisclosed RTPs, significant RPTs and transaction. In such case, auditor shall determine whether the underlying circumstances confirm the existence of these transaction and relationships or not. मेरा एक simple सा question है, ध्यान से answer देना. This is how the question will come in the examination. Try to answer it. You went to the management. You asked the management, give me the list of all your components, all your related parties, all your related party transactions. They gave you a big list. Will you take it a complete list, or you will follow some FAPs? You asked, they provided. Will you take it as a complete list, or you should do some FAPs? If we have FAPs, then what FAPs you will do? क्या करोगे? Sir, further audit procedures करेंगे. That is full form of FAPs. But what you will do in the FAPs? How you will turn a incomplete list into a complete? How you will identify the list given by the management is complete? Yes. Point number 1. You will obtain the which register? Investment register. And in the investment register, you will find the shareholding pattern. You will come to know that whether they have disclosed this as a related party or not. Okay. Source number 1. Source number 2. Would you like to see your prior period documentations? If the last year you were the auditor, would you like to, do you have preservation of those documents in your office? Go and obtain the which period documentation? Prior period. Show you, see your old working papers. You will get to know cross verification. What is the third? First one is investment register. Second, then ask them the statutory registers maintained by them. That is called related party loan register and interested party register. Section number 184 and 189. What is 184, 189? Those statutory register होते हैं which they have to maintain. Related party loans and interested parties का register. Okay. Third. Fourth, obtain the joint agreement papers which they have entered into, and all the contracts and commitments which they have recently entered in the last 3 years. And you will come to know that is this a case of joint venture or not. From there also you may come out sometimes the new parties which they have not told to you. What is the fifth method? Take WRL. What is WRL? From whom? Management and TCW. Okay, whatever the list they are giving is true and correct. Because later on they should not raise the finger on you. Did you get that one? This is called your FAPs. अब पता चला what are the FAPs you have to do? देखो, remember whenever we are talking about the FAPs, FAPs means you need to do something. P stands for what? Procedure. क्या करना है उस केस में? That is what you mean by FAPs. Are you getting the point? What you need to do something. और FAPs के अंदर क्या क्या आता है? TOC, SP. What is SP? Substantive. Under the substantive what comes? TOD. Testing of details. And SAP. Substantive analytical procedure. TOD के अंदर क्या आता है? TOT, TOB. It means nobody else will do. You only have to do. That is why it is known as FAPs. Further audit procedures. Did you get the point? So whenever you become skeptical in such cases, Simply go to the management, obtain 5 things. Again repeating. Point number 1, investment register. Shareholding pattern पता चल जाएगा. Point number 2, 184, 189 statutory register. Point number 3, arrangement papers. Point number 4, prior period audit working papers. And last but not the least, obtain what? WRL. As per SA 580. This is how you deal with the which parties? Related parties. Is it clear everyone? अब बताओ कितने स्टैंडर्ड हो गए 500 सीरीज के? 550, 560, 570, 580. बचे कितने? 7. कितने? 500, 501, 501. अब मैं तुम्हें एक छोटे छोटे स्टैंडर्ड करवाता हूं. पहले व्हाट आर द छोटे छोटे स्टैंडर्ड? 501 एंड 505. पहले तो ये बताओ 501 क्या है? बताओ. नेम. Audit evidence, which consideration? What are the 3 special areas which are concerned in that? Inventory, litigation and claims, segment information. Can you please tell me how you will obtain the sufficient and appropriate audit evidence relating to inventory? I'll give you 4 situations. You have to give me the 4 facts. Is it fine? I'll give you 4 situations. देखो एग्जाम के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से चलेंगे, वो सीक्वेंस में जाएंगे तो थोड़ा टाइम लगता है. मैं तुम्हें 4 सिचुएशन देता हूं. You give me the 4 answer. What will be the first appropriate method you would like to have? Suppose you want to do the inventory valuation. पहले तो ये बताओ, what are the things you will do when you're doing the audit of inventory? Will you check EOV, existence, ownership, valuation? Efficiency नहीं. EOV stands for existence, ownership, valuation. After that, you will check the internal control system. Which system? Internal. You will check the stage of inventory. What you will check? What? Stage. What do you mean by stage of inventory? RM है, raw material है, WIP है, या finished goods. Tell me the 5 things you will check. EOVIS. What is EOVIS? Existence, ownership, valuation, internal control system, and stage of completion. Did you get the point? These are the things you check in inventory. Point number 2, please tell me, what is the best method if I have to give you the 2 choices? Inventory valuation mein. Is it the physical inspection and observation? Given a chance, you are an auditor. I'm giving you 2 options. You have the 2 options. You can either go to my godown and do the physical inspection, or second, you can go to my godown, observe my internal control system who are doing physical inspection. What is the best method? Physical inspection by own or observing my ICS? Physical inspection on your own. Are you getting the point? Choice number 1. Let's say for example, अब मैं तुम्हें एक क्वेश्चन देता हूं कि there is one inventory and that is uncountable and unverifiable in nature. What in nature? अब जैसे say for example, you are the auditor of Tata Steels. और टाटा स्टील्स के गोडाउन में है 80,000 मेट्रिक टन्स ऑफ स्टील. अब यू विल पुट योर हैंड बिलो द स्टील एंड इज इट जेसीबी? अब हाथ डालोगे स्टील के नहीं? आई थिंक 80 ऐसा करोगे? अब बताओ, फिजिकल इंस्पेक्शन पॉसिबल और नॉट पॉसिबल? नॉट. अब क्या करोगे? ऑब्जर्वेशन. एक्चुअली. ओ हेलो, सस्ते नशे. No, actually. ना. This is also ना. Actually invent. हाँ. Listening. Why actually? From which angle it has come? To determine the quality. Taste कर लो. Drugs है. Tablet है. Dolo है. Fight and take it and see whether it is actually comes in the areas like retirement benefits. Where does it come? Retirement, ESI, gratuity, bonus, PF. उस केस में who comes? Actually. So point number 1, please tell me, in this case, Tata Steels के केस में, jokes apart, what you will do? You will do the, instead of physical inspection, you would like to go for observation. Acha, observation means what? According to your opinion. What do you mean? Going to the godown? Good. ACs are working. Oh, steel is a shining. That is called observation. What do you mean by observation? Observing their method of physical counting. Are you getting the point? It means you will not be able to do the physical counting. Of course, you don't have your own GCB. But do they have their JCBs? They will be doing the physical counting. Ask them the date of counting. On that day, be physically present and observe their method of what? Counting. That is called method number 2, called what? Observation. दोनों सिचुएशन समझ में आए? सिचुएशन नंबर 3, व्हाट इफ, अच्छा पहले मेरे को ये बताओ, इन्वेंट्री वैल्यूएशन का डेट क्या है? व्हाट इज द डेट ऑफ इन्वेंट्री वैल्यूएशन? 31 मार्च. डू वी डू द बैलेंस शीट डेट और नॉट? 2020 को 31 मार्च को क्या हुआ था? तेरे को कोरोना हुआ होगा, हम तो लॉकडाउन में थे. We were in lockdown. Am I correct or not? At that point of time, physical inspection, physical observation, anything was possible? This is called situation number 3. What you will do in this kind of situations? Huh? Arey, for video conferences, someone should be present at the godown, na? What do you think that he is away from corona? Corona will not hit him. Okay, you go, huh? You godown keeper, you go. No problem. Or the police has allowed that storekeeper to go to the godown. Everyone was under the lockdown, not the particular people. Whole India was under what? Lockdown. Am I correct or not? So at that point of time, how the chartered accountant must have dealt with that situation? क्योंकि बैलेंस शीट डेट पे every CA of India was logged in their houses. अब बताओ, अब ये ऐसा क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में आएगा, and that is what I am trying to tell you कि how practical questions will come in the examination. Purpose is to get you ready for standards answer, not to put standards in your head. Standards you have already learned. Application is more important. Please tell me how you will deal with this situation. In that case, you will choose any alternate date. You will choose a which date? Alternate. You will do reverse accounting. Which accounting? All the sales should be added back. All the purchases should be reduced. Am I correct or not? And see that ki during that, say for example, 6th June ko lockdown lifted. So I chose the 6th June as a what? Alternate date. 31st March to 6th June ke andar, so many purchase sales might have happened. Do the reverse. Make sure that their sales and purchases are properly treated, properly accounted, properly disclosed. And you will come, jaise BRS we do. What is BRS? So we are coming back in the reverse manner and doing the reconciliation. That is the method number 3. So physical inspection, observation, and choosing the alternate day. My question number 3. Suppose inventory is lying outside the city of your client. Say for example, you are from Hyderabad, inventory is in Vizag. Or inventory is in Odisha, some remote areas where factory go down is there. And floods have come. Natural calamities have come. Now what you will do in this case? अब क्या करो? In this case, what will be your option? In this case, life-threatening situation has come. Or let's say, for example, your godown is in Naxal area. Would you like to go there and do investment? No, I am the auditor, integrity, objective. I will definitely go. Huh? You will go, but not come back. So would you like to put your life in danger to go to that area and do the inventory valuation? In such case, what you will do? In such case, third party, huh? You are not ready to go. Third party what? Suppose it is a flood situation. He will go and swim over there. I'll come. What? See, life-threatening situation ke under, you will do what? You will do simple 2 steps. Step number 1. Try to obtain the stock register copy and reconcile it with what? Books of accounts. And step number 3. If that is not possible, at least take WRL. I told you now, what is always the last option? Never ever say that I will not be able to handle the situation. When you are unable to handle any situation, God is always great. He has always given you 580. What is 580? WRL. Did you understand the situation number 4? Situation number 5. Inventory is lying in third party godown. Ab batao, how you will handle this? 1. Physical. 2nd, observation. 3rd, impracticably possible, that pending wala situation. 4, life threatening. 4 things I told you. How you will deal it in 5th situation? Inventory is not in your own client's godown. He has taken someone's godown on rent, third party godown. It is lying over there. Point number 1. First of all, let me ask you the question. Point number 1. Would you like to take the permission and visit the third party godown, or you will directly have an access to the third party godown? Always remember, whenever you are doing anything relating to external party, always take the prior permission of your client. client permitted you. Now what you will do? Nahin. First of all, you would like to do the physical inspection on your own. If not possible, get it done by another qualified practitioner. And that is also not possible. Then last में TPCL, third party confirmation letter. Is it clear? अब समझ में आए? Area number 1 in 501. What was that? Inventory. So what to do inventory I started with. And these are the 5 situations on the basis of which question can be drafted. Let's come to the second area. What is the second area? Litigations and claims. How you will manage to obtain SAAE in case of litigations and claims. Point number 1. Simple sa question hai. Whenever litigation and claims comes, always claim their legal expense account. Which account? And take it for the last 4 to 5 years. Do the trend analysis on that. Which analysis? So matlab 501 mein I am adding 520. What is 520? Analytical procedure. Take the results of the last 4 years and see their legal expense account. Ab dhyan se suno observation. What if their legal expense account is on higher side every year? Are they winning the cases or losing the cases? Every year legal expense account is increasing year by year. What does that indicate? Why company would like to spend more on the legal expenses when they are easily winning the cases or when they are unable to defend their cases? It means they are on the losing side. Which side? Losing. This is called analytical procedures. 520. Okay. What is on the lower side? It means they are on the winning side. That is called procedure number 1. Obtain the which account? Legal expense account. Suppose I am a company, I am saying, you ask me, sir, give me your legal expense account. I said that, sorry boss, we don't maintain it. Ab kya karoge? I am to telling you the life situations I am telling you. This is what the client says. Sir, legal expense account? We never heard of it. We don't make it. Now what you will do? What is the second option? Alternate is over. Or you have multiple alternatives. So generate as a chartered accountant, use your professional judgment and let me know. What you will do if you ask me legal expense account and I said no. Can this be a question? So kya karoge? How you will answer? Sorry, we don't know. So what you will write? In case the legal expense account is not available, obtain minutes of the meetings took place between the management and their legal expert panel. Which expert panel? I'm not interested in shareholders minutes, TCWG minutes and board minutes. I'm interested into which meetings minutes? Management held with legal expert. Uske minutes le lo. At least you will get an observation by evaluating the minutes. Are they on the winning side or losing side? Point number 2. Now they are saying, sir, we don't make minutes also. Ab batao. Alternative number 1 gone. Alternative number 2 gone. What is your alternative number 3? Nahi. WRL last mein. WRL should never be your middle option or first option. It should always be your last resort. When nothing is working out, try to generate what I'm saying. Directly talk to whom? Management and TCWG to ask you the situation. And if they do not open their mouth, ask them or ask their permission to communicate directly with their which expert? Legal expert. Did you get the point? That is alternative number 3. Sir, legal expert panel. Ab suno, funny part. You went to the legal expert panel's office. Maine kaha, knock, knock. Who is this? I'm auditor. He said, come. Now here LLB, that legal expert panel is sitting here. You are sitting. You said that, sir, as you know, you are a professional. I am also professional. We have a common client. I'm here to collect some information. Can you please tell me what is the position of the pending litigations and claims of my client? Unhone bola, Rohit C. I came to know that you teach auditing. Maine kaha, yes. Do you know SA 200? Maine kaha, yes. Do you know ethical principle number 2? Maine kaha, yes. Maine kaha, confidentiality. He said, you maintain yours, I'll maintain mine. Turn around po. Correct, na? Are, he is also professional, na? So he also has to maintain confidentiality. Do you think that he will tell me everything? No. So option number 4 also gone. Now what to do? Nahi. Abhi hire your own expert. Ab samajh mein aa raha hai? Hire your own expert. SA 620. What is the name of that expert? Auditor's expert. Abhi मैं किससे बात कर रहा था? Management's expert. Now I am hiring what? Auditor's expert by making the use of SA 620. This is called generating alternatives. This is called practicals. I never believed in making the student understand the auditing in a bookish way. Do it in practical way. क्योंकि question comes what? Question they will never ask you, tell me the four alternatives of collecting the SAAE in case of litigation and claim. Lollipop question they will not ask. They will give you the lifetime situation and you have to deal with that. So tell me, what was first one? Legal. Second, minutes, not available. Third, communicated. Fourth, talk to their legal expert panel. Fifth one is what? Suppose you are not able to find the eligible candidate who can let you know what is the possibility of winning and losing the cases. Our fifth alternative is also gone. Now by my hands are raised. Go to the management, ask what? WR. That is your first option or last option? Last option. This is how you deal with the litigations and claims. 100%? Understood? Let's move to the third area. What is the third area? Segment information. How many of you remember AS 17? Segment reporting. What is AS 17? That will help you here. Try to understand it one very carefully thing. Please tell me, what do you mean by geographical segment and what do you mean by business segments? Difference between the two. Area wise is known as geographical segments. Business wise is known as business segments. Let's say for example, Reliance Fresh, Reliance Jio, Reliance Digital, Reliance Industries Limited, Reliance Infra. There are huge group of companies. I am the auditor of the parent company as well as CFS auditor. What is CFS? Consolidate. अब मेरे को ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा, Reliance has 441 subsidiaries, including associates and what? JVs. What to be reported, what not to be reported, where to collect the evidence, where not to collect the evidence. That is a dilemma situation. Whom should I ignore? Whom should I know? Because you know that time is what? Unlimited or limited? Expression of opinion you have to do. So you have to make a choice which segments to be selected, which segment not to be selected. Now here there is a one cutoff rule. Any segment, repeat after me, contributing 10% or more. How much? In 6 areas. In how many areas? 6 areas. Group turnover, group expenditure, group assets, group liabilities, group controls, and group profits or losses. What are the 6 areas test you have to do? Group turnover, group profits and loss, groups expenditures, group control, group assets, group liability. Any segment contributing 10% or more in any of these 6 areas will be reportable. Remaining are what? Non-reportable. This is a simple solution. Now the question arises, sir, what if the one segment does not qualify one test but got qualified in what? Another test, reportable. Any of the 6 tests में, if any of the test, let's say for example हमने Reliance Jio का test किया, group turnover is 5 lakh crores. How many lakh crores? Reliance is contributing 20,000 crores. अब बताओ, is it 10% or more or less than 10%? So turnover test is failed, but it passed the test of group control. It passed the test of what? Group control. Is it reportable? Yes. Any of the test you passed, you are what? Reportable. Remaining is what? Non-reportable. Is it clear, everyone? So what are the 3 areas we did? Inventory, litigation and claim, segment information. Is it clear to all of you? 100% sorted. So we are done with 501. What is 505? You tell. What is external confirmation? Taking the confirmations from where? Outside. Okay, let me ask you a very simple question. How do you select the parties in the external confirmation? Randomly? No. There is a technique, there is a FAP to do that. What is FAP? Further audit procedure. Remember, first of all, 5 steps you always should follow whenever practically you are doing this standard. This standard is first of all not useful for small size entities. It is useful when you are doing the audit of what? Large size entities, and they have more exposure of the external parties in the external transactions. Point number 1. Always tell your client to send you the list of all the parties. What is the step number 1? Send. Let's imagine हम लोग Reliance के debtors and creditors की बात कर रहे हैं. अब मैं तुम्हें practically बताता हूँ how it does happen. मैंने Reliance के client MD को बोला, मैंने कहा sir please send me the list of all the debtors and creditors. He sent me 70,000 debtors list and 70,000 what? Credit. Almost 1,50,000 parties का ledgers he sent me. Okay sir, this is it. My Atma on the spot met with whom? Paramatma. By looking at 1,50,000 party. Obviously, time is available or limited. अब क्या करें? 505 will help you out. I will do filtration. I will do what? Filtration. Whom we call sampling. How will I do the sampling? On the three factors. How many factors? Three. Materiality, volume, relation. What are the three factors? Materiality, volume, relation. Now listen to the example number 1 and give me the answer which party I should select to call PCR or NCR. Should I give you the example? Okay, there is party X, there is party Y. Both are the debtors of my client. As on 31, both are showing 40 crores balance. How many balance? So far, both the parties are looking same. You can't say what is material, what is immaterial. But when I went inside the ledger, I came to know that with the party X, my client has done 80 transactions in a year. How many transactions? And with the client Y, my client has done only one transaction in a year. How many transactions? One. Which one is regular? Which one is irregular? 80 is the regular debtor. And Y is a what? Irregular. Only one transaction. Chances of bad debts are high where? Regular or regular? So what should I verify? X who is showing 40 crores of balance or Y who is showing 40 crores of balance? Y. So how did you choose? Materiality test. Which test? Material. Significant कौन सी लग रही है दोनों में से? Out of these two, which one is looking more significant to you? X or Y? Y. Leave X, choose Y. Did you get the point? That is called materiality test. Which test? Materiality. Regularity. Am I correct or not? Second point. Second example. Please tell me. There is one party X and there is one party Y. When my client is selling the goods to X, it is selling at 750 rupees per kg. Same thing when it is selling it to what? Y, 450 rupees per kg. Market price is 750 rupees per kg. To whom my client is favoring? X or Y? So it means it is related or non-related? I already told you, I'm interested in ALP. What is ALP? Where it is happening at arm's length price, 750. Here he is giving a favor of how much discount? 300 per kg. But then the mind got ticked out saying that this might be a which party? Related party. That is called relationship test. Which test? Filtered. Am I correct? Some are filtered away and some got selected. Third test. Third test is known as volume test. Which test? Volume of transaction. X, Y. Here when I saw the invoices were 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh, 4 lakh. Here when I saw the invoices, 150 crores, 200 crores, 300 crores. Volume wise, which one is looking bigger? First one or second one? Leave the first one, select the second one. This is called filtration process. Which process? Tell me the three examples I told you. How I selected the parties? Materiality wise, relationship wise, volume wise. अब बताओ 1,50,000 parties को I reduced it to 6 to 700 parties. Am I correct or not? Now tell me, did I do the filter or not? Yes. अब मैं क्या करूँगा? This parties I will take it to my client and I will say that these are the people whom I want to send what? PCR or NCR. Am I taking prior permission of my client? Yes. Client gave the what? Permission. I sent PCR and NCR according to the population size. If you can afford, you can send PCR. If you can't, then send what? NCR. Imagine 700 parties. I can manage the reply from everyone. I will send what? PCR. But 700 is also too big for me. I may go for what? NCR. And on the basis of Romum and everything. So I send NCR and PCR. Now please tell me these NCRs and PCRs reply should come to me via management or directly to the auditor. This is called external confirmation process. अब समझ में आया? So what was step number 1? Obtain the full list. Step number 2, filtration. 3 filters: materiality filter, relationship filter, volume filter. Filtered it. Then I went to take this permission from whom? Client. Sent what? PCR, NCR. Got what? Replies. Did you get the point? Now the major question arises, ki sir, what if the client does not permit you? What you will do in this case? Again, client is said, sorry boss, I won't allow you to disturb my external parties. And in that case, what is your course of action? What is the FAPS you will do? Ask for the reasons and check the refusal's impact on FS. Did you understand what I said? Check the what? Refusals impact on FS. If the ROMUM is getting higher, take the evidence in what? Writing. Try to do additional FAPs. What is additional FAPs? Additional further audit procedure. Alternative. Try to obtain the evidence on your own. But if that is also a failure, point number 4, then raise the issue to whom? TCWG. And if the TCWG also disagrees with the same, sorry boss, what management said, we can't help you now. Now tell me, unmodify or modify the opinion? Choice, qualified adverse disclaimer. You got the evidence or you did not get the evidence? It means things are clear. One is already out. Adverse is already out. Bacha kya? Qualified and disclaimer. Check its materiality and pervasiveness. Material and pervasive? Disclaimer. Material but not pervasive? Qualified. Simple. ये होता है 505. अब क्वेश्चन अराइज होता है कि 505 का प्रोसेस में what are the wraps and faps you do? That is the one question they may ask you. They may ask you, how do you deal with this situation? The situation I told you, always filter the parties on 3 matters. What are the 3 matters? Materiality, relationship and volume wise. And third question they may ask you on the basis, what if the management refuses? You asked but they what? Refuse. This is 501 and 505. Clear? Sorted? 100%? Now 500 is all about the meaning of ये जो हम heavy words use कर रहे हैं, substantive, what do you say, wraps, faps. 500 is all about that. वो अपन last में करेंगे to make you understand where to use it and where not to use it. Now अब बताओ और कौन सा कर रहा है बीच में? सारे स्टैंडर्ड करने हैं 500 के, तो बताओ 520 या 530 या 5 यही 3 बचे हैं मेन. अच्छा 510 भी कर लेते, चिल्लर सा सेक्शन है वो, तो सॉरी स्टैंडर्ड है. व्हाट इज 510? इनिशियल ऑडिट एंगेजमेंट विच बैलेंस? ओपनिंग बैलेंस. देखो यहाँ पे ना इनिशियल ऑडिट एंगेजमेंट ओपनिंग बैलेंस में देयर आर ओनली 2 प्रॉब्लम्स. व्हाट आर द 2 प्रॉब्लम्स इन दैट? Problem number 1, there might be MM in which balance? Opening balance. To ensure that it is free from MM, I have to do 2 things. What are the 2 things? Whether it is properly carried forward from closing balance to the opening balance properly or not. Second thing, the accounting policies which are in the opening balances were consistently followed in the which year? Previous year. And if they changed, it should have been properly treated, accounted and disclosed. These are the major 2 concerns I have in 510. Is it there, Amma? Correct? Both the 2 situations are there. Now tell me how you will deal with this situation. How you will ensure that कि yes, opening balances are genuine or not. अच्छा, अगर आपको हमेशा 510 करना ना, try to connect it with 710. 710 the third area. Do you remember 710 में I told you 3 situations? Previous year auditor gave a which report? Modified. Previous year auditor gave a which report? Unmodified. Don't do these 2. So the third one. Last year audit happened or did not happen? Did not happen. What did you do in that case? You added OMP. You added what? OMP. In the OMP, what is the first disclosure you made? Last year audit has not happened. But what did you do the second disclosure? At least I obtained SAAE on which balance? By which I can say that at least they are free from material misstatement. Because you are not supposed to do the 2-year audit. You only have to do current year. Same situation comes here. There are 3 wraps and there are 4 faps you have to do. 3 wraps and 4 faps. Simply go to the management and TCWG. Simply ask them one thing. Did you properly carry forward the last year provisions with what? Last year ka closing balances appropriately to the current year what? Opening balances. Question number 1. Question number 2. Was there any prior period adjustment you have done? What is the question number 2? Was there any prior period adjustment you have done? What is the point number 3? Are the accounting policies which were maintained in the which year? Last year has been consistently followed in the which year? Current year. And if no, tell me the changes and show me whether those changes are properly treated, accounted and disclosed. These are the 3 wraps you have to do. Tell me again, what are the 3 wraps? properly carried forward from the last year to current year. Second, was there any prior period adjustment? Third, was the accounting policies consistently followed or not? Whatever you wanted to give a fair chance to the management, you have already given. Now it's time for you to do your FAPS. What is FAPS? पहले हमने क्या किया? रैप्स, ताकि अपने को रोमम लेवल पता चल जाए, और अभी अपन क्या करेंगे? फैप्स टू रिड्यूस दैट रोमम लेवल टू द विच लेवल? लोएस्ट एक्सेप्टेबल. अब मैं करूंगा टीओडी. व्हाट इज टीओडी? मैंने कहा डू वन थिंग, गिव मी द ऑडिट रिपोर्ट एंड द ऑडिटेड फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट ऑफ द विच ईयर? लास्ट ईयर. Of the which year? Previous year. Now I will check whether it is properly carried forward from the last year to which year? Current year. I may come across two situations. The last year auditor has given modified report. याद है वो वाले first two cases now? What were the first two cases? He has given the modified report, but his modifications are completed or unresolved. Still present in which year? Current year. Situation number 2. Affecting, not affecting. Which current statement? Current year finance. If it is affecting, what you will do? Modify the report. And what you will write in basis para? कि भैया I am modifying why? Because his modifications are still unresolved and it is affecting my which year financial statement? Current. And what is the reason for the second one if it is not modifying? Because it is affecting the comparability. He can also give the right answer. Don't look at him like this, as if you are the only one who is giving the right answer. He's looking, acha, you? What is this? He's looking at you like that only. Acha, ye bhi, huh? Now he will clear the CA before me. होता है फाइनल में थोड़ा इनसिक्योरिटी होती है. ओके, लेट्स कम. कहां पे थे अपन? हाँ, सेकंड केस क्या था कि प्रीवियस ईयर ऑडिटर गिव द विच ओपिनियन? अनमॉडिफाइड. बट यू कैन हैव एन एविडेंस दैट ही शुड हैव गिवन मॉडिफाइड. अब क्या करोगे? अगेन यू विल मॉडिफाई, बट मॉडिफाई में व्हाट यू कांट गिव? डिस्क्लेमर, बिकॉज यू हैव व्हाट? एविडेंस. Am I correct? And along with that, you will add one paragraph called OMP 706. What are the three things you will write in OMP? Predecessor auditor was different, not me, boss. Second thing, he has given this opinion, and this is the date of his audit opinion. Simple. And third situation, you already know. If the last year audit has not happened, what will happen? Simply insert the OMP paragraph. Write that last year audit has not happened. Second thing, at least I was good enough to obtain SAAE on the which balance? Opening balances, which are free from what? Material mistake. Correct? And in case you find any MM, do not still modify. Do one thing, raise the issue with whom? TCWG. As per 260, communicate with TCWG, and as per 450, evaluate the level of MM. What is 450? Evaluation of misstatement. Now comes the reporting stage. I evaluated the MM. M but not P. I have an evidence. Please tell me. I have an evidence about that MM. It was M but not P. The impact on my financial statement was material but not pervasive. Qualified. Impact was material as well as pervasive. Adverse. Now I don't have an evidence. I asked them, they did not give me the evidence. So effect or possible effect? Possible effect could be material but could not be pervasive. What should I give? Qualified. Could be material and could be what? Pervasive. I'll give what? Ab samajh mein aaya what is the word could be being used? Because what you don't have in your pocket? Evidence. Is it clear, everyone? This is what brings an end to your essay. 510 talks about initial audit engagement. Which balance? Opening balance. अरे सर standards, I'm telling you ना, standards में catching the nerve is important and catching the suitable words is important. क्योंकि imagine करके देखो, you are doing big standard, question will come this much. From single line the question will come. You just have to satisfy the examiner with a good set of words. Are you getting the point? He's looking the word pervasive. Show him na. He's looking the word MM. Show him na. Instead of writing fraud and error, why can't you use the word called material misstatement? Am I correct? So show him the level of your, final stage. And yes, you can also retain these technical words and all. Then make the good appropriate answer. He will definitely get impressed. But before that, you should know what to write over and above. Main thing is you should know what to write. A question is coming from which area? Is the question all based on RAP? Is it on based on FAP? Is it a reporting question? Is it objective question? Is it scope question? Every standard में यही 5 चीजें होती हैं. पहला start होता है standard with objective. Every standard second thing comes what? Scope. कि auditor what can do, what can't do. Third thing is what? RAPs. Fourth thing is what? FAPs. Fifth is reporting. Every standard is having the proper standard like this only. Did you get the point? So what are the standards we are done with? 501, 505, 510, 50, 60, 70, 80. अब बताओ कौन से करना नेक्स्ट? बताओ बताओ चलो. एक मस्त स्टैंडर्ड करवाता हूँ 530. Highly asked standard. Must question in the examination. Relating to what? 530. Sampling. Shall we do? पहले तुम बताओ what do you mean by sampling? बताओ बताओ बताओ. Sampling means what? Application of your audit procedures on less than 100% of the transaction itself means what? Sampling. चलो मैं एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ. There were 2 lakh sales invoices. I verified 1,99,999. Not a sampling. Wrong. It is also a what? Sampling. Anything less than 100% examination is known as what? Sampling. Are you getting the point? So sampling के लिए criteria is not 10%, 20%. Anything less than what? 100% is what? Sampling. Did I leave one invoice? There might be a possibility of fraud and error in that invoice or not. Yes, that is what sampling. But major things in the 530 what you have to learn is sampling risk and non-sampling risk and relationship between the sample size and the various factors. That अपन जल्दी जल्दी पढ़ेंगे और each and everything में I will tell you the logic where you will tell me to stop. ठीक है 520 ये है analytical and maybe I don't know we have or not. Yes 530. What is the name of 530 everyone? जल्दी से पढ़ो. Meaning क्या है? Application of what? Audit procedures on less than 100% of the items of the population to get an evidence based on which conclusions can be drawn. That is called audit sampling. So anything less than what? 100% known as audit sampling. Objective is to draw the reasonable assurance because sampling में you can't give what? Absolute assurance. Generally also we don't give absolute. That's the reason what is the word used what? Reasonable. The moment you will start understanding now what is the intention of the lawmaker before using these words, you will start falling in love with the standards. मतलब तुम्हें समझ में आ जाएगा कि lawmaker बोल क्या रहा है. The objective is to give the which assurance? Reasonable assurance. What are the 2 types of approaches of audit sampling? Statistical and non. पहले मुझे एक बात clear कर देता हूँ. Statistical is the most popular. Which one is more popular and practical? Statistical means you are using a scientific approach, mathematical formulas, statistics in that. Are you getting the point? And without any biasness. What are the 3 things you are doing? It is which approach? Scientific approach. Making the use of which techniques? Mathematics techniques. And most what? Unbiased. Whereas non-statistical technique is that technique where we use our expertise, knowledge and judgments. And these are the 3 things which makes you biased. Sometimes क्या होता है when you grow older ना, I have seen with my seniors who are my partners, Mr. X, I won't take his name. So he has so many of disagreements with me when we select a sample size. He said that Rohit, now you will tell me what to do, what not to do. मैंने कहा sir, you are senior, I am nobody to tell you what to do, what not to do. But according to my judgment, instead of going for a non-statistical one, you should better go for what? Statistical. उन्होंने बोला no, I have an expertise. Your expertise always makes you biased. Always remember. What makes you biased? Expertise, knowledge and judgment. Are you getting it? You think that you have done a lot, so your answer is always correct. You can never select a sample size based on your judgment. Always make the use of scientific approach. मैं तुम्हें अभी on the spot practical example बताता हूँ. ध्यान से सुनना. There are 100 items. How many you would like to verify out of it? तू तो बाहर हो जा. स्टैंडर्ड का नाम ही सैम्पलिंग है या एग्जॉस्टिव सैम्पलिंग? बताओ. 100 आउट ऑफ 100. ऑर्थोडॉक्स अप्रोच. बताओ 100 में 20 तो 20% सैंपल साइज अपन ले लिया. कैन यू डू द 20% स्टिल इन 1000? अब बताओ 1000 पे 20% लगाए तो 200 हो गया. एम आई करेक्ट? कैन यू डू इट इन 1 CR? अब मेरे को ये बताओ was your sample remained same with the size of population? Or it will increase, but will it increase in proportion to increase in population? No. Always remember that. This is called scientific approach. You cannot say that no, by my rate is 5%. I will do every time 5%. You can't say that. 5% on 100 is one thing. 5% on 1 CR is what? 5 lakh. Can you verify 5 lakh sale transactions? अब जैसे Amazon है 1.32 billion sales in a year. 1.32 billion sales in a year. Can you define or can you examine these many sales invoice? Possible or out of the box? So it means what? Scientific approach. Are you getting now? Mathematical formula. So, and sampling is that kind of technique which shifts from person to person based upon their which judgment? Professional judgment. Like we just laughed at him saying that 100%, but actually he's right to an extent. He wants to do, let him do 100%. But my question is to you, my friend, are you giving absolute assurance? Why are you wasting your time? When you are giving reasonable assurance, I am also giving the reasonable assurance. I can do my work done by doing only 10 items out of 100. You are doing 100 out of 100. But ultimately, are you giving absolute assurance? So why? Did you understand the logic now? This is called sampling. The main art of sampling is sample size. What is the main art of sampling? Sample. Selecting the sample size, if you can expert in, nowhere you can fall short with the technique called what? Sampling. So tell me, what are the two types of sampling? Statistical, nonsense. Which is more popular? Which is least popular? Which we should avoid? No, because it is purely based upon these things. What are the things? Knowledge, expertise, and judgment based. And this is based upon what? Mathematical formulas, scientific approach, which is less biased in nature. And it is more biased in nature. Is it clear? Now, factors affecting the extent of what? Checking. मैं तुम्हें 7 to 8 examples दूंगा. ध्यान से आंसर देना. Size of the client is big, size of the client is small. Where your sample size is going to be bigger and smaller. You have to tell me more sample size, less sample size should be your answer. Tell me, size of the client is bigger, smaller, simple. Business of my client is simple and business of my client is complex. Simple में less, complex में more. Internal control system is inadequate. Adequate, management is incompetent. More competent, you have a reliability on the books of accounts of your client. Less, and no reliability. Statutory requirements, more, always more. Statutory, जैसे ही word statutory आएगा, you don't have to think about sampling itself. Always try to do 100%. In the which areas? Statutory. Let me ask you GST returns. How many? 12 monthly, 4 quarterly. So total 16 to returns. Why are you bothered to do the sampling out of it? Statutory may always try to do the exhaustive checking. Which checking? Exhaustive. Like him, 100%. Am I correct or not? Otherwise, if it is a non-statutory area, okay. High level of assurance I need. Absolute assurance I need in some areas. More. And I need reasonable. Less. As simple as that. Are you getting the one? ये सारे factors पढ़ना क्या है? Nature, size of the whose business? Client's business. Complexity of whose business? Client's. Reliability of what? Books. Effectiveness of which system? Desired confidence and auditor is looking for. Expectations of. हाँ, अब मैं पूछता हूँ तुमसे question. Expected errors to be involved are higher. You did the audit this year. You know that management is ineffective. Next year, what will be your expectation of errors to be involved? Higher or lower? Higher. What will be your sample size? Higher. Expectation of errors to be involved are what? Less. What will be your sample size next year? Less. ROMM is high. ROMM is high. Which sample size? Higher sample size. ROMM is less. Lower sample size. Your team is having so many experts and competent professionals. Low. Why? Because your team is more competent or less competent? More competent. Your team is full of unqualified professionals. Higher should be your sample size. So, these many factors are there for selecting a which size? Sample size. Is it clear? उसे बोलते हैं factors affecting the extent of what? Checking. What is the next topic? Is sampling technique is based upon what? judgment? Answer is yes. See, no one is stopping you from doing the 100% checking or what? Test checking. Because there is no law where there is an answer to these three questions. Read the question. What to be checked? How to be checked? To what extent? Can you please tell me any standard where you find these answers? No. It is purely based upon whose judgment? Auditor. Did you get your answer for the question? What is the question? Read the question. Is sampling technique is based upon what? Judgment. Yes. It is 100% based upon what? Judgment. Because there is no one to tell you what to be checked, how to be checked, to what extent to be checked. That's why you all depend upon what? Judgment to judgment. This is what I said. He is also right if he wants to do 100%. I'm also right if I want to complete my audit by saving some time by doing an examination of only how many items? 10 out of 100. Because if I'm giving absolute assurance, definitely my sample size will what? Increase. Did you get the point? 100% sorted. Next point is what? Briefs on. Acha, ye kya hota hai? What is this random selection? Give me the exact definition. Yes, correct. Random selection means every item in the population is having a which possibility? Equal possibility of being what? Selected. That is what you mean by which selection? Random selection. What is the second word you should know? Sample size. What do you mean by sample size? The extent of the sample size should be enough to reduce your which risk? Sampling risk. To the which level? Lowest acceptable level. Chalo, ab thoda we will go little bit in detail. What do you mean by sampling risk? What do you mean by non-sampling risk? These are the technicalities you should be 100% aware of. What is sampling risk? देखो सर सीधी सी बात है. Can I say that it is 100% clear and evident कि if you will do 100% checking and if you will do test checking, where your results will be more better? 100% checking or test checking? It means when you select a sample, sampling risk comes with what? Sample. There is a fair chance that some of the frauds and errors will definitely remain what? Undetected. But the problem is, risk is something which can never be eliminated. It can only be what? Reduced. Tell me one thing, what does an helmet do to you when you're riding a bike? Does it eliminate the chances of your death or does it reduce? Am I correct or not? So helmet is what? Helmet is my FAP. What is FAP? Further audit procedures. You can never eliminate the risk, but at least you can reduce the risk. Because if you will not wear the helmet, you will meet with the hell. Correct hai na? Helmet. Helmet. Don't you dare to wear it? You may meet with the hell. Are you getting the point? तो ये जो हेलमेट होता है, ये जो रिस्क्स होते हैं, we know the risks are everywhere, but we can never eliminate it. We can only what? Reduce. That is the same thing we have to do it with the which risk? Sampling risk. चलो sampling risk is something which is associated with sample. What do you mean by non-sampling risk? चलो मैं तुमसे क्वेश्चंस पूछता हूँ, ध्यान से आंसर देना. What is TOC and what is TOD? Test of controls, test of detail. You should have done TOD, but you believed on what? TOC. Did you take a right judgment or wrong judgment? Wrong. What is internal evidence and what is external, and which one is more reliable? But you by mistake had internal evidence and you expressed an opinion on the same. Again, you are right or wrong judgment? Wrong judgment. What is inspection and what is observation? Which one is better? But unfortunately, you did what? Observation. Where you could have done inspection. Did you take a right decision or wrong decision? Did I take a wrong decision in my P? Procedures. Did I take a wrong decision in my E? Evidence. Did I take a wrong decision in my T? Techniques. इसे भी क्या बोलते हैं? PET. So when the auditor takes a wrong decision in selecting his PET, what is PET? Audit procedures, audit evidences, audit techniques. He ultimately ends up doing the NSR. What is NSR? Non-sampling risk. इसके कारण your AR increases. What is AR increases? Audit risk. अब पता चला? It means DR का definition and NSR का definition both are same. What is DR? Detection risk. You did not detect the fraud and error because you took the poor judgment in selecting your PET. That is why it is called what? Non-sampling risk. Why it is not sampling? Because nowhere this risk is connected with sample. This risk is connected with the sample or poor judgment of auditor. Poor judgment. In poor judgment in what? Bet. Procedures, evidences, techniques. इसीलिए इसे non-sampling risk बोलते हैं. Did you get the point? Now the question arises, sir, then what do you mean by which risk? Sampling risk. ध्यान से सुनना अभी. I will ask you some 4 questions. Try to give me the applicable answer and implementational answer. What is this word written? Over reliance. Who did? Auditor. Did which reliance? Over reliance. On the whose system? Client's internal control system. What is the problem here? Try to tell me the meaning of this problem. The internal control systems were not effective, but you thought that they are what? Effective. Due to which, what you did to your sample size? Reduced. Am I correct? You reduced your what? Sample size. What do you mean by sample size reduced? More coverage or less coverage? Less coverage. Your DR got what? Increased. Your AR will also what? Increase. This affects your AE, audit effectiveness, not audit efficiency. It affects your what? Audit effectiveness. That is the biggest mistake a CA can do. Never ever have what? Over reliance on internal control system. इसे बोलते हैं problem number 1 of sampling risk. Due to over reliance, what did you do to your sample? Reduce it. This is called sampling risk. Now read this one. Under reliance on internal. What is the implication of this now? Try to understand it. What do you mean by under reliance on ICS? They were very good actually, but I thought it what? Poor. What did you do? You increase your what? What maximum happened? You ended up wasting your time only, na? You ended up having the more workload only, na? But at least you did not end up giving the wrong opinion. So which one is better about 2? इसे बोलते हैं affecting audit efficiency. और इसे बोलते हैं affecting audit effectiveness. Effectiveness means when you do over reliance. Effectiveness means efficiency means when you do under reliance. Out of these two, which two is manageable risk? Under reliance. Which one is out of the box? You should not over reliance. यहाँ तक समझ में आया? Now I will tell you 2 more situations which you have to connect with these two. Read this point now. Under assumption of what? Romum. What does that mean? You assumed कि Romum is what? Less. But actually the Romum was higher. You reduce your what? Sample. क्योंकि you assumed Romum is what? Less. Under assumption. Am I saying correct? Yeah. I assumed Romum is what? Less. But actually it was higher. Due to which you decrease your what? What did happen? You ended up affecting your audit effectiveness or audit efficiency? Effectiveness. It means you ended up increasing your which risk? And you gave an inappropriate opinion. Can anybody in the class tell me what is the actual definition of audit risk? When an auditor ends up giving inappropriate opinion, whereas the financial statements were materially misstated. Never ever fall into the trap of these 2 things. Are you getting the point? That is the biggest sampling risk you can't afford at all. Okay, let's say for example, what is the meaning of this one now? You assume there is higher Romum, but actually there was lower Romum. Due to which you increase your what? Sample, increase your what? Workload. At least what happened? Time only consumed, na? But you still ended up giving the right opinion or wrong opinion? Right opinion. So which 4 out of these 4, which 2 you can afford? Under reliance of ICS I can afford. Over assumption of Romum I can afford. But I shall never afford over reliance of ICS and under reliance of what? Under assumption of Romum. Kyunki this and this both affect my effectiveness. And this and this, they both affect my what? Efficiency. 100% clear? This is all the technical knowledge. And the moment you will understand this, na, you will never fall in selecting your sample size in a better way. Problem 530, huge, 530 is this, 530 is that, we leave it. But don't you see the reasonability behind the provisions now? Are you able to see? This is called outlook of the standard. Catch the nerve. What they're trying to tell. Automatically you will understand. And what is the second risk I told you just now? And what is the reason behind that I told you? Wrong selection of your pet. Don't mix this pet with that pet. That is peer review and pet. Professional, ethical and technical. This is our procedures, evidences. So when the auditor makes what? Inappropriate selection of what? Audit procedures. Wrong collection of what? Audit evidence. Adoption of what? Wrong audit techniques. You ended up having a which risk? NSR. What is NSR? Non-sampling risk. तो ऑडिट सैम्पलिंग में दो ही तो रिस्क होते हैं, एक होता है सैम्पलिंग रिस्क, एक होता है नॉन सैम्पलिंग. सैम्पलिंग रिस्क बिकॉज ऑफ दोस 4 रीजंस and non-sampling risk because of these 3 reasons. Tell me the 4 reasons of sampling risk. Over reliance of ICS, under reliance of ICS. Over assumption of ROMM, under assumption of ROMM. Which two should be avoided? Over reliance of ICS, under assumption of ROMM should be avoided because that clearly affects your audit effectiveness, and which you too should be manageable. Under reliance of what? ICS and over assumption of ROMM. What are the 3 reasons of non-sampling risk? Wrong pet. Simple याद कर लो. Wrong pet. What is wrong? Wrong procedures, wrong evidences, wrong techniques. Simple. That is called what? Non-sampling risk. And when we grow in our practice ना, we start managing these 2 things. हम लोग manage करना शुरू कर लेते हैं. And because you have a lot of experience on your shoulder, 3 years of articleship, 10 years in practice, so automatically you will start growing into your expertise level. And you will end up understanding these things practically. That's the reason these are those areas which only practicing CA can make you understand, not anybody else. You ask any ABC person, यार इसका मतलब क्या होता है? He will never be able to tell you. अच्छा, most of the student तो यही नहीं पता कि effectiveness और efficiency में difference क्या होता है. I can bet. Sir, one is affecting the effectiveness, one is affecting the efficiency. But why we are concentrating more on effectiveness rather than what? Efficiency. Your whole profession is based upon effectiveness. Efficiency is least important. What is more important? Effectiveness. And why? Because this is the same topic you have done in your SM as well. Strategic management at your intermediate level. If I'm not wrong, strategic implementation and control chapter. आप एक चार्ट करते हो. On the x-axis you write effectiveness, on the y-axis you write efficiency, and you don't like to go to this one box where the E and E both are getting deteriorated. Given a chance, given a time, go back there and see that. You will understand the actual meaning of efficiency and what? Effectiveness. What is more important for auditor? Efficiency is fine, sir. Nobody can raise a finger on me if I'm taking 10 days for an audit instead of 5 days. But everyone will blame me when I'm giving the wrong opinion instead of what? Right opinion. Are you getting the point? So what is more important? Effectiveness is more important than what? Efficiency. This is what the core of SA 530. और भी मैं तुम्हें बताता हूँ. Yes. अच्छा ये बताओ. We select a sample from where? Population. We select a sample from where? So population should be 3 in nature. Read this word. Appropriate होनी चाहिए, complete होनी चाहिए, as well as what? Reliable. What do you mean by appropriate population? Relevant. What do you mean by appropriate population? Relevant. You should select a sample from a relevant population, not an irrelevant population. Point number 1. What is the second word? Complete. It should be complete population. Incomplete population gives you the incomplete sample. And what is the third one? Reliable. If the population is coming from external source and the population is coming from internal source, which one is more reliable? External. So tell me, what are the 3 features of your population? Population should be appropriate, population should be complete, population should be reliable. Then, yes, what are the precautions before using audit sampling? There are total 8 precautions listed. How many precautions? अच्छा ये बताओ, precaution क्या होता है? After using it or before using it? Before using. Precaution number 1 padna. Read the precaution number 1. I will tell you the meaning of that. Read the point number 1. Look for areas where the test checking should not be done. What are the areas? Please tell me. Statutory areas, opening, closing balances, balance sheet items. Are you getting it? These are the particular non-recurring items. Achhe batao, bad debt recovery and bad debt. Which one is oftenly takes place? Which is very rare? Bad debt pay, you can still do what? Sampling. But you should never do the sampling if it's a bad debt recovery. Because that is exceptional or non-exceptional? Exceptional. Non-recurring. Exceptional. Abnormal. No to sampling. Simple. Look for those areas. First of all, make a population in your head. Okay, this is the population where I can do sampling, and this is a population where I should not do sampling. That is the precaution number 1. Prevention is better than. Take the prevention number 1. Prevention number 2. Ensure in case of which population? Heterogeneous population, item should be first classified and stratified to get the which results? Best result. अच्छा, मैं तुम्हें से एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ. This is business number 1, client number 1. This is client number 2. This client is selling only one item at the rate of 5% GST. This client is selling 15 items at 15 different rates of GST and other rates. Whose business is simple? Whose business is complex? First one is simple. Because all the population is homogeneous. It is which population? Every invoice I will pick at the rate of 5% GST only. But this population, every invoice is at the rate of 5% or different rates? Heterogeneous population. Which population? Heterogeneous. A problem kya hota hai? Heterogeneous population. Now, I can put my hand inside and take a sample. I know that every sample will be at the rate of 5%. There's no problem. This is called random selection. Here also you will do random selection, but first stratify it. First do what? Stratify. ये population को क्या करो? सब populations में divide करो पहले. 5% GST separate, 10% GST separate, 18% separate, 20% separate, different GST. Now do random selection, random selection, random selection, and random. Little bit of hard work is more, but boss, this is a which population? Heterogeneous. You have to do stratification first, then random selection. Here you can directly do what? Random selection. That is the precaution number 2. Did you understand precaution 1 and 2? What is precaution 1? Pick up the areas where you should not apply what? Sampling. Precaution number 2. The moment you see the heterogeneous population, first do what? Stratification. Tarvata? Random selection. Correct? Correct bola main? Okay. Then third point. Whenever you are doing the sampling, you should do the sampling. Acha, tell me one thing. First of all, what is sampling? A sample out of the population is known as what? Sampling. You should not do sampling out of sampling. Try to understand. First only select ki how much you are capable of verifying. The moment you selected it, do it from starting to end. Full audit trial you should do. Precaution number 3. Don't feel like, yeah, I made a bad choice. Out of 20, let me do 2 only. First you selected 20, now it's your responsibility to do the exhaustive examination of those 20 right from the starting point to ending. जैसे हम लोग P2P operations भी बोलते हैं. Are you getting the point? P2P. Audit trial बोलते हैं वैसे. P2P is procurement to purchase, O2C order to cash. Are you getting? Let's say for example, I wanted to check one item. Don't do the sampling of sampled item. Whatever the item you selected, right from its starting point, where it origins and where it ends, do thorough examination. Which examination? Precaution number 3. Read the third point. Authorizations. सर ये मैं आपको एक पॉइंट इसलिए बढ़ा रहा हूँ, you never know. डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन भी आ जाता है कई बार सैम्पलिंग में. Precautions to be taken before using what? Sampling. So what is the precaution number 1 you understood? Never do the sampling on prohibited areas. Second, heterogeneous population you see boss, what you have to do? First stratification, classification, then what? Random selection. Third point is saying what? Whenever the selection you have done, right, do the thorough examination right from a starting point to ending. Point number 4, evaluate the ICS. What is ICS? Internal controls. If their ICS is good, your sample design will be better. If the ICS is poor, sample design also still will be better, but your workload will what? Increase. Did you get the one? Precaution number 4. Check their internal control system because everything is based upon the client's ICS. Precaution number 5. Prepare a clear test check plan such as sample design and what? Sample. You should have a clarity in your mind. Don't jump from one conclusion to another. Okay, 5, okay, 10, okay, 20. Moment you see the population, understand the nature, select the sample. Clarity should be there in your head. Tell me the 5 precautions. Don't do it on which areas? Prohibited. Second, hetero में classification. Third, starting to end. Fifth, efficiency of ICS. And what is the fifth one? Have a clarity for your sample design and sample size. Sixth one, sample selection is done on a which manner? Unbiased. Do a random selection. Make sure that every item in the population is having an equal chance of being selected. Random selection. Sixth one. And seventh one, materiality of an item should be what? Considered. What do you mean by materiality? Check which item out of these two will be more interested in my user's point of view. If you think that user's point of view is more interested in this item rather than what? This one. So your sample selection should be more in material items and less in what? Immaterial items. Is it clear? So what is the precaution number 7? Materiality. Precaution number 8. More than you, who should have the more clarity? Your staff. Now tell me, everything you do should discuss with the which team? Engagement team and audit staff. Is it clear? Tell me the 8 precautions. Before selecting a sampling. Don't do it on prohibited. 8th point मैंने skip इसलिए किया क्योंकि I already told you the which one? Prohibited areas. What are the prohibited areas? Read the point. Never do sampling in statutory, balance sheet, opening, closing, recurring, exceptional and extraordinary, abnormal items. So first point का answer you got. Second point, hetero stratification. Third point, starting to end. Fourth, efficiency of ICS. Fifth, clarity in sample size, sample design. Sixth, unbiased manner में selection होना चाहिए. Seventh, materiality को judge करो. Eight, more clarity not should be in your mind, should be there in the mind of your whole engagement team. These are the precautions you have to take before doing the with checking. अच्छा ये बताओ anomaly. What is the meaning of anomaly? What is the meaning of anomaly? They ask you this for 2 marks also sometimes in your correct and incorrect. The very first question which comes. Anomaly का मतलब होता है that misstatement which has no relevant as compared to the size of population. अच्छा Reliance का turnover कितना है? Anybody is having an idea? 30 lakh crores. कितना turnover है? You found a fraud of 1 lakh in Reliance. 13 lakh crores of company. Chinna fraud of what? 1 lakh. Is this fraud representing the population? Everything is fraudulent. Or only this transaction is fraudulent? Is this representing the population or not even counted? Not even counted. इतना तो Reliance ऐसा करते होंगे नीचे गिर जाते होंगे. 1 lakh. That is common in every company. Anomaly means that part of misstatement which does not represent our what? Population. Which is ignorable misstatement. Which misstatement? Ignorable. Read the meaning of anomaly. Anomaly refers to such misstatement that is not a representation of population, hence not to be considered while calculating what? Projected material misstatements. On the basis of one fraud, you should never say that the whole company is fraudulent. Giving the adverse and giving the disclaimer is the high task on the auditor's shoulders. You should think 1 lakh times before giving the adverse opinion. Try to understand one thing. Your one opinion will destroy your client. Do you know that fact? Your single opinion, especially in the listed entities, single opinion will completely destroy your what? Client. You have to be very careful while expressing your what? Opinion. So ignore the anomalies as much as what? Possible. Acha, if the same fraud is 20,000 crores, is it huge enough to consider? Yes. So this is not anomaly misstatement then. Is it clear? Now what is the next topic? Advantages of what? Statistical sampling. You tell me what are the advantages as compared with non-statistical. Which one is unbiased one? Statistical. Which one is biased one? Where you need to give the reasonable assurance, which one you should adopt? Statistical or non-statistical? Statistical. Why it is more effectively used as compared to non-statistical? It helps you in using the scientific approach, mathematical formulas, and more efficient in nature. And moreover, you do a calculated risk. You take a which risk? Calculate, not a blind risk. What do you mean by calculated risk? Out of 1000 items, would you like to verify one? Out of 1000 items, would you like to verify one? Out of 1000 items, at least would you like to verify 100? Yes. अब बताओ, examining 100, examining 1, where you took a calculated risk, 100 में. You know that even if I'll randomly select 100, it means almost in my unbiased way, I have captured the whole population. But if you'll select only what? 1 out of 1000, you just picked up. Inside you will feel like 999. Did I check or did not check? Did not check. So that happens in non-statistical sampling. That does not happen in case of what? Statistical. Because you take a which risk? Calculated risk, right? Okay, factors affecting the sample size. 4 questions to you. You need to give me the second answer. I'll give you the first answer. Question number 1. Auditor needs higher level of assurance. Dash should be his sample size. I need a higher level assurance. Absolute. Near to absolute. Dash should be your sample size. More should be your sample. So higher the assurance, higher the sample size. Lower the assurance. Did you understand? Question number 2. ROMUM identified by auditor is higher in financial statements. Dash will be your sample size. Higher will be your sample size. So which relationship you found? Direct, direct. Am I correct? Direct and direct. Third question. Expected errors to be involved are higher. Dash should be your sample size. Higher. Again what? Direct. But anybody in the class can give me the idea about tolerable error? What do you mean by this tolerable error range? बताओ. Anybody is having an idea? मतलब tolerable error range means that range of errors which I can tolerate. Good enough for me. But beyond that you dare to breach, I will increase my what? Sample size. Is it clear? अब मैं तुम्हें एक question देता हूँ. Try to understand. There is 1000 population. I selected 100 as a sample. Okay? My expectations are that my tolerable error range is 2%. What is my tolerable error range? It means out of 100, I expect 98 to be positive results and maximum 2 to give me which results? Negative. Because this is my tolerable error range. Are you understanding the example? Is it 2 within my range? Yes. But when I actually examined this 100, I got this result. 90, 10. 10 was negative and 90 was positive. What was my expectation? 98 is to 2. What is actually coming? 90 is to 10. Is negatives within my tolerable error range or beyond my tolerable error? What I should do to my sample size? Increase. Am I correct? It means what is the relationship you got is lower is the tolerable error range. What is the relationship? Lower is the tolerable error range. Higher should be your sample size. And higher is your tolerable error range, lower you can do to your sample. Let's say for example, I increase my tolerable error range to 20 now. From 2 to I increased it to what? 20. Please tell me now the result is 90 and 10. Is it within my tolerable error range? Yes. Can I decrease my sample size? Yes. Because I increase my what? Tolerable error range. So there is an inverse relationship between what and what? Sample size and tolerable. So tell me the 4 relationship. With ROMUM, direct. With assurance level of auditor, direct. With internal control system, indirect. Better is the internal control system, lower will be your sample size. With competency of management, inverse. Higher the competency of the management, lower will be. Are you getting it? Reliability over the books of accounts, inverse. Higher is the reliability, lower will be the tolerable error range, inverse. Expected error range, high. Direct. Higher the expectations, higher. The moment you will start understanding this reasonabilities, this standard will become easier for you. Look at the question. What he is saying, boss, apply your professional judgment. This is where the auditing examinations are required to be answered. You always find out the answer. Shit, yaar, which standard mein, which paragraph mein I have done. No. Look at the question, understand it, behave like the one, spit the answer. Who told you that they will ask you to, connection might be there with that standard, but obviously direct question to they will not ask. Because after this, no one is going to teach what you have to learn in your life. You have to be progressive. That's why in the last 6 to 7 attempts, the ICI literally has changed the format of asking the questions in the examination. Raise the bar. No one used to give that much of importance to the subject called auditing. You know that? Till our times. हमारे टाइम पे नो वन यूज टू टेक द इवन कोचिंग ऑफ वर्ड ऑडिटिंग क्योंकि 50% ऑफ द टॉपिक व्हाट यू हैव डन इन इंटरमीडिएट इज सेम 26 standards are same company audit is same portion of the bank audit also little bit same cooperative society used to be there in our final at that time now it is being reduced to what intermediate most of the things are same books of account dividend chapter you all have done that in intermediate level 2 to 3 times so at our point of time nobody used to take the classes of word. But in the last 7-8 attempts, ICA has completely changed the scenario. They are saying that this is the situation, behave like the CA, give your professional judgment, give the answer, and tell us the appropriate standard. That's it. But answer should be according to you. Because these are lifetime situations which comes in you. And that's why the load on the faculty has also what? Increased. Now we can no longer tell you, Arey, out of 35 standards, you have done 26 in intermediate now. Let's do the remaining 9 and complete the portion. Can we say that? We know that intermediate में company audit which is told to you and final में company audit is how told to you. Both are different from each other. Intermediate में standards are being just told to you as a formality. Okay, this is the standard, ये sampling, this and that, 2-3 points. That's it. Here you have to go deeper. Meaning, inheritance of the standard. क्यों आया? What was the need of that? Are you getting the point? Frankly, tell me how many of you have done all the 26 standards at your intermediate level? Most of you might have left them in choice. I know. First reason, there are many in number. Who will remember the numbers? And there are many in names. Who will remember the names? Final me, you can't afford. Your 40 to 45 marks comes from where? Standards. First question itself is belonging to what? Standard. 19 mark ka question of that. Directly standards. And in every question, one part will be what? Standard. In the remaining question. Minimum 35 to 40 marks. Minimum, I'm saying. Nowadays to 45-50 marks question paper also have said. But with the God's grace, last 2 attempts, exam of auditing was quite easy. That was easy actually. I'm not making you feel worried, but I'm telling the clear picture as compared to Jan 2021 exam. Jan में भी हुआ था ना, and July. If you compare the 22 exams of both May and that one, they were quite easy. Right or not? क्या हो गया? चल. We can't do when the nature calls. Yeah. अच्छा. Break. Already 8 o'clock, sir. Only half an hour left. हाँ तो? किधर? Oh, hello. तो चले गए ना? तो बैठ. अरे जा रहे भाई, जा रहे. Okay, this one though you might have done. Types of methods of selection. Read the names please and tell me the difference. What is the first one? Random selection methods, and what is that one? Class interval methods. Read the below 4. Tell me the difference between first and second. चलो ये तो बताओ. Oh, thank you. You made me heavy with the enormous knowledge which you have granted and showered on me right now. Huh? By reading the topic. Please tell me the name as well as the meaning. What is the meaning of simple random selection method and stratified? Homo, hetero. Did you find the difference? What is the first one? What does that mean? If the population nature is what? Homogeneous. You can use a which method? And if it is what? Heterogeneous. You must use what? Stratified. What do you mean by stratification? Define stratification. Converting the Pedda population into Chinna Chinna parts and calling each Chinna population as stratum or strata. And after doing the random selection from what? Each and every stratum. That is called which second method? What is the second method? Stratified random selection method. चलो ये तो तुम्हें पता है. Tell me the meaning of these two now. Block sampling and cluster sampling. अब बताओ. We'll make a block of samples and we'll make cluster of samples. हाँ, correct है. 100% correct. But how they are different from the first two? They are known as class interval methods. Which methods? Class. So tell me any random 3 dates of April month. Whatever the first 3 dates coming to your mind. 7, 16, 25. Birthday, huh? Achha. 7, 16 and 25. So she told me the random dates. So in the April month, I will check the sales of 7th April, 16th and 25th April. Now I will follow the same criteria in the remaining months also. It means in the May month, I will do the same days sales verification. In the June month, I will do the same days sales verification. And in the July month till March, I will follow the same criteria. Now my question is, why it is called block sampling? Where the first block of transaction is selected randomly, whereas the remaining blocks will automatically follow the technique adopted in the first block. What is the first block of 3 dates she told me? 7, 16, 25. May be 7th May, 16 May, 25. Up to March what? 7th March, 16 March, 25. Now please tell me what is the gap between one block to another block? 1 month. Is it clear? So now please tell me, is it called class interval? 7th April to 7th May, what is the difference? 1 month. 7th May to 7th June, 1 month. It is a equal class intervals. That is why it is called as class interval methods. Did you understand the block sampling? And what is the last one? अच्छा ये बताओ, stratified में what we do, then you will automatically understand cluster by adding one word to it. What do we do in stratified? Dividing the heterogeneous population into small population. Second step, please. After that, doing random selection from each and every stratum. Remove this word each and insert the word among. Now tell me, did I make 7? Suppose I made 7 subpopulations. How many? Now instead of doing random selection from each and every population, I did the random selection among the stratums. Suppose I selected our random selection from 1st, 6th, 7th and 2nd. What are the 3 I did not select? 3rd, 4th, 5th. I did not select now. So that was, what is the difference you now find in stratified and cluster? There you did random selection from each and every stratum. Here you are doing random selection among the stratum. Which, and out of 4, if I have to ask you, which one gives you the best result? Stratified random selection. Highly used by auditors. That is what 530 is all about. समझ में आया? 530. What was 530? Audit sampling. So what are the standards we left with? 520, 540, 500. ठीक है? So is तीनों, out of these 3, tell me the one you want to do. Remaining 2 you can do on your own. भाई पूरी 500 series होगी अपनी. Right or not? I thought that I will tell you 2 to 3, but in flow, it happened. 8 out of 11 happened now. 520, 500 or 501? 501 तो हो गया, sorry. 520, 500 and 540. 20, 40. 20 analytical procedure. Okay. अरे कुछ तो खुद से कर लो. बच्चे की जान लोगे क्या मैराथन में? बट व्हाट इट टेक्स 200. क्या हा? अरे इतनी तो प्लेस ही नहीं है ऊपर क्यू में. ब्रेक चाहिए क्या? अरे यार, इफ आई विल गिव द ब्रेक ना, एनालिटिक, हाँ क्या Who said tomorrow? Come tomorrow. No problem. वैसे तो I am also tired little bit, but you give me a scope to leave you guys half an hour early. Huh? Let's sleep here. Morning we'll wake up 6. Huh? You get done. Get ready. 7:30 will start. Okay. अच्छा कल बताओ कल क्या क्या कर रहा है पहले ही बता दो क्योंकि I saw that in between for 1.5 hour or 2 hours you people were in the different zone. You were just listening. You were just hearing. Sorry, you were not listening. Because hearing is through ears, listening is through mind. And your mind was somewhere else. Please tell me. Tomorrow. 600 सीरीज तो करना है फॉर श्योर क्योंकि स्टैंडर्ड में अपन कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं कर सकते 600 सीरीज एंड 400 सीरीज पहले कर देंगे 400 सीरीज में दो ही स्टैंडर्ड है 402 450 then we'll be left with a काम फिर I'll tell you little bit about 315 risk assessment internal control chapter then 299 250 अरे करेंगे हम आ रहे हैं वहां पे बैंक में करेंगे हम हाँ विल डू डोंट वरी उससे फिजिकल लॉस फॉर श्योर हाँ वैसे तो सारी पेंडिंग है फिर ऑडिट ऑफ सीएफएस लाइबिलिटी इंटरनल ऑडिट पीएसयू tell me the relevance which you can manage we can leave that but which you can't manage you let me know where you find it difficult cfs audit okay half an hour more than enough we can manage cfs forensic वो तो है ही है सर investigation sorry forensic and due diligence 1.5 hour okay fair enough 2 hours now fiscal minimum 2 hours fiscal minimum 2 hours 4 then हमें है तो सारे ही tell me those which you can't manage everything can't be covered in one day ना majority obviously marathon में you can't expect to cover everything rest in peace नहीं don't make them rest in peace you to do at least no problem remainings if you want some of the things you will find it over there also on the YouTube channel you can go and refer it because there are no changes mainly in those topics since last 2-3 years those topics are same like PSU audit में कुछ भी नहीं है आप क्या पढ़ोगे PSU audit में the same government audit what you have done about the C and AG article number 148 to 151 what is PSU audit performance audit propriety audit comprehensive audit financial audit compliance audit and 3 committees PAC committee COPU and EC what else is there in that you don't have to worry about PSU audit PSU audit with they may think by mistake they may add some question in PSU automated में yes international frameworks we can do COSO COBIT right we can do that COSO COBIT COCO and और तो बस है ना देखेंगे पिकअप कर लेंगे इन बिटवीन इफ द थिंग टुमारो डू यू माइंड इफ आई एक्सटेंड इट अप टू 9 नो प्रॉब्लम कोई दिक्कत नहीं है लास्ट डे ट्राई करेंगे मैक्सिमम कवर करने का राइट और नॉट बट आई होप यू वर सेटिस्फाइड इन दिस 100% गॉट द क्लैरिफिकेशंस ऑन सम एरियाज 100% तो डू सब्सक्राइब माय चैनल प्लीज मत करो डू इट 3 times देन ओके चलो स्टार्ट करें सर एनालिटिकल या टुमारो मूड खराब कर दिया उसने और वेयर इज दैट पर्सन अच्छा वेंट हियर चलो एक काम करें छोटा सा रिवीजन करते हैं एनालिटिकल प्रोसीजर का एंड देन विल सी इन हाफ एन आवर व्हाट वी कैन मैक्सिमम डू ओके नाउ फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो प्लीज टेल मी लेट्स इमेजिन कि वी न्यू 500 एम आई करेक्ट न्यू 500 यू नो ना 500 का आइडिया तो है ना What is 500 talks about what? Audit evidence. I need only one paragraph from you if you can give me and imagine that whole paragraph throughout your standard. I need to understand what do you mean by audit procedures. Just give me the answer for that. I need you to tell me the answer what do you mean by audit procedures. Audit procedures are broadly classified into two parts: RAPs, FABs. What is the first one? Risk assessment procedures, which we apply first on the client's entity to understand its ROMM level at two places: assertion level, financial statement level. And we will try to reduce that ROMM level to the which level? Lowest acceptable level with the help of 5 techniques: inspection, observation, inquiry and confirmation, analytical review, and recomputation. Now, this part of the thing I was not interested. That's why I told you in summary. Come to the other side, FAPS. अब ध्यान से सुनना. FAPS में auditor always first does TOC. What is TOC? Testing of controls. Now, what is the purpose behind doing the TOC? What do we come to know from TOC? Internal control का operational efficiency. Which efficiency? Are they effectively getting operated or not? Point number 1. Try to understand. If I am not satisfied with the TOC, or if I am satisfied with the TOC, you will not decide whether to follow substantive procedure or not. Substantive procedure and TOC both has to be done always. It is just that if you are highly satisfied with the TOC results, you may reduce the application of what? SP. What is SP? Substantive. But in case you are dissatisfied with the results of what? TOC, you will increase your what? SP. But SP has to be done. Did you understand the point number 1? So most of the students are not having the clarification ki they think that, sir, if TOC is good, let's not do SP. SP you have to do, but only the increase or decrease. Okay, we move to the now SP. SP is further classified into two. One is called TOD and one is called SAP. What is SAP? Substantive analytical procedures. And what is TOD? Testing of detail. When the auditor has enough time, when the auditor has to go do the detailed examination, you always follow what? TOD. And let me tell you one thing. First preference of every auditor should be TOD. Analytical procedure you should only find when you are able to find the correlationship between financial and non-financial data. That is called plausible relationship. Which relationship? Plausible relationship. Just say, let me give you a very simple example. I was asking my client कि you are debiting 72 lakhs in the debit side of P&L and you are showing your salaries and wages. Now I asked him कि how can I be assured that your 72 lakhs is debited rightly? So what will I ask him? I will ask him, show me the employment register. Which register? Employment. I saw the employment register. 30 names were given. 20,000 was the average salary given to them into 12 months. Comes to 72 lakhs. This is called financial data, 72 lakhs. Employment register is what? Non-financial data. Was there any plausible relationship between them? Yes. These are the areas where you follow the analytical procedures. Smart work. Are you getting the point? Second example with data so that you will get the more clarity. My client's sales have increased, but his GP has gone down. What has increased? Has increased. His GP has gone down. In such kind of situations, you can't do TOD. You have to do what? SAP. Tell me, what can be the possible reasons that his sales is increasing but GP is going down? Everything is happening in trading account only. Am I correct? Trading account में क्या क्या होता है? Opening, purchase, closing, sales. 4 चीजें होती है. What are the 4 possibilities? Overvaluation of opening stock. Over recording of what? Purchases. Undervaluation of and non-recording of what? Sales. Is it clear? These are the 4 possibilities. This is called analytical procedures, where you make the use of the plausible relationship between financial data and non-financial data. This is called analytical procedure. Analytical procedure basically है क्या? Analyze करना situation को. एक third example देता हूँ, perfect example. Let's say for example, suppose she is my client and I asked her, what is your business? She said that I am into the rice mills. I asked her, how many bags of rice you think that you might be having the inventory of? You know, 60,000 bags of rice containing 100 kg each. It means, is she claiming 60 lakhs kgs of rice? Correct enough. 60,000 bags of 100 kg each means what? 60 lakhs. मैंने कहा okay. Now she's saying, if you want, you go to the factory. I need not go to the factory. I will simply ask her one thing. What is the size of your godown? What is the size of your godown? And if she said me that, is sir, you can see the size of the room now. Like that, she has 5 godowns. How many godowns? Can you please tell me now with your professional judgment, how many bags you can fit in this room? 100 kgs each का bag है, 25 kgs नहीं, which you buy from market. 100 kgs का एक bag है. So means almost this might be the width and this might be the height of that bag. How many bags you can fit into this room? Look at the space around you. Take your time. No worries. 500. चलो एक काम करते हैं 500 ना चलो 5000 लगा देते हैं घुसा घुसा के नेक तक 5000 bags into 5 godowns. And how much she is claiming? What? This is called reasonableness test. Which test, everyone? Reasonableness test. One of the technique of which procedure? Analytical procedure. Did you get the point? I'm not saying that ki substitute your TOD with SAP. I'm saying that the areas where you find a plausible relationship between the financial data and non-fin. अब ये मेरे को ये बताओ, she is claiming 60,000. Try to understand. She is claiming how many bags? According to me, looking at this, 5 godowns can maximum fit in what? 25,000. Is this a huge inconsistency? Is it the huge variation? Is it the huge difference? This is what the SAP does. I got my evidence. Belong to which series? It belongs to which series? 500. Wanted what? Evidence. I got it. With the help of technique called what? Reasonableness test. Like that, we have the 4 techniques in this chapter. Point number 1. Ratio analysis, trend analysis, reasonableness test, structural modeling. What are the 4 methods? Ratio, is it same? Ratio analysis, trend analysis, reasonableness test. What is the example now I gave you is what? Reasonableness test. Is it clear? And why do we do SAP? SAPs generally we do to find out the variations, deviations, inconsistencies. Are you getting to mark up the various differences between what the client is saying and what actually it is? That is called SAP. Substantive analytical. Analyze the situation, na? Ki how many bags can be fit in? And simply she is telling a lie. I have 60,000 bags. Or she is telling a lie about the number of godowns. Something is wrong. This is called reasonableness test. Now tell me, what do you mean by ratio analysis? What kind of education, what kind of thing you get from the ratio analysis? Dekho, I want to check the liquidity of my client. I asked my client, are you liquidity wise strong? She said yes. I won't believe her. I will simply calculate her current ratio. Which ratio? Current asset divided by? It is 0.5:1. What is the answer? What is the interpretation of 0.5:1? She has 1 rupee of obligation and she has only 50 paisa in her pocket. That shows liquidity or illiquidity. फिर से पकड़ी गई. Inconsistency. Am I correct? I want to check her solvency. I calculated debt by equity ratio. Which ratio? You don't have to do TOD sometimes. Sometimes you can get away and save your time by doing what? Analytical procedure. मैंने debt by equity ratio करा. Please tell me what is the standard debt by equity? 2:1. Hers is 6:1. What does that mean? She has own funds only what? Equity worth rupees 1. Has a 6 rupees of what? Obligation. It means too much dependent upon whose funds? Outside fund. The moment they will take away their funds back, this company will become insolvent. It means, is she solvency wise good or bad? Bad. इसे बोलते हैं ratio analysis. Third technique, trend analysis. What do you mean by trend analysis? Comparison of the data of current year data with what? Previous. There can be so many types of trend analysis. Comparison of your data with your competitor. Comparison of your data with the industry. Comparison of your data with the management expectations. Comparison of your data with the auditor's expectation. All these are the examples of what? Trend analysis technique. Which technique? Trend analysis. Now let's say for example, telecom industry says that 18% should be your GP. Jio is earning 35. Airtel is earning 21. Vodafone Idea is earning 2. Please tell me, what is the industry saying? 18%. Who is above the industry? Jio, Airtel. Are they good enough performing well, but who is not? Vodafone. That is also called trend analysis. Now, should I compare the Vodafone Idea's data with the Tata Steel's or the another company of the same industry? That is also called trend analysis. You get to know about so many things when you do these techniques. I'm again disclaimer. SAP was, is, and will never be better than TOD. Again repeating. SAP was, is, and will never be better than TOD is always supreme. What is TOD? Testing of data. It is just that sometimes when we don't have a time and we find the plausible relationship between financial and non, and we can see that some inconsistency is there. Instead of going for TOD, you may apply what? SAP. Is it clear? 100% sorted? Did you get the point? Problem with the SAP is that two main things. Availability, reliability. Always remember. What are the two problems? If you do not have these two things available, you can never do SAP. Availability of what? Data. Reliability of what? Data. If there is a data available, and what? Reliable, then only you can do SAP. Now please tell me, let me ask you one very simple question to all of you. Which data is more reliable, internal or external? Never do SAP on internal. Did you get the point? Okay, which one is less reliable? Internal, manipulative one. But which one is more reliable? External. Do the SAP if the data is what? External. That is what I am telling you. Availability and reliability. Which one is more reliable? External. Do SAP. Internal, don't do it. Do TOD. Question number 2. ROMM is very high. Never do SAP. Do what? TOD. तो पता SAP के favorite areas कौन से? Predictable areas. Which areas? Predictable. Should I give you the perfect practical example to understand that? In 9 months of financial year, my company made 600 crores of sales. What could be the sales in 12 months? Proportionately, can you imagine now? It means quarterly average कितना हो रहा है? 200, 200, 200. तो 9 months में कितना हुआ? 600. तो probability क्या है? What is a predictable figure you can tell me by 31st March? 800. Wherever the items are predictable, follow SAP. But can you please tell me the answer for this one? ध्यान से सुनना. Up to 9 months, my debtors are 450 crores. Can you tell me what will be my debtors on 31st March? No. Predictable or non-predictable? TOD. No place for SAP. Reason समझ में आ रहा है? Are you understanding the reason? It means whenever you do trading and P&L transactions ka examination, you may do SAP. But moment you change to your focus to balance sheet, you should never do SAP. You should always do TOD. Because balance sheet items are unpredictable in nature, whereas the trading and P&L items are what? Predictable. Tell me, 9 months may I gave 12 lakh salary. What will be the salary I'll be paying in 12 months? Proportionately 16. You can predict. It means trading and P&L items can be what? Predicted. Balance sheet items can't be. Did you get the point? So what is the factor number 1 which help you in deciding should I go for TOD or SAP? Prediction. What is the first one? Prediction. Second, availability. Third, reliability. अगर data available ही नहीं है, तो no availability means no reliability. Instead of SAP, do what? TOD. Tell me the 3 factors so far. Predictability, reliability, and availability. Fourth, source. What is the fourth? Source. Fifth, assertion. What is the fifth factor? Assertion. What do you mean by assertion? Yes. अच्छा, मेरे को ये बताओ बैलेंस शीट में क्या assertions you check? What assertions? Existence, ownership, valuation, disclosures, rights, obligations, nature, extent. These are which assertions? Balance sheet. P&L trading के assertions बताओ. Correctness, completeness, accuracy, validity, Am I correct or not? Occurrence. Acha, have you ever seen I have plant and machinery occurred in my balance sheet? Or existence? You will never use the occurrence for what? Balance sheet items. You use the existence word for what? Balance sheet. Have you ever seen sales and purchase this year might be 1500 crores in existence? Or will occur? Occur. Sir, हर एक चीज के पीछे लॉजिक है. You needed a someone to tell you that. That's it. I'm not telling you anything new. I'm telling you the same thing in a different way. Because someone has very rightly said, a quote है, कि winners don't do different things, they do things differently. Did you understand? What did I say? Winners don't do different things, they do things differently. वो अलग नहीं होते, alien नहीं होते. Those who become CA are not alien. Just that they're different from you because you are not becoming the one. Are you getting the point? तो हमेशा ये quote हमेशा you needed someone to tell. अब when I'm giving you these clarifications ना, some of you might be, अच्छा, this was the reason I was तो thinking कि this is a useless asset. No standard is useless. Everyone is practically performed. एक भी standard अपना ऐसा नहीं है जो unwantedly is there in your portion. Everything you use in your daily life. It is just that you needed someone to let you know where to use, where not to use. Practically. That's why I never believe in bookish knowledge. You can see I have not gone below. But I can show you now almost 70% of the standard I already discussed with you. Did you get the point? So tell me the 4 factors, please. 5 factors. First one, availability, reliability, source, assertion. Am I correct or no? And then most important, what can go wrong? Repeat after me. After analyzing the situation, if you think that something big can go wrong, never choose SAP. Always choose what? TOD. If you think that something which can go wrong is affordable to me, I can manage. Means kind of your tolerable error. Am I correct? Then choose what? SAP over what? TOD. हमेशा याद रखना. So tell me the 5 factors now. Predictability, suitability, availability, source, assertion, and 6 हो गए ना अभी तक. And one more thing, nature of transaction. Nature of what? Transaction. Nature of transaction, actually you can merge it with the assertions and you can also merge it with the predictions. Because which items are more predictable in nature? Transactions are more predictable as compared to balances. Actually. What is more predictable? Transactions are more predictable as compared to what? Balances. आप balances को predict नहीं कर सकते. Can you predict what will be my creditors by the end of the year? But can you predict my sales? So what is sales? Balance or transaction? Transaction. Then what is debtors? Balance. You can't predict. Did you get the point? And last one, just now I told you what can go wrong. W, C, G, W. Yeah. ये भी एक इसका factor है. Did you get the point? 100% sorted. So tell me the 4 techniques of analytical procedure. Trend analysis, ratio analysis, reasonableness test, structural modeling. What are the factors helps in deciding where you should go for SAP or TOD? Predictability, availability, reliability, nature of assertion, source, what can go wrong? Clear? Now question arises, sometimes they may ask you this question, briefly explain the 4 factors or 3 factors of reliability of data. How you will ensure that data is reliable? Point number 1, I already told you, source. Second thing is comparability. What is the second thing? Chalo, let me ask you this question now. Very simple question. Try to give me this answer. Comparability का answer देना ध्यान से. Point number 1. Honda Motors का data. ABC Customized Motors Limited का data. Is it comparable? Honda Motors with ABC Customized Motors Limited. Comparable or not? सर ये भी मोटर्स है, ये भी मोटर्स है, क्यों कंपेरेबल नहीं है? कस्टमाइज नहीं है. विच इज नॉट कस्टमाइज्ड? होंडा. Honda does not give you the car according to your choice. There is availability of the colors, you have to choice. Customized person will do what? Sir, what color you want? I want neon parrot color. He will create a car. How much should be the engine of your car? This much should be the engine. This should be the alloy. This should be the roof. I want the flare at the end. Are you getting the point? My alloy should be 30 inches. यहाँ तक टायर होने चाहिए. He will prepare. Take my Nano, make it Mercedes. He will do. Because his work is what? Customization. अच्छा, customized data with the customized motors data can be comparable? Yes. This is बोलते हैं reliability of data. What do you call it as? Reliability. Source comparability. Correct? Third, effectiveness of ICS. What is third? Effectiveness of ICS. How good controls you have on ICS helps you in having more reliability on what? Data. Correct? How good is your internal control system equals to better will be your what? Data. Please tell me how. Who prepares the financial statement? Management is a part of ICS. मैनेजमेंट किसको रखती है? अब मैं तुम्हें एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल बोलता हूँ. ये एक सीए है जो अकाउंटेंट है एक कंपनी में, ये एक बीकॉम क्वालिफाइड अकाउंटेंट है. हु इज फाइनेंशियल लिटरेट, हु इज नॉट? सीए इज फाइनेंशियल लिटरेट, बीकॉम मे बी बट नॉट दैट एज कंपेयर टू व्हाट? सीए. वेयर इंटरनल कंट्रोल सिस्टम इज बेटर? सीए वाला. तो इसका डेटा ज्यादा रिलायबल होगा या इसका होगा? इसका. अब समझ में आया? तो रिलायबिलिटी इज बेस्ड अपॉन 3 फैक्टर्स: सोर्स, comparability, and what? Effectiveness of what? ICS. Is it clear? So these are the things only are given in essay 520 relating to systematic substantive. अच्छा ये बताओ, इसे substantive क्यों बोलते हैं? Is it also deeper examination? But ultimate conclusion of this standard is, was, is, and will never be better than TOD. हमेशा याद रखना. Where you think that you have enough time, where you think that you need more reliability, where you think that you need more better assurance, always go forward. TOD. It can never substitute TOD. That is the hard truth of this standard. So means it is my second choice always. Where I have plausible relationship between financial and non-financial data. 100% understood. This is what the reason behind what? Essay 520. देखो एविडेंस ये भी देगा. इट विल ऑल्सो गिव यू द एविडेंस, बट एविडेंस TOD will also give you, but TOD evidence will always be better than what? This one. हाँ, 7th factor, Romum. अब समझ में आया मेरे को. मैं वही बोला 7 factors थे. I only told you 6. 7 factor is what? Romum. What if the Romum is higher? Should you go for SAP or TOD? And what if the Romum is less? SAP. Done? Satisfied? Ardhapainda? 100%? Chalo, thank you so much everyone. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay? Tomorrow randomly whatever you will say, we'll pick and proceed. Clear? Done? Timings are 9 o'clock. 9. Huh. Tomorrow 9. That's why I told you I may extend up to 9 in the evening. I have some work to take care of. So tomorrow we are going to meet at 9. Today also I wanted to add 9 only. I thought that they had an intimation process to you, but unfortunately so many of you told that you came at 8. So tomorrow do come by 9 only. Okay, 9 will start. Thank you so much everyone. I hope you liked the session. समझ में आ रहा? चलो, see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much. Bye. सर वो क्लोज कर दो.